Good evening. It says we are live, so we're going to see here if it comes up. I've got it on the other screen as well, just to see if it comes online. Good Sunday evening to anybody who does kind of catch and watch. We're going to be hanging out here for a little bit, doing a little bit of hobby talk. See how this goes on. So if you can see me, just let me know in the chat there, and we'll kind of get this thing underway. Yeah, so it definitely has a little bit of a time delay on it, so that's okay. I'll start talking. So a couple of different things. The agenda's a little bit light tonight, so it's going to be just a handful of items on there. I jotted it down myself, just kind of to see. Just a couple of items I wanted to make sure I hit on, so we'll definitely do that. I did get a chance to look around a little bit and listen to a couple of different hobby-related items. And we'll chat about those a little bit. It's going to be a little bit talking about grading as well at the beginning of it, as well as just talking about a couple of things that are coming up on the channel. And probably I'll show off a couple of cards maybe that I won, a couple of things that are coming in. And then we'll kind of take it from there. It'll just be really up to kind of what you guys in the chat want to do. You'll have to let me know which direction you want to go in. And the other thing I'll do as well, as I'm kind of chatting away and talking to get us started, I'll put this up here just ahead of time, just to get it set up. Let me go here a little bit. Just messing around with the settings. Okay, so that'll be kind of where you can, if you want to join me, you can use the link there. And it'll be the same kind of format that we usually do. I don't have a set guest. I did send Amit an invite, but he's been a little bit busy, so if he wants to pop in, he can. Otherwise, I'll just hang out and chat with those of you that want to chat. And then once we reach a certain point that we're kind of good, then we'll call it an evening. And worst case scenario, I'll watch the rest of the Steeler-Cleveland Brown game. So first thing, I don't know if any of you have had a chance to catch it. Did any of you watch any of the football games thus far, just to get things underway? It's been a very interesting afternoon, especially if you do want to enjoy watching a lot of the football games. That's been kind of interesting for me. So as far as that's concerned, though, it bodes interesting for next week, I will say. And the outcomes so far in the Steelers and Cleveland Browns game has been very shocking, to say the least. So as far as that's concerned, we're definitely setting ourselves up for a very strange setup. I did watch, my buddy's a New Orleans Saints fan, so it was kind of fun making fun of him. Even though his team won, they managed to look about as bad as they could possibly look in victory. Somehow they managed to take an anemic team and still keep them in the game. Yeah, the Bills Colts game was very interesting. I'm happy for the Buffalo Bills. They did try their best to boot that one away, but at least for the Bills, it was fun. So good evening, Dave. Thanks for hanging out. Now, what I'm going to do, a couple of quick things that I'm going to start off with. So let me start off with a couple of things related to channel, and then also a couple of a shout out here that I'll include since Dave is here. He's perfectly timed to include that in there. But let me start off with this thing here, and I'll do a little share screen with you guys here. So I can see in the chat there's a comment. So there's a little bit of a delay, by the way, between the time the comments show up for me on StreamYard. I do see it. Yeah, because I saw Brent's comments maybe about 20 seconds before it showed up here. Now, unfortunately, for a Titans fan, it wasn't that great. The thing is, the recipe was there for you. It's just a matter of whether you can, do what you needed to do, and that's been kind of the case with a lot of these teams, to be honest with you. Yeah, the Saints definitely did look flat, and I would say if the Bears had been marginally more competent, it wouldn't be the Saints taking on the Buccaneers. Mind you, the Saints-Buccaneers is probably the more interesting matchup, at least. I don't know if the Saints can make it 3 for the season, but if they can, that'll be kind of an interesting first year in Tampa for Tom Brady. I don't know if there'll be a second year, but it'll be an interesting first year. And I'm sure we'll get the graphic, oldest combined age for quarterbacks in a playoff game, because I'm pretty sure those guys meet that qualification at this point. So thanks again, Jeff, for joining in. Good evening, Paul. Yep, Buffalo Bills. If you like your Buffalo Bills, first time since 1995 they won a playoff game. So that's good on them. I have no qualms with people of Buffalo. They've suffered enough. Having a playoff win is not the worst thing in the world for them. So I'm going to share my screen with you just to show you one or two things. So even though Meat is not here directly right now, in spirit, this one is kind of for Meat. I haven't gotten on the bandwagon. I know Jeremy some time ago started doing this, so I'll share this with you. What I decided to do is, since a lot of my live streams are very long and a lot of folks don't have the YouTube Premium, which, by the way, I recommend if you watch a ton of YouTube. If you don't, then don't bother. But if you do watch a ton of YouTube, it is a good service just to avoid having to deal with the commercials, the ads, but also at the same time, it also allows you to be able to download videos and things and be able to take it with you. So in effect, you can turn a live stream like this into effectively a podcast. And that's not a bad thing. But if you like your more traditional podcasts, I have, in fact, created a Because I'm Carlos podcast with the brilliant branding title, I know for a fact that's on Spotify. I was able to find it on my podcast app, and when I search for it, it literally is just because I'm Carlos, like the YouTube channel. And in every single one of the descriptions, I link it back to the YouTube video that it corresponds to. I'm not going to put everything up because some of them might be a little bit complicated. I'll see what I can do. But stuff like the Karvin discussions, I would love to put on here because I think that format could do very well in this. And I've put up 5 different ones here so far, starting off with Matt from the Ascended Credentials in the first episode, Chris from the Project 2020, that discussion early on. The first time that Josh was on the channel, I'll probably ask him back at some point. The first time Amit was on there. If you want to find out, if you are not a regular and you want to find out where the Ziggy Palfy thing got started, Amit and I started that on the very first episode that Amit was on. It was very funny. And I think it was back in September. So it's right from the day one, the Ziggy Palfy thing took off, and it's been ongoing ever since as we all bask in the goat of goats, Ziggy Palfy. That started right with this episode. And I'll include some of the other Amit episodes as well because they're kind of fun. And then the second time that I had Chris McGill from Card Ladder, because that was a really good discussion. It was a very hobby-centric discussion. So I think I'm going to try to pick and choose. I don't know yet because by this point I'm up until October 2020 so far for 5 episodes here. I don't know what I'm going to do with the Sunday chill streams because there's definitely some good hobby discussion in them. I just don't know how I would separate them because they're all titled kind of the same thing. So I don't know, maybe I'll number them or something, but if I do include them, it'll be on here and you can find that in your podcast app of choice. So I'm just giving you another option in case you do like podcasts and you want to listen to it in that format. And then you can take it with you. Although of course, if you watch the YouTube channel, that's always the best for me, but just giving you another option in case you're interested for that. So yeah, that one I just couldn't believe because Mitchell Trubisky is like the Achilles heel of that team. But in that case, he made a perfect throw. And all Wims had to do was catch the ball that was right in his hands when he was wide open. And that's part of the reason I had so much fun with the Saints game. I was like, okay, this team is hanging around and they've made almost every mistake they can. And even the one time they were completely wide open and should have scored a touchdown, they didn't. They threw that away and they made a ton of mental mistakes, especially early on. And it just kept going. Yep. No, I remember, Paul, you've definitely been, you've mentioned that you've been a big Buffalo Bills supporter as well. For sure. For sure. Let's see here. Think Ziggy Palfy is a Hall of Famer if he played a full career? Probably not. He was a great player. Like he was a very consistent player. Well, actually, hold on. Let me back up from that thought for a second, hockey guy. Let me back up from that because I want to take a second and think about it a little bit more because my initial thought is no, but at the same time, I do have to remember that the Hockey Hall of Fame kind of, has left the door open, I would say, as much as any other Hall of Fame. It's been kind of interesting because there are a lot of players in there who are not amazing. Yeah, here's the thing, hockey guy. I agree with you. I totally agree with you, but it doesn't matter because there's a lot of guys who are great point per game and no one, like they're even in the Hall of Fame and like, who cares? It's, I guess maybe to answer your question, I guess the answer is technically yes. So yes, but I would say then so what? I guess, sure. But at the same time, what I would say is with Ziggy Palfy's thing, jokes aside, Ziggy is a fan favorite, on the channel, but jokes aside, he was a very good, consistent player for quite a long time. He had some scoring touch. He could score points. He could do all kinds of things. He had skill, tremendous skill. I don't know. It's one of those things where the Hockey Hall of Fame has left this open, but I feel like there are a lot of players who show a lot of skill, but I almost feel like, and that ship has already sailed, but I do feel like you want to be able to say like, yes, this was the star player on like a great quality team. And if you're the star player on a great quality team and one of the key contributors to that great quality team over time, and you're consistently considered among the best for your era, especially, then I feel like you should be a Hall of Famer. I don't know if we could ever say that with Ziggy Palfy even when he was at his best. And maybe that's kind of the differentiator. That's kind of the spot that I run into a problem here. So Kevin Lowe should be in the Hall of Fame. And yeah, the thing is there are a lot of players like that who have certain things going for them, either a lot of Stanley Cups or maybe some great totals that get them there. And then you run into that problem. It's like, okay, so do they belong? Well, the answer is technically yes. But do you feel excited about it? Are you comfortable with it? Well, it's tough to say. So Patrick Knoll here. So better investment, Crosby or Ovechkin. So let me answer this as seriously as I can. This is an investment channel, just to be clear, but let me answer it as seriously as I can. I like Ovechkin from the perspective that if he even gets close to Gretzky or even has an outside shot, which he has an outside shot, I won't give him a great shot because the last couple of seasons have really hurt. Last season he probably would have cleared 50 goals had it not been for COVID. This year COVID obviously has pushed the season back. Um, but what ends up happening is that you have that one stat he can potentially break. And I know Hockey Guy is saying Crosby, and I'll get to that comment in a second. The thing with Crosby, that Ovechkin has, is that he does have that one thing where if everything falls in place perfectly and he plays long enough, he has that one thing that can push him up. And when you're thinking better investment, remember something. It isn't just whether something goes up or not. It's whether something goes up relative to where it is now. If something is a $100 card and it becomes a $500 card, it's a better investment than a $500 card that becomes a $700 card. Even though that second card is worth more afterwards. It only went up 200 and percentage wise, it went up less than 50%, whereas the other one went up by multiples. So that's that. So when you're saying investment, it's whatever you think has the most room to increase. Well, Crosby's already got the Stanley Cups. He's had a Hall of Fame caliber career, but unless they can, and I think they'll be contenders. I think they'll still be relevant. But the thing is, if he doesn't win another Stanley Cup ever again, he's going to put up good numbers. But you have to remember, like, I don't think he's going to score 600 or 700 goals. I don't think that's in the play for him. He's never going to necessarily be, if he maybe gets another scoring title or something, that would help. That could be good. But you run into the problem where it's like, okay, so what else does Crosby have to accomplish? Like, he's not in any danger of hitting any of the all-time marks. And if he doesn't win any more Stanley Cups, then he just kind of hangs around, adds some more stats, and then retires. Will he go up? Yeah, for sure. But is he amongst the greatest of all time? I don't think he is. But he's exceptionally good, and he's one of the best of this generation, without a doubt. So that's where you run into a little bit of a problem. So let me grab here a couple of these comments here. Yeah, Marleau. The thing is, based on the current Hall of Fame, Marleau might get in just because of longevity, and that's going to be the big thing. And this is where you made the comment about Crosby. Being Canadian helps a lot, of course. That helps your hobby market, and Ovechkin could be the exception to that because Ovechkin is very popular. He has a great personality. People like him, and he's a goal scorer. People love goal scorers as well, so it's really tricky. Paul, all the Bobby Bonilla cards. Like, not quite as good as 88 Donruss Gray Jeffries, but come on, man. We all have to appreciate a man who's still getting paid. He's still getting paid. Bobby Bonilla Day continues to be a thing. I feel like Bobby Bonilla cards, they have not gotten the respect they deserve, Paul. They have not gotten the respect they deserve. Take that to the bank. Yeah, Pavel Bure was extremely popular, but he was also winning scoring title in the same vein. And he's in a similar boat as that, a Russian player who is very flashy. He's exciting to watch, fast skater, all of that. And, is able to win, Maurice Richard trophies and basically be the leading goal scorer for stretches of time because Pavel Bure was great. He had that stretch there in Florida where he almost scored 60 for multiple years, and he was right on the cusp of that. And that's become exceedingly harder to do. Guys who can get consistently 50, like an Ovechkin, don't grow on trees. And we don't see that today. You can see a guy who will score 50 this year, and the likelihood of him scoring 50, well, not this year because it's going to be a shortened season, but you can see a player who can score 50, and then maybe they won't go another 3 or 4 years without maybe one more 50-goal season. Like people who can put consecutive 50-goal seasons together or a stack of them, that's going to be increasingly rare. Good evening, Boston Kid. So those are kind of the things. So I guess maybe the problem that kind of those questions lead out of is that the Hall of Fame has been devalued for a while. So a lot of those guys that maybe shouldn't be available, maybe will get in simply because it's like, well, the door's already been opened. So you're going to be able to do the comparison. It's like, well, using Paul's example there, I believe it was Paul who said Kevin Lowe. You say if Kevin Lowe shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame, well, the fact he is means it's going to open the door for other people who maybe shouldn't be in, but you're going to be able to point. It's like the Harold Baines thing in baseball. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be like, well, is he better than Harold Baines? I think so. Well, Harold Baines is in the Hall of Fame then. So what's your argument? The comparisons is basically how some of these players are getting in, and that's what you end up with. So Paul here says, found an Ultra Pro Bobby Bonilla card that came in a box of pages. Okay, cool. Yeah, no question. Hashtag invest, Paul. Paul, we're all about the hashtag invest life. You know this. Good evening, Joe. Alexis Lafreniere, Young Gun, very nice. FOMO prevention plan, yes. Well, that's your first hockey card, eh? That's a bold move, Joe. That is a bold move. I would have thought if you were going to go with a first hockey card, you would have gone vintage, because I feel like there's some security in going with some of those vintage pieces. Lafreniere, well, I would say if you're comfortable holding it for a while, we'll have to kind of see what happens now. So it's like, ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know. But if he performs well out of the box, it could be good. I'm assuming that's the base card, though. I'm assuming it's the base Young Gun that you've got there. I'm just assuming, so you'll have to let me know. No worries, Paul. It's all forgiven. It's all good. So Richie says, should they cap the number of years of eligibility for the Hockey Hall of Fame to prevent instances from Dick Dove from happening? You could. I guess it gets kind of tricky. Like, I'll be honest with you. The problem is once you've done this with the Hall of Fame, maybe the key, maybe this would be the best way I can answer this, Richie. Once you've opened it up and you say, like, a player that comes down the pike later could be like, wait, how is it fair that I am being held to a different standard than these other guys who were able to get in when it was basically unlimited? The Baseball Hall of Fame had that eligibility thing, but even though they did it, you've got X amount of years of eligibility, and now they changed it. I think it's 10 years instead of 15, and then you got to go to veteran committees and stuff. Unfortunately, what that meant, though, is you'd have these situations where you'd have these players who I believe were actually worthy of Hall of Fame consideration, who had to wait until like year 14 or year 15. So it became this ridiculous thing where they would get better the more years they were retired, which is dumb. It's just silly. I never bought into that. Try to find the right Gretzky. No, that's fair. I think there's some good ones. Like, if you don't have your heart set on the rookie, some of those early 80s ones I think are awesome cards. Again, if you believe that market will continue to move, the second or third year Gretzky will also have some movement, because that's still early years, still Edmonton Oilers, very popular team. And obviously, he's at that top of the Mount Rushmore. Don't forget Crosby's golden goal in 3 cups. Yep. Yeah. And the thing is, Patrick, the truth is that is going to be a big thing for folks, but that's already baked into the price. It already happened. So that's why the reason why I use the Ovechkin thing is that Ovechkin has one thing where, long shot or not, he has a chance of doing. Unless Crosby can win more Stanley Cups, there is basically nothing he can do that will fundamentally change his current situation. The golden goal already happened. The 3 Stanley Cups already done. It's already baked in. It's been a little while. So you're not going to get a lift based on that. You'll get a lift based on the overall market, but you're not going to get a lift based on what has already happened. The only thing that will make Crosby more valuable is that more people with big money come to hobby. And that could be a play. That could be an across the board thing. If the institutional money decides to target that card, that could become a thing. Yeah, so it's the base card. That's fair. You might do well if you're comfortable kind of sitting on it for a while. We'll kind of have to see. Good old hashtag invest. Paul knows. Good evening, Jeremy. Absolutely. Purchases this week: 2019-2020 Luka Doncic base 9 Prism, $38. Okay, I think that seems pretty decent. I don't know, Luka. That's what, second year Luka or third year Luka? I guess second year. It seems, if you like the card, I think it seems decent. A PSA 7 Don Drysdale 64. I think it's pretty good. I'm always a big fan of some of those vintage cards. I enjoy them. It's good stuff. I just want to get to the bottom of the comments there. But yeah, I would say as far as those are concerned, if you're comparing those two guys, I would just look, if you're being serious and you're actually trying to look at investment, and that's really what you want to do, then fine. But you're looking for something that has room to move, and room to move doesn't just mean institutional money coming in, because that could come in for either. It could come in for both. And if it comes in for both and they both rise around the same, well, then half dozen of one, 6 of the other. So you end up in about the same spot. But if you think there's any factor that could push one over the other to move faster in the same period of time, then that's the comparison you're looking for. Okay, so that is the second year Luka. Sounds good. Okay, just wanted to double check that. So the first thing I said already was the podcast thing, so I included that. And for anybody who didn't catch it previously, I've taken a page out of Jeremy's playbook, who's been already on there in the chat. I already showed you guys, but I'll just quickly reiterate it. So if you do a search on Spotify or wherever, you can find this. Just look up Because I'm Carlos, and if you are a podcast kind of person, you'll get it. I've got about 5 episodes on there. So that's a thing that you can check out. I had a very creative logo on there. You saw that with the letters. I am making a very basic generic logo, but it won't be a radical departure from what you see on the channel. I'll put it that way. The other thing I wanted to mention as well, just giving, since Dave was on here earlier, I'll give him a little plug, because he does his Insert Revolution podcast, which I know Paul and some of you are familiar with, and I know Vinny's around sometimes, and and he's familiar with it as well. Well, those guys have moved their podcast over to its own dedicated channel. So you can find that on YouTube. So it's literally the Insult Revolution podcast. And like myself, they took careful pains to carefully design a logo. Like, look at the font choice on that T and that shade of purple. It's very impressive. Very impressive. So I think that's going to give the guys some opportunities. Now everything's going to be on its own standalone channel. So if you do want to check out some of the archives, there's some stuff on there. I've been on a couple of those episodes myself. So they do tend to run longer episodes. Not that I'm not familiar with that concept, and they do tend to go all over the place. So if you just want strictly hobby talk, then maybe not. But if you are familiar with what they do already, then you can definitely check it out. So the Insert Revolution podcast, that's its own dedicated YouTube channel now. So that'll be its own thing. And I mentioned already my own podcast thing. So now the other thing I wanted to talk about briefly. So I said I had a handful of things in the agenda. So I'm including the link underneath. If any of you want to pop on, you're more than welcome to. How long the show goes today is really going to be up to you, because worst case scenario, I'll watch some football. I don't mind. But I do want to talk about a couple of things in there. So yeah, I want to get Dave's comment, but the problem is there's a delay. I can see on the YouTube that it's there, and then it's going to take a moment to show up on the StreamYard. But, it is what it is. I do want to chat a little bit now that our friends, there we go. That's the comment I was looking for. There you go, Dave. It is, without question, the fuchsia, magnifique. Yep, no, I know. It's a disaster if you're a Steelers fan. I actually just want to see if the Steelers can even make it competitive. Honestly, I think at this point, I don't know if the Steelers can make up 28-0, although it is the Cleveland Browns. So, you never know. You just never know. The majority of graded mainstream cards, grades 5 to 8, have become way inflated. So I've downshifted to raw cards at third price. Yeah. Inflated is relative though. It's what we talked about before, right? A lot of that inflation came because the 10s and the 9s and all that went up so much. People started going okay, I can't afford the 10, can't afford the 9, maybe the 8, maybe the 7, maybe the 6, and you just keep going downward. And especially for some of the vintage cards, now mainstream cards, you're not going to take a modern 5. But if you're talking about, vintage and all that, that makes sense because it does have that trickle down effect as people try to get price in their market. I do think some of that though is fueled by, yes, institutional money, yes, investors, but also FOMO. There's a bunch of folks who suddenly feel this urge, this need to push on, to push and suddenly get these cards. They're like, oh my God, I have to have these cards before I get priced out. And my challenge has always been, it's well, why didn't you buy the card 2 years ago? Oh, well, more people are interested in it now. Maybe they are, but like I said on previous live streams, is that if you really wanted the card that badly, you could have already bought it, and you could have bought it for a fraction of what it goes for today. So for me, when I look at some of those cards, would it be cool to have? Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to have. But if I didn't really want it that badly a year ago or 2 years ago, I don't want it now, especially not at the price it is now. Oh, but Carlos, it could go up in the future. Yeah, it could. And you know what? When it goes up more, I don't want it then either, because I didn't want it enough when it was cheaper. So I guess I don't want it when it's more expensive when I didn't really want it badly enough when it was cheaper. It's kind of the underlying logic behind that. People are abusing grading its original purpose. I think that's an interesting take. I will say grading. Okay. So let's put it this way. If you remember, and I know I've mentioned it on the channel before, the first PSA card was the T206 Honus Wagner. That's PSA card number 1. That was a trim card, the very first card that ever came out of the blocks. The purpose of third-party grading, which I use the coin example a lot because third-party grading was available in coins long before it was available, for years before it was available in cards. The purpose of it originally was authentication. If you use third-party, instead of third-party grading, if you did third-party authentication, and that's all you did, you probably wouldn't use it on modern cards at all. You'd use it for vintage and cards that are commonly counterfeited. Now you can argue maybe they're not that great at detecting all the counterfeits, but that's a different conversation. But if you're saying that the purpose of grading originally was authentication and not grading, grading came in after when people realized there was money to be made. Because as soon as you do grading, you can have conditional rarity. Well, conditional rarity is just another form of rarity. It gives you another opportunity to charge a premium for the same card. So PSA 10 that has a pop 2 or pop 1 is worth way more than a very nice mint looking card, which may be a 10 or it might not be a 10, but the same card in a 9, where if I took the labels and covered the labels and had the 9 and the 10 beside each other, you might not be able to pick out the differences because it is subjective. The same card could be submitted multiple times and get different scores depending on which graders look at it. So the purpose of grading was originally authentication before grading came into it. Then the purpose of grading after was money. So if the answer is money, then I would argue with you that nope, the purpose of grading, once you get past the authentication piece, is money. And that's exactly what people are using it for money. So I'd argue it's actually serving its exact purpose the way it was designed as soon as the grade got put on the label. So here Dave says, while I agree that some of the last 18 months of drastic market fluctuation is overkill, do say the market floor of basement has been too low. It could be. So Dave, are you arguing that the sports card market is getting the respect it deserves? Dun, dun, dun. It depends. Like, it depends on what you genuinely believe. I think that the market is what it is. People didn't care that much at the time. Now there's money in it, so now they care. I don't believe that suddenly demand is sprouted up out of nowhere. I think the lead was value. As soon as value became apparent, suddenly there was more interest. More interest led to more demand. More interest led into, so it's like, if it was worth $1,000 for the last 5 years prior to the last couple of years, then it was worth $1,000. Oh, but Carlos, now it's worth 10,000. Well, yeah, because more money has come in and they've decided they're gonna bump it up, and they're allowed, by the way. That's okay, but doesn't really matter what. But that was the value. The value was what people were willing to pay for it, and the answer in that example that I threw at you for years was $1,000. It wasn't worth more than $1,000. The idea that now it's worth 10 or 15 or 20 means now it's worth 10 or 15 or 20 until the market conditions change. So your point is that the modern influx of cards coming straight out of the pack and these companies splitting hairs between 9 and 10 is bogus? It could be. But I've seen plenty of modern cards that come out of there and they're damaged, or the corner's dented, or you use like a foil card and chipped right out of the pack. So like, you don't get Gem Mint 10 cards necessarily out of a pack. You should, in theory. Something like centering should be good out of a pack. But I've seen plenty of modern stuff open where the centering's bad. Yeah, but basement is low relative to what? Yeah, that's kind of the point, Richie. That's kind of the argument that I would make. So for Joe, personally, modern condition as a funnel to scarcity has always left him nonplussed. Vintage is far more compelling a way of grading increasing value. Yeah, no, but that's kind of where you end up with in a lot of this stuff, is that the market has decided that it wants to have that holder and it wants to have the grade on the holder as a validation for what it is. And in a minute, I'll get to a point about, I want to talk about a little bit about Beckett grading, and actually this plays into this line right here. It plays a little bit into kind of a thought that I've had listening to some of the conversation about it. And the bottom line is, though, no matter how you want to slice it, I prefer grading for vintage, but I understand, given the financial incentive, why so many people send so much modern. Because if you can take a $5 card and turn it into a $50 or $100 card, I can't blame you. The fact that someone's willing to pay $50 or $100 is the problem, and not the person sending it in for grading. So one is a symptom of the other. You're buying 68 Hall of Famers, not the big name, but mid letters. Yeah, PSA 8s for years. Yeah, because at the time, that's what they were worth. People weren't that interested. Now, the set registry has had a lot to say for some of those, because the 68 team, you've got that World Series cachet with it. But when the PSA set registry became a thing, and suddenly like, oh, I want to have the best version of this stuff. And for some people, the best they can get is an 8 to get as far up that, list as possible. So suddenly they became a lot more desirable magically. And then there it is. It's competition at the end of the day. And again, it goes back to dollars and cents. So to a degree, variables count into your statement. New money, old money. Yep. General ebb and flow that goes into particular up. Yeah, it could be. But like I said, if we're to accept the premise that magically all these people showed up at the same time, and you can blame COVID if you want, but like, okay, so COVID specifically led them all down the same path. Now we've got some other, I guess maybe you have seen some other paths, because I guess Bitcoin is at an all-time high and some other alternative investments have also gone up. So maybe the money is getting spread around a little bit, but I just find it interesting that suddenly like sports cards are the investment du jour. Hashtag invest, of course, as always. But I get what you're saying. I don't fundamentally disagree. So I'll say, as far as this piece is concerned, if there are any other quick comments related to that, we can talk about it. And same thing I mentioned earlier. If any of you want to join me on here, you're more than welcome to. So there's the link, and then I'll talk a couple of things about some grading stuff, and then that's it for my agenda. Other than your questions or comments, whatever you come up with. And by the way, just to let you know, so this is a beer that a buddy got me. This was a belated Christmas present. So this is the Merry and Bright, so it's holiday themed. It is a cranberry lager. It's okay, but I'm not feeling that festive in January, I guess. Maybe. It'd be rude to waste beer, however. Very rude. I would never do such thing. But why does that financial incentive exist for modern? Because it exists for everything. Financial system. I think people don't really get it. They're essentially buying the label. They do get it. They are buying the label, Patrick. There's nothing in terms of IPO that commands up. You're 100% right. There are people who are literally buying the label. And funny you mentioned it. This will also play into kind of that grading topic I want to talk about. But no, Patrick, they are buying the label. Yes, that is exact. The card could not be inside the label, and I promise you, some of them would still buy it with the label on it. They don't care. But I understand what you're saying. I do get your point, and it does perplex some collectors. So I totally understand where you're coming from. But like, no, they're literally buying the label. So to some of these 90s cards, which you're focusing a statement on, is they're worth, yeah. The game used there and the inserts became the background. Yeah. Boston Kid has Miller Lite. Fair enough. Okay, so Seb, here we go. So when you say if you want it that much, you could have bought it cheaper before. The thing is, vintage was stable for years. No, I get it, Seb, but it's a decision, right? It's a choice. I'll be honest with you. Maybe I should have done my hashtag invest YouTube show 5 years ago, because I would have told you the vintage was eventually going to move up because some of those cards did have some scarcity to it. I didn't think that, quote unquote, it was undervalued. The market value was what it was at the time. But I knew that if some people did start to do, and one thing I did see, which a lot of people I think should have started to see, was that those set registries and things were going to start eating up some of the higher grade stuff. And as far as the low print run 90s and modern, you could say the same argument if you had done the reverse. If you had focused in on vintage and ignored some of the low print run 90s and modern first, and you had ignored some of those low print run 90s, then you would have basically, then you'd be coming into some of those, especially like in a sport, like let's say basketball, some of those Jordan cards and stuff were expensive before, but then they've absolutely exploded the last year or two, and you've absolutely exploded. So if you had bought vintage instead of that, you would have missed out on that. But if you had bought those, you would have missed out on vintage, and both of them have gone up quite a bit. So you've definitely seen. So the thing is, unless you have an unlimited budget, you couldn't get everything. You had to make a choice. But some of the stuff that was there, if you're saying that a bunch of the low print 90s and modern folks buying that have all decided to shift their focus to vintage now, and oh darn, now I'm priced out, well, then I understand that. But I don't think it's everybody. I think some people who didn't care about vintage before would not care about vintage now had the price not increased. That's my contention. So can we grab part 2 here from Dave? Come around to the late 2010s and the sneakerheads get into the game. COVID money, US collectors. Yep. Can't afford a case hit Martin Brodeur then, but can now. Yep. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I just think the advanced collector long-term should not pay extreme premiums. Yes. I agree with that. But that, to your point though, if you're an advanced collector, then you should understand that that's what's happening, and you're going to have to adapt. You are going to have to adapt your strategies, your game, in order to make some adjustments. Because you can't have it all. You can't do it all. And if you feel like it's overpriced now and you don't think it's sustainable, then you shouldn't pay that price, because that you'll get punished in that regard. Joe likes to consider, what is a segment that we say it's now too late, that it's not actually too late, but just getting started? Yeah, it's hard to say. Well, right now, if you leave it, I was laughing because I had a chance to watch. I was watching mainly the football games, but I do try to watch a little hobby content where I can. I did watch our good friend Sports Card Investor, so Jeff Wilson, had his video. And he basically said there is no bubble and it's going up forever. Well, not going up forever. It will have some, plateaus, but, and some dips, but it'll just keep going up. He's even more convinced than he was 18 months ago that all the factors are in place for this to just keep to the moon. I was kind of hoping he would go into Bitcoin at that moment and just say to the moon, because that's been the refrain for Bitcoin and gold and silver for years. To the moon, Joe, to the moon. Buy everything. It'll be fine. He did cover himself, though. I will say. Towards the end of the video, he said, hey, you shouldn't be listening to just me or, YouTube or influencers or whatever. Do your research. And it's like, that's the best caveat at the end. It's like, but do your research. I think everything's going on. I think sports cards are going to keep taking off for years and years and years. We're not in the second inning. There's no ninth inning. The game doesn't end. But do your research. But make sure you do your research. Don't take my word for it directly. I was like, good job, guys. Good job. I was like, good job, bro. I like it. Okay. So Patrick, the truth has been slowly sipping out over the years as low mid-grade cards with high-end eye appeal, spec and price. Yes. Cards with great eye appeal The discerning collector has been looking at those for years, and now other people have caught on to it that there are some ugly versions of some of these cards, even if the label says so. The discerning collector still has a chance. If they, even with the prices as they are, if say people are paying $1,000 for PSA 9, I'm just making up a card, I'm not picking a specific card. If they're paying $1,000 for PSA 9, for any PSA 9, but you pick the one with the great eye appeal, at least that one's got a better shot of sustaining or increasing its price versus the really ugly version that's a borderline, you know, should have probably been an 8, but it got a generous grader. Stuff like that. The times of great cards and great prices, I think, are over. It could be. Could be. Yeah, Joe's just adding to his point here. Doesn't have answers. Steinbeck references. Very nice. Yeah, no, I got a kick out of it. If you do get a chance, you should check out that video. Joe is very funny. But it was a long video by his standards. It was like 25 minutes, I want to say, but I got a kick out of it. I'll be honest with you. That's where 2 times speed on YouTube will help you. It's a lifesaver. I don't want to spend too much time watching that video, but I got a kick out of it. Both styles are needed. Play the flip game, fun PC holds. Yep. Nope. That's completely fair. And if you are willing to do the flipping thing, you can take advantage of these prices. Dave's going to have some posts, I think, where he's going to look at moving some cards to potentially put some money aside for some grails and things that he's looking for. And at the beginning of the year, to be honest, I sold a couple of cards that I had, including a couple of my Juan Sotos. And I mean, literally a couple, like 1 or 2 that have appreciated in value from the time I bought them. One of the cards, it was the Prism, and it was the specific parallel escapes me right now. I'll have to look it up, but I paid $30 for it in last July. And then I sold it last week for $120. Now, ooh, big deal. You made $90, but you know, $90 in like 5 or 6 months, that's pretty good. And it's one of a multiples that I have of a similar type card. And I've got my Juan Soto collection, my PC, but I've got some cards that I grabbed extra copies of because I like the player, and it started to appreciate. If you go look at what the Chrome is doing right now, his Chrome rookie, his PSA 10 Chrome rookie, it's pushing $400. I bought the card on ComC in 2019 before they won the World Series for $15. I paid $15 for it, and I paid $10 to get it graded because I bought it in bulk, or maybe 15. So let's call it 15, and we'll say I'm $30 in, and that card is pushing 400 US. Pretty good. Is that the biggest gain that anybody's had in the hobby? Absolutely not. But am I complaining that I bought it at a fairly low price and was able to, and the card is appreciated a lot? Yeah, for sure. I'm not complaining about that. That's cool. That's fine. So let me go here. Steinbeck and hashtag invest. Good old hashtag invest. Yep. Yep. So look, here's the deal, Patrick. I can see you put 3 different comments that you retracted in the YouTube, but I've got them here in their fullness. So if you want me to put any of them on the screen, you can certainly retype it or copy it. I will leave it for now because you did retract them. But if you want me to put one of them up, you can just let me know. So Seb says, yeah. Oh, exactly, Seb. The answer is consume. The answer is consume. That's the key. Just keep consuming. Just buy more. Buy more. We're not in the second inning of a 9-inning game. We're in the first inning of a 5,000 inning game. And then we'll keep playing extra innings forever. Forever. It will never end. Whatever your price is, it will be double in 5 years. Triple in 10. 1,000 times in 15. So says the oracles of sports card YouTube. Hashtag it best. Yeah. So on the whole, I will say, I'm not a big fan of a lot of his conclusions. My concerns with Jeff Wilson aren't that he has no perspective, because at this point you can't say he has no perspective on the hobby, because all he does basically is regurgitate data. My concern with it isn't the data he's throwing at. My concern with it has always been his analysis. My concern with it is there is no analysis, or the analysis is very, it's lazy analysis. I can't dispute the data because the data is the data. I don't like, but I don't like if you follow it up with lazy analysis. If you just show me a chart where something's gone up 500% in 6 months, well, if that's real data, and I'm going to assume it is for the sake of argument, I can't dispute it. It is what it is. That's the data. But the question then is why? If you're doing analysis, you need to define the why, because that's where the value is. The value is in the why. It's not in, if it's what already happened, well, then I don't need you to talk, just show the chart, because that's all you're telling me. You're just reading what it says on the chart. That's not very, that's not much usefulness. Hindsight is always 20/20. Very true. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. He is a tremendous marketer. And the thing is, he's a businessman. I will give him credit. This past episode, literally, I think it was published today. It might've been published today. You'll have to look at it. I think this is the closest he's come to being very self-aware, because he literally just flat out says, he's like, yeah, one of the criticisms of me is that I'm in it for the money. And he says, yeah, I'm in it for the money. I'm a businessman. So I go, okay, well, I think I don't have an issue where you just flat out say it. But at the same time, then I'm back to my original thing. It's not a crime to be a business person in the hobby because there's plenty of them. So it's like, you know, so on the one hand, I get it. And if somebody wants to hate him for that, I'm not going to argue with you because I have no issue with that. Um, I think the value he has as an analyst is minimal. If you like his product, then use his product. But his value as an analyst is minimal to me. So yeah, Dave's been buying too much forever. Yep. Well, that's your problem, Dave. When you collect every player in creation and players that never existed, then that's going to get kind of expensive. Yep. 5,000 inning game. We're getting there. Yep. Absolutely. What is the relationship between hobby content and the hobby itself? To what degree is the content now driving the hobby reporting versus reporting what is happening in the hobby? Okay. See, Joe, what you should be doing is you should be getting on here and asking that question yourself. But I like the question. Let me put it on here for a second. Do some work, people. But no, I like this question. I discussed this concept when I was talking about like a feedback loop. I literally did a video that in the title says feedback loop. If you ever want to go back and check it out, I even draw a pretty picture. It's a very lazy picture. It's not very good, but I was trying to make a point. The thing is, there is a symbiotic relationship because, okay, there's multiple versions of hobby content, right? If you're talking about somebody, let's say somebody decides, okay, my content is going to be just quote unquote reporting the news. I'm going to take the data and I'm literally just going to regurgitate the data. I'm going to say what's on that chart. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to say it, but I'm not going to analyze it per se. That's one thing, but that still feeds into the cycle because, so let's say a buyer group comes in and buys a bunch of cards, and we'll use our favorite, Luca PSA 10 Prisms, base cards, whatever. Okay, great. So they go out and buy a bunch of them, and they go out and buy a bunch of them for 20, 30, 40% higher than what's been the going rate, but they buy a bunch. Well, that data gets fed into these data analytics tools. The data analytics tools, the job is to scrub for this information. And you've got market movers, which takes a lot of that data at face value. And you've got Card Ladder, who tries to curate the data a little bit to see if there are outliers. But if there's a ton of purchases, because that's a very plentiful card, there's like 14, 15,000 PSA 10s of that one. That's why I use the example all the time. But if it's showing that sales are 20, 30, 40% higher over and over again over multiple things, and it looks like there are different bidders. Again, it's a buying group. I'm not saying just one person buying everything. And it's on auctions as well as buy it nows, as well as best offers. And you're seeing that kind of across the board. What ends up happening is you have to kind of then take it at face value. So let's say you admit all that data. So now you've got two different data analytics tools pulling from the same general data set, coming to the same conclusions. So now you've got this hobby content person who's quote unquote report the news. They're not going to analyze it. Okay, fine. So they say, okay, Luca base Prism is one of the hottest cards in the hobby. It's been going up 20, 30, 40%. And they show you the chart. Technically, that's true. Now, somebody else sees that, and there's two versions now of how this all plays into itself. So number one, this person is reporting what they're seeing in those analytics tools because the data is there as a pretty chart and they can show it. Somebody watches it and goes, oh man, maybe if I want to get that Luca base Prism I was kind of thinking about, maybe I should go buy in before it goes up even more. So now you've got another person who buys in at that 20, 30, 40% higher price, which adds another data point, which then feeds into the data tool, which gives more validity to what was originally a buying group. So now more people report on it. And then now you've got the other version of hobby content as well, where they use the same graph, but they decide they're going to do analysis. They say, oh, well, people are keying in that, Luka Doncic is getting the respect he deserves. And he's in my top 5, hottest cards in the hobby, because he's getting the respect he deserves. And people realize that Luka's going to be a GOAT, a transcendent player. Now, the second person is adding the hyperbole on top of it. The first one was just reporting this is what the graph says. Full stop. I'm not adding any analysis to it. The second person is adding the hyperbole and all this other stuff. Some other people see that and then they get, oh my God, I got to buy this. FOMO. Well, now they go in and buy, and now there's more of that. So that plays again into the data set. So the data set keeps getting more and more information that's saying, oh, these prices seem legit because I'm getting more and more data from different people. Because at first it was the buying group, but now it's real buyers, quote unquote, that are trying to get in on this before it's too late, FOMO. And now that's adding more to the data set. So it keeps feeding on itself. So to your question is, to what degree is the content now driving the hobby? most content is not going to drive the hobby unless it's like a huge influencer. If Gary Vee suddenly shows a bunch of, a bunch of cards of a PSA 10 or something, it might push some people to buy, which in turn feeds into the data set, which makes some people are not even paying attention to hobby content, but they're still impacted by it because those additional data points show up in the data tool. And if this person has their head down and they're not paying attention to content, but they're paying attention to the data tools, they come to the same conclusion. So it's like, ooh, that's problematic. That is very problematic. So they kind of feed off of each other. And that's the loop that I was referring to, where the content provider is getting the information from the data analytics tool. It's driving some people to buy, real people in this case, which in turn feeds the data tool, which then goes back to the content provider, and it just keeps feeding on itself in this circle. It's something I've observed over time where it just seems to be playing out. So they kind of are feeding off of each other. So let me quickly grab some of these comments here. Anyone that enters a market during the boom is going to think said market is a great investment, but they don't really understand the peaks and valleys. That is generally true in any quote unquote investment. That's always true. So J-Rod, I don't care for any of these platforms, similar market movers. Yeah, that's fair. By the time the players reach these top 10 lists, it's too late. Yes. The thing is, by the time you get the information, the thing has already happened. So now your question is, okay, are you trying to participate? There's a group of these people who understand this concept and are still trying to ride the peak. They're thinking like, okay, the peak hasn't hit yet. I'll buy now and get when the next peak hits and then get out. And everybody thinks they can time the market. And the more people think they can time it, that's where you run into a problem. So the best deals is 71 PSA Nolan Ryan, PSA 8. Yep. Yeah, I think that's fair. Grab Joe's comment here. Literature above the notion of truly omniscient narration is suspect. Yeah. Narrative credibility is a question. Yeah, we can't trust the narrator at this point. So I agree with that general premise. Right now, we have to be very wary. That is why I do encourage people to be extremely wary where they get their information from. I prefer when somebody does the analysis, because then at least I can look at the underlying logic behind the analysis. Maybe I disagree with it. Maybe I think their analysis is too simplistic. Maybe I don't think they're really thinking it through. Well, that's okay though, because that means then I know how to weigh their opinion relative to mine, because I can say like, well, if you're not really doing good analysis, then I can't take you at your word. But if someone is consistently doing good analysis, their logic seems sound, then maybe there's something to it. And then we can see. A lot of my favorite channels, and it's been mentioned on here before, if you ever check out LeetCo 3, he literally just does buys and sells. What that means is he's saying, I bought this card at this price. I've sent it in for grading. This is what it came back. You can actually watch the whole cycle. You get to see what he bought, and then you get to see when he sent it off for grading, and then you get to see when he got it back from grading, what he got in terms of that. And then he does a video where he says, all right, in my store, eBay store, I sold this card for this price. And he's not making any value judgment on it. He's literally saying, this is what I bought it for. I sent it in for grading. This is what it came back for in grading. And this is what I sold it for. And then he adds no additional judgment. It's just, this is what I am finding as a person who buys and sells regularly, because he does a lot of buying and selling. And it's devoid predominantly of analysis. He's not really adding much analysis to it, which makes it interesting if you're interested in just checking out the data from somebody who's doing some buying and selling. Just like the movie Wall Street, the illusion becomes a reality. Yes. Yep. No, I appreciate very much, Joe, that you put a lot of thought into a lot of these kind of questions and a lot of the comments. And I always enjoy that. I'm very much appreciative of it. That's why I say it's like, if you guys are thinking, you're always welcome here, and you're always welcome to ask any questions or give any comments or join me if you wish. Yeah. Book 2 of Don Quixote. Absolutely. Yeah. Is it where is he existing a fictional character? Yeah. But that's the thing though, is every content creator, that a lot of the videos that I do that are more general, where I'm talking about hobby content and those things, they're not directed at any specific content creators, but I do have content creators in mind when I'm thinking about some of these concepts and videos. And I will never really call them out by name, because I don't think it's worth it to get into that argument. But if I see certain things, patterns that are coming up a lot, that's where I like to do a video where I'm like, okay, these are some things that I see that I want you to think about, because I think there's some value in really giving it some thought. That's kind of the way that I would approach it. So eventually, so Card Canucks says, good evening, Card Canucks. Eventually with cars like Luke and Tiger Woods, there'll be so many more that no one wants anymore. Yeah, I will say that, well, like the Tiger Woods one, we even said last week, we were talking about it, and it's like, no, right now it's super inflated. The 2001 Upper Deck is like printed in the millions. That card is not rare. It's not difficult to find. It's very cheap. It's actually real. That card was cheap forever. You could have gotten your hands on about as many as you wanted to for the longest time. So just be aware of that, stuff like that. If you see a sudden spike like that, you can say, oh, well, Tiger's arguably the GOAT. Yeah. He was arguably the GOAT in 2001 when the card came out. His situation since hasn't improved the situation. And what deeply disturbed me, I'll tell you what deeply disturbed me and got me paying attention to a couple of the recent sports card investor videos lately. I'll usually catch them once in a while, but a lot of it gets repetitive, so I don't pay attention to it too much. I saw a video where he basically said that the Tiger Woods card would go down, and I was like, wait, I agree with something you say? The end is nigh. The end is nigh. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, next year by tax season is going to be a whole different landscape. Maybe. Maybe not. But I'll be honest, we right now haven't seen much of a connection between, I guess it depends on what level of the hobby you're talking about, though. I'll be honest with you. A lot of the people buying the higher end stuff is businesses and groups, fractional investing things. I don't think that's going to have any impact whatsoever. Tax season will be irrelevant to them. I don't think it'll matter. In all honesty, I don't think it'll matter. I haven't seen it. I've heard about it. It sounded like an interesting movie. I just haven't, be honest, I haven't done a lot of movie watching lately, which is ironic since the channel, if you go back in the archives 5 and 6 years ago, I used to talk a lot about movies, but mostly action movies. I wasn't really into the other genres as much. The problem with Boston Kid here is that he never looks at the cards as a commodity, but as one, let's see, buy it at one price and sell it at a higher price, just hoard the cards. Yeah. But that means you're a collector, and that's okay. And that's perfectly fine. Right now it's going to be tricky. Being a pure collector right now is very tricky because you have a minefield to navigate right now. That's kind of the issue with it. So Patrick here says there's a vast lack of available hockey and football cards in grades 9 and 10 of major stars. If someone had patiently stocked these and PSA'd them, they could do quite well. Yes. But I will bet you, and I'm hearing it from some of the content folks that I do pay attention to, because you want to pay attention if you have the time. If you don't have the time, don't worry about it. And fortunately, in a situation like this, I can fill you in a little bit. I'm hearing a lot of them are really angling on the likelihood of those fractional share companies and those institutional investors buying up a lot of cards that fall under those categories. If they do, which they very well could, if they're going to get into the game and put big money up, they could buy up a lot of that inventory. Then don't be shocked if it's even harder to come by. And the angle this person was taking on it is, as a person who likes to flip, they're looking at buying some of these cards so that they have them in advance of that, so that if that means the prices shoot up even more because of the institutional money, they have a suddenly more valuable commodity that's suddenly in short supply, and they can make their money out of it. So Rick here has the correct thing here. Do your own research. Don't pay for data. Ask friends in the hobby. Yeah. You don't have to pay for data. I will say that a lot of so I'll put it this way. The first sentence, I 100% cosign. Ask friends in the hobby. I'm completely good with it. 100% cosign. I would say don't pay for data. Well, don't pay for data if you don't want to or if you don't need it. If you have some use for the data, then data's data. It's like having data in any other avenue. That's like being a stock market investor and saying, yeah, don't pay for data. It's like, go with hunches. It's like, well, again, I'm not comparing the stock market with sports cards because, again, it is apples to rutabagas, but be aware that the reason why anyone pays for any analytic tools and those stock market and things like that is because there is some data there that, if you are a person who's doing consistent flipping, could be useful to you. If you're a collector, you certainly don't need to pay for data. So in that middle sentence fits perfectly. If you're a collector, then of course, don't pay for it. You can ask friends who maybe have experience, but some of those friends may have data of their own. Victor was talking about on his most recent video about VCP, and he's going to look into maybe doing a video on it. Well, VCP is data aggregation inside of a tool. So, and you can pay for it and get some of the premium features of it. Again, you don't have to, but that's all I'm saying. Absolutely. Being a collector now is fun though. Yep. Zig another Zag and their deals. Yes. The thing is, it doesn't matter what happens with this market. There are opportunities. Now, you may not have the energy to go and seek you may not have the energy to seek out all those quote unquote opportunities. Maybe that's not what you're in this game for. And if that's the case, well, then don't worry about it. Don't kill yourself over it. We grab Seb's thing here. So let's do this here. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Carlos, can you hear me? It's a nice looking beer you got there.
It's interesting. We'll put it that way. it's very festive. I don't know how I feel about cranberry lager. I don't know about that one.
There's some turkey, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah. So let me grab Seb's comment here, and then we'll chat up a little bit. So Seb says, give him 10 copies of almost any good rookie PSA 10 and 3 friends with high feedbacks. Yes. The thing is, though, that's the point I'm trying to get at. I think people underestimate, for certain cards, not for everything, for certain cards, how little it would take to produce enough valid looking, let me use the keywords here, valid looking data points to then be able to create a self-fulfilling prophecy. For certain cards, if the now for the Luca Prism PSA, no, you're going to need to buy hundreds or a lot. You're going to need a lot of volume. But for certain other cards that maybe are a population in the low hundreds or in the maybe 200 or 300, well, a couple of dozen would probably be enough to shift the market. Because if some are sitting in collections and things like that, and you suddenly start seeing some sales that look legitimate enough that end up in these tools, some people are only paying attention to data. They've got their head down. They're not watching influencers. They're not watching hobby content. They're not paying attention to it. From their perspective, the chart will show it, and if they trust the chart that much, they'll respond. The people that are influenced will respond based on the influencers and the people throwing it at them. It's like, oh my God, this has gone up like 60%. If it turns out mathematically that's true, but we don't know why, but you just take it at face value, that may influence how you react. That's how that works. It doesn't take a lot, though. I think there is some folks with a lot of money who are going to be throwing it at certain specified targets. And if they're really good at picking their targets, you can make some serious moves that will shift those markets very quickly. That's just what I believe. It's a math problem at that point. Yep. Turnip's not rutabaga anymore. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You do have to be careful with it. But yeah, no, you did post some great questions, Joe, because the reality is that I do believe that cycle's a real thing. That's why I laugh. Sometimes I'll hear somebody say something like, I'm like, damn it. I'm going to send you a link to my video. He just watched my video. I already talked about this months ago.
Well, I think it's hard to
Mhm.
be a content creator and not have somebody stand back and say, what are your motives?
Yes.
What are you setting into motion?
Mhm.
Um, and so maybe we should give a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. I mean, I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't have all the information, but I just assume that, you're always advocating for this.
Mhm.
Be a critical thinker.
Yes.
Take into account all the multiplicity of possibilities, perspectives, what's seen, what's not seen,
Mhm.
and make your own analysis. And that's one of the reasons I really appreciate you. You mentioned a little bit back, it's a tricky time to be a collector, and I
It
think
can be. Yeah, it can be.
it can be. One what resonated when you said that for me was I almost feel like I've been driven to the flipping model.
Mhm.
I was never a flipper.
Yep.
I was a collector. I
Mhm.
wanted the cards to come in, and with the amazing spike, boom, whatever you want to call it, that we're seeing now,
Mhm.
it's almost like to collect in the same way that I've collected. I almost have to think a little bit more. Where can I turn a little bit of profit so that I can continue to collect in the same way that I've always collected, which is weird. I don't
Mhm.
like that necessarily,
Yeah,
but
no, I get you. I think let me give you a fun story. Let me go back in time a little bit. To when I was a young guy, because Charles here, I caught this comment and I had a little fun with it. So let me have a little fun with this with Charles here, because this will be a good story that is relevant here. So Charles, I believe, is 14, so right around. So when I was 14, that would have been around 97, so 1997. I used to have a card shop in Toronto. It was called Legends of the Game. And what they did is real estate in Toronto was very expensive, especially around that territory because they were near the Sky Dome. And I'm going to call it the Sky Dome till the end of time. I don't care. But in that part of town, real estate was super expensive, and they had a pretty big space, all things considered. But what they used to do is they used to buy a lot of collections, including vintage. Now, the reason why I referenced Charles here is that I was in those years, and as a teen, I was very much a vintage collector. I love to do. I built the good chunk on my 56 top set, 55 Bowman set. Now, the 55 Bowman set is the one used as the key example here. I'm being very specific. 1/3 of that set came from that late 90s time. So let me explain what happened. So they would buy these big collections, but they were doing so much volume at that time. And even though it's like, oh, but it's the late 90s, the hobby wasn't hot like today, but it was still hot enough. They were able to do a lot of inventory and move a lot of product. They had no problem moving product. Here's the thing though, they didn't care about vintage, but they would buy it because it was part of the collection. And it would just get dumped into like the corner and thrown into these binders and whatever. Now, it wasn't the high grade stuff. I was into buying a lot of the low grade stuff because I knew they just didn't value it. And they wouldn't even sort it. They wouldn't even paying attention to what was there. Now I was never entrepreneurial when I was a kid, but I knew what the market was. So I was sitting there going, I knew what the market was. So I went over there and I'd be like, do you mind if I look at some of the vintage cards? They would stare at me like, why are you looking at the vintage? But they would be like, fine, whatever. And they go, what do you want? It's like, just let me see the low grade ones. And that disarmed them enough where they're like, fine, whatever. Here's the stack. Go ahead. So they said, if I want to buy a bunch of them, what can we do? So they would like a dollar a card. So it didn't matter what it was just $1 a card. So I would build up a stack. Now, I'll explain first how I was a little bit entrepreneurial, but I'll explain why I wasn't fully entrepreneurial. Because I knew what the market was, it was $1 per card. It didn't matter what it was. So if it was a New York Yankee, didn't matter. If it was a Brooklyn Dodger, didn't matter. They had premiums. Now, if you took 55 Bowman, a third of my set was built on $1 cards back in the day. But they also had 52 tops. I bought high numbers for $1. And even back then, they were worth a decent amount. So I would sit there and look, just flip it on the back and say, yep, that's card number 314 or that's card number 327. It's like on the pile for $1. I was partially entrepreneurial because back then in the late 90s, I would go over to eBay and I would go selling for 40 or 50 or $60 US. And at the time, the Canadian dollar was very disadvantageous, but that meant I was making $100 a card for a card I paid $1 Canadian for. Now, if I was entrepreneurial, now that was partially entrepreneurial a little bit. So I would flip these cards and I'd make some money. That was back in the late 90s. Now, if I was fully entrepreneurial, then what I would have done is I would have gone over to my parents and go, listen, no questions. I'm Carlos. Just trust me on this. Because even back then I would do that. Just like, just trust me on this. Just give me a couple $100 and don't ask me any questions and I'll give you back your money. Don't worry about it. And the thing is, most likely, if I was very serious about it, they would have given me the money and I could have just bought them out of everything. I could have bought thousands of cards at $1 a piece and probably sold them for $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 easily. With what they had, I could have made almost six figures in my teens. Now, what the hell would I have done with six figures in my teens? Nothing. That's part of the reason I didn't. But to tell you where my mindset was, I was happy to do these little flips and make some money and basically let my hobby sustain itself even back then. But I obviously didn't care enough. Otherwise, I would have taken the big money. If you can make $100,000 in 1997, that's good money, Joe. That's pretty good money. Now, basically, my university would have been paid off back when I was 14, and then some. But I wasn't that entrepreneurial, at least not enough, not to that degree. But the opportunity was there. That's the point. Back then, the opportunity was there. And it was only because of good old-fashioned arbitrage. I understood that it was underpriced in this market, this shop, where they didn't know what they had. But when I go to eBay, they know exactly what it is, and they will pay market rate. That's arbitrage. That's always been around. That's not new.
So what I'm hearing from that trip down memory lane, which I greatly appreciate, and that's,
It was a good time. It was fun.
You were strengthening your mind as a collector in that process, right? Like you could have bought it outright, but you were probably actually thinking, you were being discerning in your examination of those cards and thinking, which I think there's a benefit there for a young collector, right? To build that muscle. But what I'm hearing from your comment, the takeaway I get is that we are now more entrepreneurial.
We are. It's just out of necessity because, and this is a conversation I've had off and on with Jeremy over time. I've said a million times, this, our two channels are complementary. They're very different, but they have their differences, but they're complementary. So he can come on here and chat and I can go on his and chat, but it's very different. The two different setups, right? It's two different setups. Jeremy's mind at this point, and he's already talked about it in his backstory. As soon as he saw a price guide, his mind flipped. At that time, I knew about the price guide. My mind didn't flip. It still stuck very, very hard set to a collector standpoint. Because if I was going business standpoint, the answer was get the money, buy the whole lot, and sell it. That's what a businessman does. Now, At this stage in the game, I would do it for practical reasons, but well, it's like, well, they're holding it anyway. It would be more like, it'd be more, but for me, it'd still be more with reluctance. It's not like, oh man, look at how much money I can make on this. I would have made a king's ransom compared to what it would have cost me. I would have made multiples, many multiples, and done extremely well. But I was picking up pieces that I knew I could flip. I was picking up pieces that I knew I could do well on. I was keeping it modest because I didn't have that much money without asking for it. If I had asked for it, I would have had access. I could have reached to the local bank and asked for it if I'd wanted it badly enough. And I could have made that pitch and they would have let me have it. They trusted my judgment, so they would have let me have it. But the thing is, I was thinking in my head, like, okay, I'll pick up some cards that'd be kind of fun, that'd be kind of cool. And I know some of these are going to stay in the collection. They're still in the set from 23 years ago. Now, some of that stuff will get upgraded over time, but I'm not in a hurry. I don't care. I built that set by hand. There's a pride in like I built that set by hand. Today it would cost me many multiples to build it, but a good third of that set came from that hoard that I bought one card at a time in these stacks. And I went through the time and went through the trouble.
So the question I have, and I'm not quite sure why I have this question, but did you consider that in a conscious way?
Which part?
Did you consider I have the option to actually borrow money from the bank or get some money from my parents or gather resources in any way I can so that I can make a larger sum of money, or did that question not even really occur to you because you were just doing what you were doing?
I thought, no, I have a mind for, like I said, I didn't have the ambition or desire necessarily to jump into an entrepreneurial thing. But the first thing I thought when I looked at how much they had, I go, I'm one phone call away from just taking the whole stack.
See it.
That's what I wanted.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I was also interested in stocks and those types of investment early on. But maybe this would be the way I can answer you. This would be a good way to give an underlying, because a lot of this will explain a lot of the approach I take to the hobby and business and money and all that. I actually don't care about money. What I care about is what it can give you in terms of options. The money itself does not excite me. So an expensive card doesn't excite me. That doesn't interest me. It has to be interesting to me. One of the conversations that I've skirted around and I didn't get a chance to ask it, and I remember I was going to ask it one time, I think when Dave was on. I wanted to ask him, it's like, is there a point where you could have a card valuable enough where you might not even want to have it around you? Because at a certain value level, you wouldn't want to have it around the house for insurance purposes and all that. It actually becomes a bit of a burden. And then you have to go take it into the bank vault. And I'm at the stage in my life where, I don't even want that around me. If that's the case, then you know what? I would rather sell it and buy a lower condition version that falls below that threshold and have the lower condition version in my house and let somebody else have it, because it's like, I don't want a card in my house that I have to be worried about as a security concern. I don't want it. Even if I had millions of dollars and I could afford it and, not a big issue, I actively don't want it. That's my mentality for collecting, is like, this would be a burden to me. This would be irritating to me. That would not excite me. Even if other collectors would be envious, they would love. I don't want Nat Turner's collection, but it's an awesome collection. I can respect it. I can enjoy looking at it on Instagram and such. I can respect it, but I don't want it.
So this reminds me of one of my best friends, and I think I might be a little older than you, Carlos, and this was in the early '80s, and we were doing conventions, and my friend picked up a '52 Topps mantle, and it was in pretty good condition, and he got it for $1,000, and of course that was just a ridiculous amount of money for a 15-year-old to gather in 1982 or whenever it was. But he bought it, and then eventually he sold it for $3,000, which I was a little bit upset when I heard that. We as high schoolers do, we'd kind of gone slightly different directions in our friendship groups, and I was like, "You sold the mantle?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I realized something. Mm-hmm. You can't have the money and the card at the same time. And I thought that was, that stuck with me, for till now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the thing is, right there in that one sentence, it's a perfect synopsis of this concept, is that, okay, look, if you're excited about the money, then take the money. If you're excited about the card, then take the card. But the card could be worth $100 million. Who cares until you sell it? To me, your $100 million card is worth nothing. It is one fire away from being Kindle. It is one piece of water away from being, wet cardboard that gets thrown out. And one thing that I occasionally like to remind some folks of that I have fun with is if you take the 52 tops card, if you're familiar with the cardboard stock and everything, it's layers. Like if you look at the side of it, it's layers of this cardboard that build the cardboard up. If you take the 52 tops mantle, as expensive it as it is, peel the back off, peel the front off, it's the same as any other 52 tops outside of a couple of layers on both sides. The 52 tops mantle is not anything, is 98% the Andy Pafko, is 98% any other, pick a common. They're 98% the same DNA. It's just that front and the back that suddenly makes the mantle worth something. That's it. It's a piece of cardboard, man. I never lost perspective that it's a piece of cardboard. And that's why I have some fun. I tease, but I'll look at, and Jeremy had his post where he says, sports cards make sports better. It's like, no, they don't. I'd watch sports without cards. I collect cards without watching the sport. They're two separate entities, but okay, I get it. Does it make life better? No, it doesn't. Doesn't make my life better. It doesn't make it any worse. It just is. It's a part of my life. It has no tangible impact on my life. But he's entitled to his opinion. And if it makes his life better, well, then great. Cardboard makes your life better. Hey, I'll go get you some Amazon boxes. That'll make your life way better. Oh, I'll get you a stack. All the cardboard you can stand, my friend. All of it. All the cardboard. It'll be exciting. But it's perspective. It's still cardboard. It's still cardboard, guys. Have fun with it. Now, Bobby, let's see if your audio works this time. I'm curious. Nope. You got. I was wondering. I was genuinely curious. I needed to know. Oh my goodness, I love it. All right, Bobby, you know the drill. You know the drill, Bobby. You gotta kick out and come back in. I don't know why, but it always does it for some reason. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see you in a second. Go for it.
What I was going to say, though, my story wasn't perfectly aligned with what you were expressing
Sure, I get it.
about the Bowman sorting, but
yeah,
I think part of what I was coming from was, going back another decade to the 80s, early 80s at that, and even late 70s. It was just so far from our minds, right? I mean, we wanted the cards because we wanted the cards, mm-hmm. and maybe if you were to examine sort of the influences of profiting or in some instances just sustaining a livelihood, because many longtime collectors, that was their deal, that was their livelihood, that was they were on the road, they were traveling from convention to convention, and maybe they had been up to this point. I haven't tracked the convention scene as much, but I guess the point is, I think there was, and this may sound naive, and it may have been a byproduct of being, a teenager at the time, but there was a little bit more purity in the collecting impulse.
Well, that's why I used the Jeremy example as a time when the switch was flipped for him. If you remember, he mentioned that when he first saw the guide, it flipped the switch for him. Well, the thing is, in my age bracket, I'm years younger. I'm about a decade younger than he is. But the end result of that is that when I was growing up, the price guides were already there. They're ubiquitous. So one of the first things I have, and I don't have it with arm's reach, but I've used an example in the past in a video where I showed, it wasn't the original, it was a hardcover version of it, but there was like this visual price guide. It was like a 1993 edition that I grabbed. It was very similar to the one that I had growing up. And it had all the prices on it and stuff. But what I was interested in was the color pictures that had a lot of the vintage cards. That was the interesting part for me. It's like, yeah, I can see the prices. Yeah, I think the mantle was $8,000 already by that point, which is a king's ransom, in king's ransom. But I was just interested in the card. Yeah, very similar concept. Exactly. For me, the color pictures was the thing that drew me to it. I like that. So, but I already knew about the prices, and it's one of those things where, because maybe, and I'll use a silly example. This is a silly example, but I want you to understand kind of what I'm getting at here. In my house, we never had an issue in my family anywhere going on the long line with anybody would have any issues with drinking, but there would be beer and liquor and everything all around the house. My family's approach, my dad, when we were young kids, he would be like, if you ever want to have a sip of one, just ask. There was no mystery. It was in the fridge. You want to grab it? He'd be like, go ahead. And because of that, no interest. So the exposure was there. So the draw wasn't as strong. The reason I use this analysis is because the analogy here is that I knew about the prices. There was no flip the switch aha moment. It was there from day one. Because of that, I was kind of inoculated to it. It's like, yeah, I don't care. If I want the card, I want the card. I don't care what the price says. But that informs my collecting, because it's like, we joke about it and I tease about it, but Jeremy's world would get really rocked if all our cards went to zero. Mine would not, because I'd just go on about my business. Oh, darn, my collection's worthless. So what?
Mine would be fine.
Yeah, who cares? Why do I care?
I got the uncut sheet here. Baseball too.
Yeah. I've never treated my collecting pursuits. I've never treated it as money that I need to recuperate. I don't treat it as money I need to get back. I treat it like a boat. It's a sinkhole. Just money goes in and maybe something comes out, but doubtful. And if it does, it's a bonus. I chuckle when it does. It's a treat. It's a special treat. Hey, I made money on something. That's awesome. But most of the time I treat it like not it's a sinkhole. That's why I don't want to set records, Joe. I don't want to set records because it's like I'm throwing more money in the sinkhole. No, I'd like to throw less money. I'd like the bargain. I like the bargain. I'd rather pay less.
But has there been a moment in the recent time or perhaps the past when you could not afford a card and the next best option was not sufficient and you had to kind of grapple a little bit with that, and how did that go?
Mm-hmm. Well, for most of the cards that I couldn't afford, well, for a long time I couldn't afford any of the decent cards. That's why I was taking advantage of the $1 special that I was able to create for myself in that instance. But what happened was, as I went along, I knew that if I ever wanted to get I knew early on that if I wanted to get something like the 52 Tops Mantle, I would have had to make a concerted effort. I knew that it would have to be like, no, if I dedicate myself to this, I can get it. But that's it. It's got to be like, I either go for it, because remember, my mind's already here in the late 90s. It was a lot cheaper back then to get your hands on this card. So if I went for it in 1998 and started moving towards that, maybe it would have taken me until 99 or early 2000s, but that's still way cheaper than today. And I could have gotten for a fraction. My 53 Tops Mantle, I bought for $400. And it's a nice card. It's got eye appeal. Guess what? That's $1,000 plus minimum for that card. And then that eye appeal, I've seen ones go for over $1,500, $1,600. Great investment, Carlos. I wanted it for my collection, but I understood that the price would go up. So I made a concerted decision. I go, got to go get this one now. The time is right. That's a situation where the understanding that it will happen, that's, you got to use your brain on that one. So I held off on some other cards that I could have bought at that moment because I said, I want to have this before, because I don't want to buy it at $1,500, $1,600 when it comes. It was a matter of time.
Yeah, people just have that mentality. I think, everybody comes in a little differently. My friend says he goes, well, I bought this 5 years ago. He goes, I want to get the same amount out or more. I'm saying, well, you enjoyed it for 5 years. So if you don't get the same amount of money, you enjoyed it for 5 years. That's value in itself.
Correct. Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. As much as I like to say that it is extreme, it's very rare. Pretty much none of those cards go to zero. And if you're buying a good card of a quality player and things like that, it's not going to go to zero. But it shouldn't be your main occupation. That's the only point I make, is that if that's your main concern, then I have concerns for you, because the hobby is going to be painful for you rather than enjoyable. It's not going to be a pleasant experience if you're concerning yourself with the ebbs and flows of the market. The fact that it went up 4 or 5 times from when I paid for it, that's awesome. It just means I saved some money. It means I don't have to pay it now. I have my card.
But the mentality now is to invest a lot.
Good old hashtag yes. So I just want to grab this one here because Richie asked the question. It's like about the fractional share thing. The jury's still out on this one because I've toyed around with this idea a little bit. I would be curious to see, because you can retain some ownership on paper of the card, right? Even though you don't physically retain ownership. I guess it goes back to, do you consider yourself an owner? And maybe, Joe, you can take a stab at this as well. Do you consider yourself an owner of a card if it's in the bank vault? I mean, use that as an example. But in this case, it would be with the fractional share company, because technically they're holding it for you in their facility. You could retain 50, 60% ownership of the card. So on paper, you are the owner, but you sold off a 40% stake and collected the funds. So you got some money. On paper, you own the card, but it's not in your possession because they have to hold it.
Yeah, but you don't have access to it.
Nope, not necessarily. No.
Well, if you have it in the bank vault, you can go visit it any day.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. It's like, but even in that situation, though, if you can visit any day, that's true. But you've reached a stage at that point in your collecting life where it's like you pretty much have to leave it there most of the time. You can go visit it. It's like, yeah, you own it, but you can go visit it when the situation allows.
Or bring it home for visits.
Yeah, it's like with the armored car, handcuff the suitcase to your wrist.
I guess.
I don't know.
It doesn't do much for me.
It doesn't seem like the most exciting way. So hey, Vinny, I caught your comment.
But I understand. It's just like investing into Coca-Cola or Apple or whatever. You own a fractional share.
Yeah.
Same difference. Same difference, really.
Yeah.
A
So
little more volatile.
Yeah, that's the reason I posed the question. But Joe, do you understand kind of where I'm getting at? Is that to me that doesn't feel exciting.
No.
Yeah, you own the card, but it's like you got to go set up conjugal visits. Like, no, thank you. Okay. I'd rather not.
So
let's not say we did.
And I do have, a safety deposit box. There are not cards there that I would need Brinks trucks. It's just a little bit of peace of mind in a current context of my life. But one small solution, which I don't think is necessarily perfect, but because there was almost a plate tectonic shift in
oh my God, plate tectonics. I love it. Go on.
The movement in the industry, where there were moments, as you said, where you could have afforded something if you put your mind to it. And then now, I mean, I trust your wherewithal, Carlos. If you put your mind to it and that was the only thing that was important in your life for the next 5 years, I'm sure you could probably get a 52 mantle of some.
Here's the thing. I know for a fact, I can tell you definitively, if my goal right now is to get a 52 top mantle, I could have it inside of 24 months. I guarantee you could book it. Yep. But it would also require a lot of my creative energy to build the exact plan of how I would approach that, and it would be to the detriment of any other collecting pursuits. It would have to be like laser focused on it. This doesn't feel exciting to me. That feels like work. It feels like work.
Then you would own it, right? I mean, I think that's your point. It's like then you would own it, and where would you go from there? Yeah. I mean,
I could make a video out of it. It'd be great. It's like
one small panacea that I have is, there was a card I really wanted. I never got around to getting it. Now it's out of my price range, and so I have to go with the reprint. And so I got it in
the satchel page. Yeah,
the satchel page. It's like a beautiful card. It's always been a card that's attracted me, and I'm not going to own it. I've accepted that 5 figures for a card at this point is not something I'm interested in. So if one, I mean, it is what it is. I'm lucky enough to have like a very low grade Jackie, and I'll be happy with that. But
yeah. But that was that to your point. That's kind of goes back to, and Bobby and I have had this conversation offhand where if this was the only hobby I had, maybe it's a slightly different conversation, true. Or if this was the only interest I have, it would be a slightly different conversation. But the perspective of like, guys, it is cardboard. Like it is cardboard. Because I said to Bobby, when you talk about 5 figures, I'm a guy who I'm a guy who would love to partake in watch collecting. I love watches. I love the mechanics. I love the design. I love all these things. Well, guess what? A lot of the watches I aspire to get are 5-figure watches. So if you tell me, okay, Carlos, you can have the 5-figure watch or a 52 tops mantle, which one do you want? I'm buying the watch, Joe. I don't want to offend anyone. I'm buying the damn watch. Because I will wear it on my wrist. Because I can still wear it on my wrist. As expensive as it is, I will wear it on my wrist. Like I wear it on my wrist. I will enjoy it. I can appreciate the mechanic. It's a mechanical piece of art. It is someone who designed this thing made it work. It works on its own, and you can wind it up and it goes. A card's still a piece of cardboard. It will lay on the desk. It's not going to do anything for me. It's not going to dance. It's not going to do anything.
Is now the time we show off our watches? Oh.
Well, right now, all you're getting from me is the good old G-Shock right now, because day to day around the house, this is the most logical watch. But I did buy a pre-owned Rolex for myself for my 30th birthday. So I went at the time and I put the money. And here's the thing, again, not intentional as an investment, but it's worth probably 60 or 70% more than what I bought it for. Number one, and number two, I was able to get the serial number. It is my birth year watch.
Ooh.
So I was able to get a birth year one where I was able to take the time and find a pre-owned dealer who had, because you can tell by the serial number, the production year. Yeah. So it is a 1983. So that's my birth year. So I've got a 1983 watch that I've got and I can enjoy. So that adds a little spice to it. It is not as expensive as a 52 tops mantle, but to me, it has tremendous value. I enjoy it. And I had a different one that I had bought previously that wasn't a birth year watch. I gave that to my dad and he wears it. He's got a couple of my watches, to be honest with you. He wears nice watches and he just wears them lounging around the house. So he's got tens of thousands of dollars in watches that I bought that he gets to wear. He gets to loan. He's on semi-permanent loan.
I have fractional ownership of a Timex. So,
well,
possession is 9/10 of the hobby. So that's whether you're investing in a mantle card or you're putting an old sports car, muscle car, in your driveway. Whatever you want, you can have it. It's just a matter of putting the money.
If you're determined enough and you're help but that's kind of the point I've tried to make in the past, is that if that is your genuine aim, then maybe look at, because I've talked to Josh from Carbo Chronicles. Well, then maybe look at consolidation. Like, so do you want the big vast collection, or do you want these centerpiece cards? Because if you're going to these centerpiece cards, maybe you could still make it happen you could make it happen a couple different ways. That expands your options, right? If your focus is you want to create your own personal Mount Rushmore of cards, and you want these pieces that you'll have to put in the bank vault because you're not going to be able to keep them in your house.
Go.
We can find ways to make this happen for you. There are creative ways to make it occur. But is that what you want? I guess that's kind of the question, because other than you'll know you have it, you'll be able to take a nice picture. You'll be able to show people the picture. You won't be able to show them the card unless you visit the bank, but you'll have it. What did that do for you?
I mean, for me personally, collecting's always been a very, very, I don't know, individual experience. And I'm appreciative of, the new communities that we're creating, especially in COVID times, and all the connections I'm making. And I am a very, big fan of, human interaction, but for whatever reason, life circumstances, collecting for the last 20 years at least has been very individual and very personal and almost intimate unto myself. So in some ways, knowing that it's there, being able to look at it, like having access, I'm not at all, like, fractional is not something for me, but having something in a safe place and being able to look at it, custodial or otherwise, is compelling. And I don't,
that's the key. As long as it meets that criteria, if it meets that need, I'm not going to judge it. Then you know what? Then it meets the criteria. That would be insufficient for me. I like having it under the same roof that I'm on. That's my preference. But if simply the knowledge that, yes, it belongs to me, one way or another, it's in a secure place, I can go get it if I need to, but it is mine. If that will suffice, that's as valid as anything else. I'm not going to judge it. But everybody has to make that decision. They have to figure out where that line is, because some people are thinking of it romantically and they don't understand the practical reality. Because it's like, once you get it, are you going to have it in your house and do those arrangements, or are you going to put it in the bank vault?
House. Every day, all day.
Yeah.
I can't keep it in a bank vault. I just, insure it if you're worried about it. But you have to have it. That's when I used to collect wax packs, and I hated grading them because I wanted to take them out. I wanted to touch them. It's like comic books. You get a comic book, get it graded, you can never read it again. It's sort of like, it just takes away that, a card is a card, front and back, Carlos did the example, Andy Papo, it's just a card, another card, it doesn't, it's there.
When people, but a lot of folks that don't know vintage don't realize that if you actually look at those cards, look at the edge. You can actually see on some of the cards, you can actually see the layers.
The ones that I own that are that old, of course.
Yeah. If you look at it, you can physically see the layers that were pressed together to make the card, and then you come to the realization this card is layers. To the point that it's like, in reality, 98% of this is the same, no matter what player is showing on the card. Mm-hmm. So if you remove those, it could be the $10 comment, the $5 comment, and it would be the exact same thing. And you wouldn't know. Because if the front and back were torn off, it's like, so which is it? Is it 52 top? If your imagination says it is, technically there's no difference. It's the front and the back that makes the card, that makes the value. That's the difference. That's the differentiator. But again, it's like a philosophy trick. It's a psychology trick. It's like, I'm only telling you what is true, and then you can decide what you want to do with
it. I just throw in as a little asterisk without getting very far into it. It's not my best way. I'd prefer that it were otherwise with regards to, under the roof, as Bobby says.
Yeah. And but we all have to acknowledge our practical realities, right? Like, for you, what you mentioned a moment ago means that for you, the knowledge, simply the understanding that, yes, it is mine. And maybe you take some high res scans and can look at them when you want, and that works. And if that works, then you know what? Go.
I'm not saying it's working perfectly. It's working for the now by circumstance, and I'll just leave it at that. But it's in the big picture, I believe, in the spirit of really, collecting in a passionate way. You want to hold, you want to touch, you want to look at different angles and different moments, and that's the power of the hobby.
Yeah,
that's why I collect merchandise. I have a leaf room that has all the leaf stuff in it, and I sit in the room and I just look around and I enjoy it that way. It's just my preference. That's all.
Yeah, the only reason I use that example a fair bit with some folks is that I have to, because some of them have those aspirations, and I say to them, that when you reach a certain threshold, for practical purposes, it would be tricky. It would not impossible. You can just take your chances if you want. You can have your T206 Honus Wagner, your 52 Tops Mantle just sitting on the countertop if you want. Your PSA 7s or PSA 8s. It's like, yeah, just let it sit on the counter. It's great. Hey, I'll invite some people over to do some constructions or something. Yeah, just leave it on the counter. Your life, you take your chances. I'm not going to judge you, but I'm saying you probably wouldn't feel super secure. And even if you put it in the bank vault inside the house, it's like, okay, great. So when someone breaks in and puts a gun to your face and says, yeah, unlock the vault, well, it's there. Like I said, I guess it depends on what you can live with. That's really what it comes down to. What are you comfortable with that you can live with? For me, I collected Medano because he's my favorite player growing up. But the advantage of collecting Medano is I've got a Hall of Fame player whose biggest cards are barely cracking 4 figures. And I mean barely. On a good day.
And I totally hear you on how that in some ways is like the blessing of just not having to, think of corollaries, right? We were talking about curation a few episodes back, but like art collectors, I'm sure have to deal with this all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Women that get a really fat rock, need to think about what they're doing. Are they wearing that out? When it might be.
It is true, but a piece of art has one advantage in that if you have like a Van Gogh, it's basically one of a kind. So when you go to insure it, it's a little bit easier to be like, yeah. Whereas opposed to like you say, oh, I've got a Wayne Gretzky PSA 7, rookie. It's like, yeah, okay. So what's the current going rate is about this? Is it a nice 7?
And it's replaceable.
Is it a nice 7 or is it kind of a low grade 7 that could probably be a 6? Because there's those nuances, right? Yeah. A Van Gogh's a Van Gogh. As long as the Van Gogh's been preserved well, it is what it is. And there's not 50 of them or 1,000 of them or 10,000 of them. So it's a little bit trickier to be like, especially for the specific one, because otherwise you're talking about a print. Then you're not talking about an original. You're talking about a print. And in effect, every sports card is a print. Because you're not getting the original. You're getting, because the T206s are lithographs. You're not getting a lithograph. You're getting a print off of the lithograph. And that's what even the Honus Wagner, even that one, as rare as it is, it's in the 40 or 50 or 60 card range. It's fairly rare, all relative. Compared to a Gretzky rookie, it's super rare. That's the reason it goes into those high figures, even for low condition versions. The Gretzky has condition scarcity. If you get a 10, super rare. A 9, pretty rare. An 8, still pretty rare. But if you go get a raw copy somewhere, you can probably find a bunch. There's a bunch of them sitting in collections somewhere that nobody's even looked at for years.
Mm-hmm.
They're out there.
Oh, lots of them.
Yeah.
Lots. Especially Gretzky.
Yeah, but that's the reason I use the example. It's like it is an iconic card, but it is not by any metric rare,
right?
In any way, shape, or form.
How many do you see at the expo if you go through it? Let's say even a year ago.
Yeah,
it's got to be 100.
Yeah, the reason why I use that analogy and I have fun with it, Joe, is like as little interest as I have in the card in general. I have had 2 go through my hands in the last 24 months. I picked one up because I originally was thinking, maybe I'll do the set. And then I kept thinking about it, I don't really want to do these commons. And you know what? I don't really like this card. Get out of here. Get out of my face.
So to extend the other example, which would be fine jewelry and a diamond on your finger,
sure.
There are folks, women, I'll just say women, who choose to wear it. Right. They want to wear it. They want to enjoy it. It's rock that was, part of that, sanctimonious moment. And then there people who would prefer not to, or to have an imitation, right? Like they can have the thing that's not going to make them sweat and worry when they, they're staying at a hotel. Like, what are we doing with this thing? And I mean, you start to see elements of, I guess, ways of being in the world. Some people, no big deal, they'll roll with it. Some people, it's like, no, I want that protected, or I'm not even going to wear an imitation. It's not coming out with me, or it's insured. And I get the insurance piece. I guess for me, since I'm not someone that's ever really done a whole lot of insurance or gotten a lot of return on what little insurance I've done, I don't know, that part I just kind of like gloss over the insurance. I'm not insuring. I don't think I'm insuring, maybe property insurance, but is that really how much is that going to help you if and when that were
the thing is with the collectibles and things like that. So let me put it this way. I've looked into it at different times. Sports cards, they say they cover some stuff, but realistically, most house insurance don't do that. Now, if you've got some jewelry or some, luxury watches or something, you can include it as part of a retainer in there because that's normal stuff they're used to. You can be like, okay, here's a serial number of this. So for theft and stuff like that, they can cover, and it's relatively inexpensive comparatively to some other stuff. Now with cards, it'd be like, okay, so you could have tens or hundreds of thousands of cards. You're going to insure all of it. You're going to insure the best stuff. Okay, well, what do you have? Oh, well, I've got 10 raw 79 O.P.G. Gretzky's. Well, what is their condition? Really nice. What does really nice mean? What does that mean?
That's where PSA comes in handy.
Yeah, it's like they're all basically PSA 10s. It's like, really? They're all PSA 10s? Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
It's a $10 million check. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why they don't want to touch it. I would say but like insurers are like, yeah, I'd rather not. That's why they came up with a lot of those like individual ones. I'd be curious to see. Like, I've had no experience. I've had no experience whatsoever in somebody doing one of those special collectible insurance things and then trying to collect. It doesn't matter whether they offer the insurance or not. It's like, what happens if something happens and then you try to collect? I can't even imagine. I don't know. That'd be very interesting.
See, if they were broke into my house, they wouldn't know what to take.
That's
really.
Fair. That's fair.
Because there's some really, really rare stuff, and people just wouldn't know. They'd have to pick up my book and look through it.
The rare stuff wouldn't necessarily be obvious.
No.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Yeah, so let me grab this one. I would say Hockey Guy, and I'm going to catch up the comments, guys. I'm going to go quickly through a couple of these here. So at the top of my Medana want list right now, I would say at the moment, the Run for the Cup. 96-97 Run for the Cup. It's not the most expensive card I need, but it is one that doesn't come up all the time. And it is a rarer piece that I do keep my eyes out for. It's definitely one that I want to try to pick up. So it's the stuff in the 90s. I do value it quite a bit because that was right in my wheelhouse when I was collecting, and I was a big fan of picking that stuff up. So for me, it's a key card. So just Richie says here, so true, Joe. He doesn't display autograph posters on his wall. He only displays a copy for the fear of the autograph fading. Yeah. And for autographs, that's a consideration too, for sure. Boston Kid says some cards are replaceable. Totally. Low pop. So Boston Kid, you're 100% right. Low pop, high grade cards, but for its era, T206 was printed in abundance. There were a lot of cards out there, which made it very collectible. A lot of people were able to put together at least scaled down versions of sets. Maybe not Honus Wagner's, they would cut out Honus Wagner and some of the true rarities. But aside from that, you could get like 520 out of the 524 for many years, relatively reasonably. You could put together a pretty good set. Or if you pick certain backs, you could do stuff like that. You could have a lot of fun with it, for sure, for many years. And I like this one. It's like, yep, very nice. PSA 11s, no doubt. Yep. Mint Gretzky's everywhere, Paul. Like, I use them as doorstops. I got dozens of Mint Gretzky. I don't know what Jeremy's making such a big deal about it. I use them as doorstops. If the guy was any good, maybe I'd put him on a top load or something, but why bother? All right. Nothing worse than seeing super rare autograph 95% faded. Very true. Very true. Yeah. I think you just like it because it's Heine. Yeah. The Run for the Cups, they are very nice. It's true. Sorry, Joe, you look like you were going to say something.
Me?
You look like you were going to say something. You were just nodding, or you were just grabbing your glasses.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, I actually did want to talk to you about Legends. I didn't know you went to Legends. Jeez,
I love that. At the time, the store was fun.
It was a great store.
They had great displays.
Yeah, and it scaled back. And then Sandy.
That store cost a fortune to run. Bobby. In that part of town, that that I can't even imagine how they made enough money to keep it as large as it was for as long as it was.
Well, they had the Sky Dome right down the street.
They did. Yeah.
Everybody who went to a J game, they would go there and just drop in the. Oh, it was great. Sky Dome, I said too. Yes.
Yeah. But the funny thing is later on, so many years later, many moons later, I go to work for the bank. I go to work for RBC at the time. And we had the offices downtown. I worked at 5 or 6 different head offices downtown because they had a whole bunch of real estate down there. But one of them was literally like up the street from where Legends used to be. And I was laughing my head off. I was like, all right, let me go at lunchtime. Let me go waltz over and see what it is today. It became half a Tim Hortons and half a card store.
So you get lunch and then you go and get your.
Yes, I go get my Tim Hortons, and then I waltz over and take a look at what's left of Legends. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
it was not. No, they didn't have anything left.
No, no, no.
But there was a time there. I went back in the early '90s. It was, wow, wax packs, $50,
Yes.
man, for 72s. I was.
In the late 90s, it was a heyday where they bought so much stuff and so many That's why I use the example of the collections. They bought so much. They didn't even realize what they had. They had this wealth of stuff. And when you went to the display cases, kind of what I was mentioning to Bobby, they had display cases for every sport. And they would have vintage all over, vintage programs, like equipment. And then they would have these cards. You'd have caramel cards, tobacco cards for like the baseball and things like that, and a bunch of like players. And they would create these elaborate displays in addition to what was in the main display cases.
Because wax boxes stapled to the walls.
Yes.
It was a great looking plate. Whoever designed it was just like, wow.
You had game used jerseys everywhere. You had from the walls up to the rafters. You could buy all kinds of, like at the time it was like you'd walk in and it was a wonderland. If you're a sports fan and you like what
they had signings weekly too.
Yeah, and you'd have you'd have the wax section. You could go all the way back to the early 80s. They had stuff back there still in packs.
70s. 70s. I was buying. Yeah.
Yeah. And you could go get it and it was there. Just go buy it. It's right there. Knock yourself out.
Yeah. And they had autograph guests all the time in there.
Yeah. So the reason I enjoy thinking back on that one, the reason why I thought it was fun to bring it up is that was 1997, 1998, 1999. That wasn't 1985. That was 98, 99, almost 2000. It wasn't 1,000 years ago, but it's now some time has passed. But I remember it. I remember it vividly. I was in that store many a time. And then years later, I would go working down the street from it, and it just made me laugh.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
It was a different time. Yeah, it was a different time.
Yep. Now they're long gone. They're not even there anymore.
I don't believe so. Yeah, I think they've moved on.
Yeah, Sandy moved on to his own store, I think.
Yeah, like I said, for what the prices that they were paying on that real estate, there was no way it made any sense. Not now. Now you could try. So I just including Hockey Guy's comment here. And the thing is, I think Jeremy means well. I think he's very enthusiastic. Like, let's just say it. He's very enthusiastic, but I do agree. I will never tell anyone what to collect. Even in jest. Like aside from Ziggy Palfy and, Greg Jeffries, 1988, Joe, stack of 100, just put it aside, put it in the safe. Trust me, stack of 100.
I'm going Kevin Moss, 90 Leaf.
Ooh, bold move, sir. Bold move. You're zigging when the others are zagging. You're zigging when the others are zagging right now. But no, the thing is, like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. If you don't want it, you don't want it. If you don't want it and you don't like it, don't buy it. Like that. Like honestly, that's my buy. It is an iconic card, but I never cared for it that much, so I can't get excited about it. I had to. Like I say it because it's like because the first thing somebody will accuse me of is like, oh, well, you never had one. It's like I had two. They were in my hands. I had them. I had a decision of what I could do with them. I decided selling them and getting the money was more interesting to me.
Well, there's also, I mean, the existential question that we all face is our own existence. I mean, so what is permanent? Nothing's permanent, right? Everything is going to change. And so, if you can sign up for enjoying something while you're able to enjoy something, whether that's the time you own the card or the time you're on planet Earth, I mean, to me, there's layers to it, right? And I think if you don't have the capacity to detach at some level from the concept of ownership, you probably have bigger issues than how you're collecting.
Yeah, I think that's very fair though. That's the reason why I push back on the idea. Like, look, we're consumers here. We're talking about collectibles. That's consumption. We're buying stuff, right? A lot of us, and some of us are flipping to buy other stuff and maybe trying to upgrade our collection and all that. But your statement is permanent here. Is that it is temporary. It doesn't matter how long you have had the collection for. It will not last forever. You will not last forever. Eventually, it'll go to somebody else, or it'll end up in the dirt, or whatever. But I think if you derive maximum enjoyment from it, at least you got something out of it. That's kind of my goal is to get maximum enjoyment. The to borrow the Mary Kondo or Maria Kondo or whatever her name is, it's like the Gretzky rookies did not give me joy, so I got rid of them, and I'm okay with that, and that's fine. Would I have liked to got more money from them for what they sell for now? Yeah, for sure, but it's okay.
You mentioned Jeremy, and Dr. Beckett was on there, and I think he was talking about moving in the direction of sort of 10% liquidation of his collection per year, which is an interesting, I mean, we talk so much about acquisition and maybe flipping, but flipping implies like I'm getting something so I can get something else.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also this mortality question, and
Yeah. Well, the irony of that is that Dr. Beckett is he's not in the second inning of a 9-inning game in life. But so he has the perspective to be able to say, like, there's certain things that are important to him and certain things that are not important to him. For him, like being able to do that podcast and doing the 15 minutes and being able to tell a lot of the stories, like I listened to that podcast, and I think for him, it's nice to be able to tell some of those stories and be able to here's a record of some of these things that I did and some of these things. So, and there's value to that. I think there's tremendous value to that. Does all of it excite me? No. I'm very honest about this. Beckett doesn't excite me all the time. But do I listen to some of the stuff? Yeah, for sure. Because there are some pertinent pieces there. I think there's some interesting, if you're a hobby historian, yes, if you're a hobby historian or someone who cares about history, some of those stories have tremendous relevance or of interest, and it's good to have them chronicled so that they're out there and then going forward. That was one of the things that convinced me to do the podcast recordings of some of these streams. It's like, okay, I don't really like the idea of doing a live stream podcast. I'm not a big fan of it. However, over time, especially the last couple of months, there have been so many interesting conversations that are captured inside of these live streams where I'm like, I kind of want it in another avenue where somebody catches it that way. That's just as good. And it still links back to the YouTube channel. I go, by the way, if you want to see what we look like or what we were saying, or if we were making hand gestures at the time that we were saying these things, you get the full package. But here is at least a format that you can follow. You can download it and listen back to it in any order you want. Because there was some good stuff in there if you go back in the back catalog. That's why I went back, and as I was uploading it, I listened back the first time I had a meet on there, and almost immediately the Ziggy Palfy thing became a thing almost right away in that first episode. And I went back listening to it. I was like, did we really go that hard on the Ziggy Palfy thing right from the start?
It's historical now.
Yeah, but now we have a record of when it became a thing on the channel, and it's extended out to other channels. I'll go to other live streams, and the Ziggy Palfy thing will be referenced. So
this is going in the bank.
Hey, there you go. The Opeachy. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nice. I like it.
I like Opeachy baseball.
I thought it's a great card though, because if you are a fan of Mattingly, that is a much scarcer.
It's a nice looking card.
Because you got the Opeachy, and I think you got a Nestle. I think it's a Nestle as well.
Yeah.
Memory serves me. Yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
Even the Mike Schmidt's nice.
There you go.
I'm doing this for Carlos because he loves baseball. So.
He's got. I do love baseball. It's still my favorite, despite Major League Baseball's best efforts to ruin it for me. It is still my favorite, and they're actively trying to ruin it for me.
I'm just trying to show him that I do have cards.
I know you're. I was noticing that you were providing evidence that you do in fact have cards.
Even Joe Morgan. Hey.
Oh my God, 67 tops Joe Morgan. Look at you.
Hey, I know, not bad. It's actually a really nice card. It's probably
that is a nice card. That does look like a nice card. Yeah.
I got some nice stuff, but I could have sold it a long time ago. I just like having some extra stuff hanging around that I don't have to keep in the bank.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to keep those in the bank. I think you're okay. So that's a question for you, Joe. Any Ricky Henderson autos? You got a couple?
2 or 3. Yeah, I've got let's see. I've got a PSA DNA signed. I think it's actually a Donruss, like an early '80s Donruss, and then something more like one of those top tier 5 deals, like something modern that's a nice script.
Some of those cards are nice though. I don't mind them for some of the classic players. If the design is good and it's on card and it looks nice and it's a clean auto, I like them.
Yeah, they're talking about a lot of fading with those as time goes on with some of the ink or some of the marker.
I'm kind of at a point where I'm a little spoiled on the gold and silver pens. The ink it's just on there so much more like vibrantly, boldly, and you know, I obviously can't be a snob and collect what you like, but
It just depends on. I think it depends on the player because some of them are not very good with those pens. Some of them do a really good job. Like they have a nice clean. So in hockey, UD Black makes very good use of those paint pens, and when you do it, the contrast with the black background is very clean, like a really good looking card. And sometimes it's a guy who's like, and they're trying to sign something, and it's like it just looks like a blob of paint, and it's like not great,
It mulls together. Yeah.
not great. No, no, not great.
Hmm.
Yeah, just including this one here. I find it very funny. I was just keeping an eye on the score a little bit, so it looks like we're in the fourth quarter and it's 35-23. Cleveland's still ahead. Pittsburgh has at least made it competitive because they were down, I think, 28-0. So it is closer. It is closer. But my goodness, Pittsburgh came out to about the worst start they could have.
see, I'm watching the Golden State Toronto game, and Golden State's down 3 points with 137 to go. I know it's a regular season game, but that's just where I'm at.
At least it's more competitive, I will say. Yes, I think that's valid. I think that's fair.
I'd rather see that. I'd rather see the NHL with the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'd rather see it go 7 games.
Yeah.
I don't think my heart could take it if the Leafs ever made it there, but I mean, yeah.
Well, the good news is we have no concerns about that, Bobby. Like, really, that's not
Not
a
for a while.
problem. No.
I'm good for a while.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was just going to ask, since y'all know a little more about hockey than I do. I mean, what is it? January 13th is coming. I mean, if it's anything like the NBA, are we going to see like player spikes with every goal? And oh my God, if someone got 2 goals, it's going to be a triple value.
Well, it hasn't happened so far. It's been interesting to see because obviously we did have some games to finish off the year. Obviously, we had the Stanley Cup final, but I didn't really see the big spikes.
The trends are a little lower in our end of the game. So
I guess it depends. You know what? If the other sports stay as high as they've been up until this point, if the other sports stay as high as they've been, and some of that money shifts into hockey just because of the value proposition, that's really what it comes down to. If they go like, wait a minute, this stuff's relatively cheap. It's like, do you even know who this player is? No, I don't care. It doesn't matter. then yes. Then the answer is yes.
Yeah.
But for the most part, no, it hasn't really been much of an issue up until this point. That isn't to say it couldn't be, but it hasn't been much of an issue up until this point. Well,
I'm not sure I can pronounce the names, much less know who they are.
You know what's funny? Like, I struggle with that a little bit myself. I'm okay with it. With some of the French Canadian names, I'm okay with it. But you know what's a good product, Joe? If you can ever find it, you should be able to find it. Actually, it's in abundance. It's a low end product, but MVP hockey. On the back, they have the pronunciations. They actually put the names on there.
Really? I never knew that.
They write it out. Yeah, because it's like a low-end release. They market it to kids, but on the back, they actually put the pronunciation of the players' names, which is brilliant if you want to educate yourself. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Oh, I see so many of those people, just blow it up on some of the names. You just sit there and laugh your head off. It's like, oh my gosh. But we know the French part of things in Canada more, where you guys know more about the Hispanic, I think, down there. California, especially.
Yeah, California, absolutely. But I guess what I'm hearing you say, Carlos, is I can work on my French language acquisition by collecting hockey cards, or at least
you
MVP.
The MVP specifically, they have, like I said, they spell it out phonetically. You get a real advantage spelling it out phonetically. It's like there are some breakers. I'll be like, seriously, just get a set of MVP. Look at the back. It's in the back.
Yes.
It's spelled out phonetically. Cheat. Use it as a cheat sheet. Just use that. Just trust me.
But that's half the entertainment of watching those.
Yeah, that's right.
Watching them bungle over it. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's very true.
Because they're not even close. It's sort of like, well, we're just guessing at him.
Listen, Patrick Roy was a hell of a player, Bobby. Roy was
he was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good old Patrick Roy. Yeah. No, it's okay. It happens. It's one of those things.
But if he was English speaking,
oh yes,
would he be Patrick Roy? Still?
What was that? If he was English?
Speaking,
well,
or English.
You got Jake Roy's 90s b-ball cards, so he's got the same spelling of the last name, but it's Anglophone instead of Francophone.
Yeah.
Wah.
Ian Guy.
Exactly. Well, that always made me fun. It's like, you mean guy? It's like, no, gee. Yep, that's right.
It's like
Exactly.
a Frasier line. I,
Exactly.
I have a new guy. Ungi is his
His name is
new
Gee.
butler. No, it's Ungi.
Exactly. Exactly.
I
No,
love
I get it.
Frasier.
Just looking at some of these here. Yeah. Yeah, no Taylor Horton Tuckers. That's right. It tends to be a lot of players that I think what happens is if it becomes clear that a player is having nice. Well, you can see at least you got the bobblehead. That's good. Solid. Well done. So let me actually pose something to you. I'd be happy to get your take on this as well, Bobby. But if this one's not as interesting to you, by all means. One thing I noticed, and it was one of the things that I was going to touch on, but I'll touch on it really quickly here. So our good friends at CSG decided to finally release their pricing, and I was genuinely very curious. I was very curious where they would go with this because with PSA, with Collectors Universe getting acquired and all that happening, it was going to be curious how they were going to respond to that portion of the market. Yeah. So I'll actually grab this here and I'll throw it up on the screen for us. I had it ready to go, but I just wanted to see. And as we were chatting about it, I thought I would take advantage. So I don't know. Can you guys read that, or I can make it a little bigger?
It's okay. I'll get my glasses on.
All right. Sounds fair. You let me know. Make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's our good friends. There's one specific thing that interests me. The pricing itself doesn't seem too far out of whack. I'm not really too concerned about most of it. It seems fairly reasonable. You got the walkthrough, which is $100 plus 1% of fair market value. Yeah, that's not unusual. The top tier of a lot of these grading companies tends to be expensive. I get it. The walkthrough service up to $50,000 value is $100 per card. All USD. Everything's USD.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, they say 5 days. Fair enough. Again, I put questions about, can they meet that 5 days the moment they actually start accepting submissions. From what I understand, it looks like they're going with the Collectors Club model. That's what I saw in here. So it looks like you'd have to join a Collectors Club, and these are the prices based on being in the Collectors Club. The express service up to $10,000 cards is $40, 15-day service. Again, take all that with a grain of salt because as soon as they start, none of those timelines will mean anything. I guarantee it. I'm just saying. $1,000 standard service, $25, 25 days. Economy, $500, $500 value, $15 a card for 40 days. Bulk, $100 value, $8 a card, 60 days. Seems okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember the design of these holders, they have a spot for subgrades.
That's not included.
Subgrades are extra. It's $10 extra per tier. So even at the low tier, why would you want any of these cards without subgrades? It creates this white space in the middle of the holder, and it makes everyone ask why you don't have subgrades. But it's an extra $10 per subgrade, which means the lowest price is not $8 for the bulk service. It's $18. So it's $18, $25, $35, $50, $110.
Well, it's based on grading with subgrades, so why don't they just add it in there like Beckett
That's
does?
what I'm getting at. Like at that, no, but the thing is, I think Beckett charges separate. You can get
When did they do
subgrades
that?
for less. It's been a while. It's been a while.
It's been a while since I went
But
to
the
Beckett.
thing is,
So
anybody who submits a Beckett card and gets it sent back without subgrades, everybody will be immediately suspicious and pay less.
yes.
So like,
Oh, of
there's really
course.
no benefit to not getting the subgrades. So you may as well add $10 to all those prices automatically.
What's
So
PSA now with their percentage though?
with theirs, are you talking about market share?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what their market share is, but it's very skewed. Like PSA is the strong market leader at this stage. And the reason why I wanted to bring up CSG first is I wanted to kind of lead into it. I have a lot of questions with this. And is that in the Raptors game?
Foul with 3 seconds to go on a 3, Warriors down 1. But sorry, yeah.
Okay. Well, with 3 seconds to go, Joe, we're like 45 minutes away from the end of the game. Like 3 seconds to go. That's it. We got like another 47 fouls, and I think the score will be 214 to 213. It's basketball, man.
That's right. The Raptors will hit something.
Yeah. They'll get a foul. They'll get a foul, and only like half a second will have gone off the game clock. It'll be great. I always enjoy the end of basketball games because with the fouls and the timing rules, it's very fun.
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm saying with this is that, like, look, it seems silly to me that you're going to separate out. I understand why they did it, but it's like you get the subgrades. You might as well just include them in the price and just bake it in and be done with it. Like, it seems silly to separate it. Like,
especially as the new guy, right? Like you're offering something, you're embedding it into your whole I mean, the value proposition, as you said, I mean, should include like you're getting something, not having to pay something extra to get something.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like an odd decision. Is all I'm saying. It's like I don't know how I feel about that. I think it's a little bit of a question.
Well, and just from a very, very distant view and what little I've followed, through a few content creators, like I actually have a lot of trust that they've brought in the right people. I wish they'd thought a little bit more about the slab, and that's just me,
Yeah.
but the way the slab looks, I'm not immediately compelled. I'm compelled by the strength of their graders and what I understand of their graders, but I also want to be able to appreciate the slab. So, maybe just as you were saying about the cards in hand, once I get it in my hand, it'll feel different. But from a distance, I'm like, yeah, I'd go PSA.
The thing is that, and this is the point that I was making. So I just wanted to make sure we all saw the prices so you could all see kind of what I saw here. And number one, I'm taking these turnarounds with a grain of salt. Like I included the conversation from Hockey Guy and Paul. Like I guarantee as soon as they open, they're going to get slammed. I'm not a big fan, to be honest, to be perfectly blunt. I'm not a fan in the slightest of the slab itself. I don't think it looks that good. I think the label looks kind of generic, look kind of lazy. And this actually segues me very well into a conversation I'm going to have because it was mentioned on Jeremy's show with Beckett and with BGS. And that looks like a holder. Now on the back, it does have some, barcodes and the QR label. So that's something that's good. I just don't know how many security features it has really. It looks kind of like a sloppy put together product. And it's not like it's that much cheaper, which is fine. That's okay. Not the end of the world. But if they get slammed and it takes a long time and the pricing isn't really that much better and the holder's kind of ugly, what's your market value going to be? What's your market turnaround? I'm not going to be the first to market to go and get a bunch of stuff graded. I want to see what other people do and I want to see what the resale value is. Because that's the real indicator. If people get this graded and, they get their, and they get their CSG graded 10, Michael Jordan rookie, and the PSA 10s are going for 200,000 and the CSG 10 goes for 85,000. Somebody's going to go like, do I want that? Because I'm paying good money for this. So do I want to take like a second tier or a third tier, grading service?
I think their holder or their labels are rather pedestrian, but
Sure.
as time has went on, Beckett has changed theirs. SGC has kind of kept the same. PSA has slightly changed. Well, more their holders than their labels. So there's room to move if they, do it early. But it may look good in there. We'll just have to wait and see. Once they're in hand, like you guys said, maybe it's a different story. Will it hold the market value? Is the key question. I think they're coming out of the gate being close, but time will tell.
I tend to agree. I understand what you're saying, but my thing is that, okay, so from an investor standpoint, it doesn't matter, right? If you're an investor, you just want something on label, it doesn't make a difference. As a collector, you offer me this, I'm not excited.
The green goes with the green, though.
Great. Fantastic. The color coordination.
The carpets match the drape. I like it.
That's a reference that you can make. Sure. It works with the feng shui in the room. Wonderful. Good to know. Good to know. This does not excite me. It's like, I'll take it in the one touch, for much less. Thank you. I'll take it in the one touch. Like, I don't know, man. And if you try to save a couple of bucks and you go without the subgrades, this will just be a big white space. It looks like a glorified Avery label.
Yeah.
Like
I like the big 10 on it, the big number.
This part's fine.
Yes, I like
it
that.
makes it nice and clear. And like legibility is not my concern here. It just feels very unadorned. It just feels like
it's a border around it or something.
You totally, and I'm convinced of this until someone from CSG corrects me. I'm going to assume that they had this label designed at Fiverr. I go to Fiverr all the time, and it's like you can do a job. It's like for $10, I'll design your stupid label. Okay,
that's it. Almost, but maybe they're less is more. Throwing it out there, brother.
At least you're trying, Bobby. I do appreciate the attempt.
I kind of like the look of it.
I assume Golden State won, Joe.
Yes, Siakam missed. Where's
no worries.
Toronto always the bridesmaid. Damn.
Well, we had a little revenge factor tonight, given what happened in 2000 and what was that, 19?
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's
Yes, you
true.
remember very well.
Yes, yes. It's true.
Mhm.
Yeah, Paul says nice win, Joe. So enjoy. There you go.
Um,
No hockey guy. I'm not knocking Fiverr. I'm not knocking Fiverr. It just depends on the job. Listen, the fancy logo, and I don't know if you guys are ready for this. The fancy logo that I will unveil for my podcast / YouTube channel, which is basically going to be the same as my current logo. It's effectively the same, but with some text. But I got that at Fiverr. You're going to see. It's going to blow your mind.
I like the fine print.
You got to put the. It's basically the same. It's basically the same, but with some text. It's really not that much going on. There's a reason I got it in Fiverr. This gig doesn't pay that much. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, but no, the thing is, Fiverr has its place and it serves its purpose. I tease about the Fiverr thing because I I don't feel like there was that much work done, like from a design perspective. Like I don't feel like they did that. Again, it doesn't have to be. Legibility is on point, but you do create kind of that white space. Like
But aren't their comics a little more detailed than that?
Yeah, they are.
They're
That's what I'm
nice.
saying. Like it's under the same category, and I'm like, I feel like you should try an equivalent amount of effort into it. Put a little more work into it, you know?
Well, considering most of the borders of cards are white, you don't want it too white.
Mhm.
I was thinking because one's going to blend into the other, so you don't want to take away from it. So
Yeah.
if they would have put an outline around it, maybe made it a little silvery gold. I don't know.
And playing into my second piece here, at least on the back, you have the QR code, you have a barcode, you have the serial number, so that's good. If it's an autograph card, you put a grade back there. That's great.
Where's
And
the
then you do have a
subgrades?
solid grade. The subgrade is on the front. That
Oh,
that
was it on the
underneath.
sub? Oh,
Yeah.
I couldn't see it. Okay, it was.
Yeah, it was right here, right here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So they stick that in the front, and then on the back they put this with the QR code and all that. So it's something. Like at least it's
Yeah.
something. So I'll give you that. I will give you that. That's something. But again, like for me, not tremendously exciting. Would I turn one of the cards down if the price is right? This is key. If the price is right and I'm buying the right card and the price is reasonable, then sure-ish. I'm just not enthused about it. Like I'm not going to spend a premium on it. That's maybe the key here, takeaway that I'm saying. I wouldn't pay a lot of extra money on that.
I kind of like it.
And the thing is, it can work as long as it works for you.
I like the big number 10. I like, that really means something to me. Then, a lot of times you can't see the number or the grade.
No, I agree. Like I said,
And as you get older, the bigger numbers excite you a bit more.
but that's why I said from a legibility perspective, I have nothing to knock here. From a legibility perspective, they did a good job. I'm just curious about, because there is a value.
Good
right?
font choice.
That should be our next thing. It's
The
like, guys,
12 opposed to the 8.
we're going to evaluate this font choice right now. We're going to evaluate it, and it's going to be fantastic.
We're
Let's
getting
discuss it.
finite.
I was going to say, Joe, you're going to get us demonetized showing some footage back there.
Yeah, I know.
What the heck, man? I like it.
Well, I mean, I'm interested in this conversation though too. I mean, obviously, and I'm wondering if they'll have received enough feedback by the time they go live to make some slight adjustments. That's the first I've seen of the reverse, and I actually like the reverse. That looks.
I think the reverse is fine because it's got certain features, and it plays a little bit into kind of the piece that I was thinking about a little bit, because obviously with Beckett on Jeremy's show, they were talking about the issues that Beckett are having with the fake slabs.
Well, they're not really issues.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
But maybe this would be the way I put it. It is an issue in the sense that it brings into question when it comes to third-party grading, everything is based on trust of the market.
For sure.
And if you have a design that can be easily counterfeited, that is problematic. That is an issue. It doesn't matter if, but there's only a couple of dozen or 100 cards out of millions. Well, the knowledge that they're out there brings if you're somebody who's a buyer out there and you're buying some premium cards and you have a choice between a PSA and a BGS, and you know that there have been some counterfeiting issues, and one of the cards that was counterfeit, that the holder, not the card necessarily, the holder was counterfeited, was for a Jordan rookie. If you're a buyer in the market for a Jordan rookie, that's a big purchase. You want to have that little bit of extra security. The BGS suddenly becomes problematic.
I'm quite surprised that, you know how when you break the seal on some products that, it compromises a piece of paper or aluminum or whatever's in there that they have that breaks and you can't replace it back, or
Yes.
can't replace. They need something like that around the outside border when they hermetically seal it.
And that's been the. So maybe I'll put it this way: if it was just that somebody's counterfeiting the holders, that's one thing. Beckett's response, and it's become an infamous response, was the buy wisely, and obviously that was approached, in Jeremy's show, and they mentioned that, and Jeremy said, well, technically that is a good piece of advice, and here's the thing, I agree, but from a PR standpoint, that is a terrible answer. That is a horrifically bad answer. That is not going to go over. Go ahead, Joe. Did you want?
Well, I just want to say, I mean, I think the public messaging, notwithstanding what Dr. Beckett said last night, which is you don't want to give the enemy, the information.
That part I agree with 100%. That part I agree with 100%.
I agree with that as well. However, I think in hindsight and maybe forthcoming, Beckett could bring out a response that might make us all feel a little better and a little more encouraged that there's a direction happening that's not just like, that's your final answer.
Mm-hmm. The problem, I would say, is that infamous response came back in November. We're in January, so there are going to be more slabs that are going to be found over time. The idea is like, well, not all those slabs are fake. That's fine. I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying as you do find more, that will create, again, reality doesn't matter. It's perception. Perception is more important.
It's Sunday night, and I predict that whatever goes on at Beckett headquarters, they'll be having a conversation about this Monday morning, and they'll be talking about what can we do in our PR, approach to restore faith in our, brand.
Mm-hmm. No, I get what you're saying, but the only counter that I would have to it is that
just from Carlos's show.
Yeah, without question. The influence of this show on the hobby, Bobby, is not even to be questioned.
Right.
I have the big players here. He's got Beckett. That's minor league. That's minor league. That's cute.
Yeah.
He's got Jay Beckett. That even matters.
You got Bobby.
I have Bobby Burrell and Joe Pro, man. I got
Because
the real heavy.
here's all the books that
you've got books, exactly. He's got books. Listen,
I love that Jeremy pulls them out every time. And so
absolutely.
My point is that there has to be people that are actually getting paid to think about that at Beckett, and if they're not, their business approach is flawed. I mean,
they went for the holidays. The problem is they went for the holidays, Joe, because that comment came in November. If we were talking about this conversation in December, that's one thing. We're having this conversation into January, and it's been enough time where. And guys, I'm not in PR, but let me give you really quick here. All you had to do, same question, be like, yep, we're aware of it. We're looking into it. We're doing an investigation to see what we can find out.
Yeah.
And we're going to see, and we'll have a response in short order.
Totally.
That's it.
Political response. Perfect.
And you know what? You committed to nothing. No. You committed to literally nothing. But all you said is, we're paying attention to it. We take it seriously. We want to make sure that we keep confidence of the collectors in our product. We're going to figure out what we need to do going forward. That's it.
How did this come to everybody finding out about this, or was there someone in particular, or was it started to
circulate? So I will say one of the Instagram pages, Card Porn, ironically named, this exposed. That's why it was perfectly named.
Carbon match the drapes. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. You brought this on.
I know.
This is your fault.
I planted the seed.
We already established this.
It's there's another.
Like I said. Jeremy gets the AAA and AA players. I get the Joe Perot's and Bobby Burrells of the hobby, and Paul commenters, the movers and shakers in the hobby, like Paul here. I get the real people in it. That's how we're going to make differences in this hobby. But the thing is that when it comes to this kind of thing, is that it just started circulating around that people were finding these ones that had these inconsistencies. They were able to find two graded cards with the same serial numbers, where there were inconsistencies in the font. So they were able to do side-by-side comparisons. Inconsistencies with the font, inconsistencies with the way the label was, the
period at the back or something.
Yeah, there was a thing with the patent thing on the bottom and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And the problem really came down to this. And I grabbed, because I knew I was going to talk about it a little bit, so I grabbed a couple of BGS ones that I have in one of my collections.
Medano?
No. I decided to go off brand here. We're going to do Jamie Benn today.
They're in the book. They're in the bank anyways.
They're all in the bank. They're all in the bank, Bobby. Yeah. So this one here is a BGS 9. This is an Ultra. Now this is a parallel out of 25 here. It is a nice card. They didn't put the subgrades on it because they were cheap, like I said. But here's the thing: This is prior to any of this stuff. Now it has the patent thing with the dot in the right spot and the font is all consistent. So I know the card's good. I've seen enough of this stuff. But the thing is, if you really look at holder itself, the holder itself isn't much to write home about. It's just really heavy. But the thing is, the label's just a silver label, and then you got this thing on the back, and that's it. No serial numbers, no QR codes, not like from a security perspective, watermarks, like anything. Give me something on here. Like, why couldn't you just duplicate this?
Yeah.
This seems like the easiest thing in the world for somebody to duplicate. And it's been like this for years. This isn't new. This one has a subgrade. So for comparison, this one is another one. It's got the subgrades on it, all well and good. It's a little bit different design on the front label. But again, it's still just the same thing. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing to distinguish it.
Do they seal it with a laser, or do they use a pressurized?
I'm pretty sure it's hermetically sealed, very similar to what PSA does and all that. But the problem, like I said, for me, it's not the design of the slab that's the problem. For me, it's like there's no real distinguishing features. You didn't put watermarks in there. You didn't put any engraving in there. Do something to make it less obvious.
Yeah, I think they should do, every time they seal it, I think they should be, as soon as you break the seal, it becomes, impossible to put back.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. You were going to say?
Well, I'm still reflecting on some of the things that Dr. Beckett said last night. One of which was, and I agree with him on this point too, is that it's such a small, like when you think about the magnitude of cards that Beckett has graded, it's still a very, very small amount, which actually makes it all the more, important for Beckett to like address it proactively and not sort of give this mealy-mouthed answer of it's not on us, it's on you, which is basically how that came across to me. Was like, and I'm fine with that because that's always how I've operated. But I think they owe their clientele more than that. And the other thing that I found interesting, Dr. Beckett has so much information, and I was just kind of curious about what was it? I'm sorry. You might have to come back to me because I'm forgetting this point now. What was it?
Beckett, he had your second point he agreed with.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting.
If you need a second, let me address the first one you said there. So while you're thinking of it. So the thing is, I agree with you but the point about him is, I understood what Beckett was saying, and I didn't disagree with him fundamentally. The thing is, the percentage doesn't actually matter because now it's out there. We are, to various points that have been made, we're in the social media era. So guess what? It could be 100 out of 10 million. And if the 100th makes the round circulate, to put it another way, those two cards, when I bought them for that collection, I basically paid what I would have paid for the raw card. I paid zero premium because they were in these slabs. I literally did a best offer on this card. There was a 9.5 with decent subgrades, not bad. Almost 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, and 9 for corners. So pretty good subgrades. The guy came back and goes, "Well, can you do this?" And I said, "I'll be honest, I'm not going to pay you 1 extra cent for the holder. So my offer is this, and if it was raw, I'd offer you that." He mulled it over and decided to take it. There is no premium on Beckett cards. This is before all that. I'm not going to pay a premium. I don't value these at the same thing as an equivalent PSA card. So I give no premium. So basically, this could have been 1 touches and it would have paid the same.
Oh.
Now, you introduce the element of there are some, again, even if it's just some cards that we can verify. And again, the only reason we know about the ones we know about is because now people are starting to look. Well, how many will it take before suddenly those same people are like, okay, that's enough, or I guess it's a problem? Because if they make more replicas or more counterfeit holders over time, and it becomes 1,000, 5,000, it could still be upon millions, but 5,000 or 6,000, it becomes on some high-end cards. A Zion or a Luca, NT gets put into there. And again, it's not the cards that are being questioned as being counterfeit. It is, the Jordan rookie, it's like a 6 or a 7 inside of a 9 holder. Right? So it doesn't matter. So for the person that paid good money and that Jordan rookie sold in an auction for good money. So if somebody pays $26,000, is it a comfort to you to know that, well, the card's legit, it's just completely misgraded because the holder's fake. And by the way, that same serial number exists on another card already.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That means you don't have a graded card. It means you have a raw card you pay $26,000 on.
Or someone doesn't. One of the two doesn't. Exactly.
Correct. So it doesn't need to be a ton of cards. It just has to be the right cards and high profile cards and some big dollar cards. Well, those collectors are not going to be pleased. And they're going to talk to their investor friends and be like, don't buy any Beckett slabs. So when the guy says buy wisely, I understood what he was trying to say, but the way I'll interpret, okay, buy wisely. Pay zero premium for BGS or don't buy BGS at all. Buy wisely. Okay, thanks for the advice, bro. I will buy wisely. This card is out of 25. This card's out of 100. This card's out of 25. These are actually very rare for his rookie year cards. The reason I bought them is because they were rare cards in his, card listing for that year. So I wanted them, but I wasn't going to pay 1 cent a premium for the holder. So I paid zero premium for the holder.
And I know Bobby wants to say something. I remembered my thought finally, which was Dr. Beckett mentioned, the slabs, like the clinking together of the slabs and how intensely, I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this, but if I needed a weapon in a tough moment, a BGS slab might help out.
Good.
And I found that an interesting little sidelight, and it makes me curious about the new graders, what that slab dimension is actually going to be like to hold. Is it slim? Is it a little bulkier? Is it, anyway, go ahead, Bobby.
It looks like a little slimmer. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, it does look slim. Beckett has the thickest, heaviest.
I think so. I feel that's true.
Sharp corners. It's not very rounded, but I always liked them before. I just wondered, did they reproduce the holders, or was it more of somebody stole some from the stock or delivery and use them that way? Because if anybody reproduced those, that means they had to make a mold. That means they could make thousands more. They didn't just make 2 or 10.
At the moment, one of the telltale signs in some of them is that the little patent section is missing some key components. So it looks like it's a mold.
Oh, we have the digital things now that we can.
So right now it looks like it looks like there's a flaw in the mold, but that flaw could easily be rectified in a later generation. And this is key. This second part is key. Okay, forget about the holder. The holder's a problem right now. The holder's a problem. But I showed you guys that label. I showed you the label on 9.5 and I showed you the label on 9. There is no barcode, no QR code. The second one, there's a barcode. There's a serial number, but there's no barcode. What's to distinguish it? Right now, the problem is the font is wrong. Well, if they eventually figure out the font, that's the back. What are you going to distinguish it? There's nothing on there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a pretty trusting guy, but after I watched the video that was explaining, you need the period between the pat and the number. That's an important distinguisher.
Yep.
And you need the slightly perforated label, which is not easy to detect. I will say, with my old eyes, I grabbed, not a sort of important card. I just thought, hey, maybe I'll check this card. And at first glance, I was like, oh God, it's not perforated. The label is not perforated. And then I put on my readers and I was able to say, oh, okay, it is perforated. And there is the dot between the pat and the number.
Sure.
But the fact that me, pretty trusting Joe, is going back and now feeling compelled to look.
To double check, yeah.
Yeah, to double check. That's good.
What you just said, though, is my point. This entire industry is based on market confidence. Mm-hmm. Anything that knocks off again, it doesn't have to be the bulk. The bulk could be perfectly good. But the fact that you left the door open where now you have to go double check these things. And one more thing, Mr. Buy Wisely. So it's ironically also named Jeremy. I was like, this Jeremy made a very big faux pas. And if anybody makes a faux pas of this type, I will call it out. So this answer was a terrible answer from him on a multitude of reasons. For one of them, the one we just talked about. But the second reason is this. Okay,
don't get him up again.
What's that?
Don't get him up out of bed again.
No, we're talking about the BGS Jeremy.
I know.
But the thing is, this guy made a tactical error. Again, I'm not a PR guy, but I can tell you from 50 miles away that he made a tactical error. Why? Because when you say buy wisely, okay, great. Have you been on eBay? Have you seen what the scans look like? Joe is looking at his own card in hand, in person, and is able to do what he needs to do to see it a little bit clearer, or maybe put it in the light, whatever. You're going to do that with an eBay card? Third-party grading is a lubricant for sales on internet forums where I can't see the picture. I have to trust that the holder is accurately representing the card in there because I can't see. Oh, buy the card, not the holder. I can't see a good enough picture of the card to make the assessment. So I have to trust the holder is legit. If I have any doubts, I will not pay a premium. Then this becomes an overpriced holder. So the person who submitted it, you just wasted your money. Then why would anybody send it to them then? I fixed your backlog, BGS. How about we don't send anything to you? Then you can all sit there and twiddle your thumbs and you get nothing to do. Come on, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, and the smaller companies that grade things, we know it's just seal press. It's not laser sealed.
Yeah.
Because that's how they seal glass now and put glass together as a laser sealing. And I'm sure it works with plastic as well. So
yeah. Again, my big thing is not, at the end of the day, I'm not worried about it. But I'm trying to say that the minimum, the BS PR answer would have been infinitely better. Some overture to be like, look, we're looking at, because if you change the label and introduce some kind of a serial number, some kind of anything, just to give the bare minimum, because with PSA, here's the thing, you can knock PSA's labels are pretty plain too, but you know what it's got? It's got a barcode on it. So here's what happens. If you've got an app, if you've got your phone, you can get the PSA set registry app.
Yeah.
One of the features is you can press a what if, and you click on it. You can scan with your phone. If the picture is big enough and decent, you can put this up and it will say what the card should be with the barcode scan. And guess what? If this says it should be a 52 Topps Mantle and you're showing me a Luka Doncic Prism rookie, I have questions. So even if somebody duplicated the PSA slab, but they got the barcode wrong, we at least have something. I don't need to rely on the picture. I just need that barcode.
How about Greg Jeffries instead of Luka?
Yeah. No, if there's Greg Jeffries, then I'd buy it at whatever they want at any price.
So let's pretend it's Monday morning, just for a second, just for the thought experiment, right? And we're there, and we're like, okay, guys, we gotta show up a little better on this one. I mean, the fullest extent, right, would be we guarantee everything we've slabbed, and if you come across a fake, we will reimburse you X amount of said value. I mean, would that? I mean, that's probably more than I would be comfortable doing as a business owner.
It is, because you don't know the real scope of the problem.
As
soon as someone has been able to successfully clone something that looks decent enough, you don't know how many are out there. You could be committing to replacing thousands.
Hang in the derriere out in the wind, but. Yeah. So maybe below that, like, what is, I mean, if we were the team deciding that, what is the appropriate response?
Well, the appropriate response would have been back in November, and it would not have been buy wisely. But let's say you already did that, and now that's out of the bag. You put out a release saying, hey, we've been doing some examining, because you've had enough time now. It's been since November that it's kind of started to come out. You should have been going like, hey, we've been in touch with some of the folks that have been finding some of these. I would try to get my hands on some of these and try to figure out what they've been doing. Number one, like me as Beckett, I'd be like, let's get our hands on some of these cards, because some of the collectors that probably bought them would probably be willing to submit them to us for examination. I'll grab some. We got to examine what we've got here. How close is it? How far did they get? Because if it's like 98% accurate, that's a huge problem, because it becomes hard to tell, right? Then that means, so that's number one. So first, examine the scope of the problem. Second, send out the damn press release that says, look, we are investigating. Just make it clear. We are investigating this. We're taking it seriously. We're looking into it. And we're going to try to see what we can do to make sure that you have confidence that when you get one of our holders, that it is good and it is legitimate. Again, I'm not committing to anything. But send out the press release yesterday. You send it out. Second thing you do is, as soon as you figure out how far prevalent the problem is, if your slab is really easy to duplicate to that degree, then you better be introducing a new label tomorrow, because you can come up with a code, something. Well, a new holder might take you time to figure out, but you could update the label. Honestly, I would put a barcode or a QR code in there. That technology is available.
Sure.
Match the QR code to your serial number that you assign to the card anyway, so that the bare minimum you can scan it and the serial number matches what the QR code is. Make it a little harder. One thing, put a QR code on there.
Got to give some, but got to give
bare minimum. That's the bare minimum.
Got to offer.
Yeah, it's the bare minimum. That's all I'm getting at. It's like, you got to try a little bit.
You have to say you're making changes.
Yes. And right now it doesn't look like you're trying. And time is ticking, and everybody keeps thinking, and everyone thinks, oh, COVID, it's tough. It's like, no, you guys can have Zoom meetings. You can be discussing. You can still discuss what we should do and discuss a response. You can still do that.
Or it could be a ploy.
A ploy.
Well, I mean,
you get it if you look at it the right way.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
well, I mean, that's what Dr.
new
Beck.
company coming in. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, look at, he's putting on the
easy.
tinfoil hat. Hold
I
on,
did
settle
not.
down. He's putting on the tinfoil hat.
I did not say that.
Thanks, autograph guy. I'm going to grab a couple of these comments here, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, so Paul C., the fuzzy Squash sighting pics. Yes, that's a big problem. Good evening, Amit. Yeah. No, exactly. Like, the thing is, you don't have to complete the investigation. Try. Like, you just have to try a little bit. So right here, yeah, Hockey Guy says, we're investigating the issue and looking at ways to combat it. Yes. Like, it doesn't have to be an overly complicated thing. In fact, the short and sweeter it is, the better. Just be like, look, we're trying. Just something to the effect that says, in PR speak, we are trying. We're trying to figure it out. Let's see what we can do. Give us a chance to try to figure it out. But you should have done that back in November, in my opinion. But if you're gonna do it now, at least do it now, and have those Zoom meetings and be like, okay, what would it take for us to do a QR code? Can we do that pretty easily? Yeah. Can we print it on the back of the label? Yeah. Do that. Just as a starting point.
It's a huge topic for conversation. You know, they have to jump on it.
No, and they've had enough time now to at least have begun. Right now, they've made no overtures. They really haven't.
Most, if not all, adversity brings opportunity with it. And yeah, there's an opportunity here for them to get closer with their, the collectors that are interested in their product. And if they don't, like, this is not me telling Beckett how to run their business, but if they don't have a dedicated director of marketing and communications, they absolutely should, because it's too important right now in the world in terms of social media, in terms of like everybody having access to information, to not prioritize that in your business operations.
Exactly. And that's kind of the thing, is that what we're going to see, and as much as I'd love to take the credit for the show, I think what's going to be the big differentiator this time around is, obviously it's gone out, because even on that card porn Instagram site, they took the clip from Jeremy Shaw on there. So they saw it and they included it on there. But what kind of brought up the most recent version of it is now that it's happened a little bit more, it's not just the cards happening, it's the profile of the cards, is what I said earlier. If the right cards come up, this card comes up with something that creates an issue, that's a problem. It's not just your run-of-the-mill card. This is kind of a card that someone would spend, a fair bit of dollars on it. If somebody buys this thing and pays good money for a 9.5 gem mint, and it's not a 9.5 gem mint, and it's hard to tell, I have to zoom in on it, but you can see there's white in that corner. There's some white here, some white here. That is clearly not a 9.5. That doesn't require. The good news is this picture's clear enough that I can make that out just eyeballing it. I know it's not a 9.5.
Yeah. And props to Northeast Ohio, who is a great content creator. He did a little bit of it with this recently.
Yeah. Centering doesn't look right. Like, if I can eyeball it from a distance and be like, this wouldn't be a 9.5, this wouldn't pass for a 9.5 for me, but it's in a 9.5 holder. But then the holder itself also has some inconsistencies, which are indicative of, it looks like this holder was produced after the fact. And the serial number matches another card that somebody actually physically owns that can produce. That's problematic. All of the above is problematic. We
got a new job for you then, Carlos.
Right now, these guys have been taking that up, so that's on them. I'm not touching that. But I included the comment here from Hockey Guy because Amit was getting caught up. The only reason we're bringing it up now is because nothing's really moved on it, and it came up again because Beckett was on there, and it was a valid topic of conversation. So it's out there. And different people are trying to assign the responsibility to different groups. For some people, it's like, so since that's a Probstein card, they're like, oh, Probstein should look into it. Well, Probstein should be able to trust the holder too. You're putting it on the consigner. So it's like, okay, well, great. Now we got to examine, graded cards. Wasn't the whole point of this that we were supposed to be able to take these graded cards, put them up, and be done with it? Isn't that the whole point of this endeavor? That way I don't have to give you the grade and go through all that trouble. That's problematic for me as a seller. Because then there's the nuances. Oh, but is it really near mint? Oh my God, I don't even want to touch that. If I sold a raw card, my description is always like, I'm going to take gigantic scans of this, You figure out the grade. I'm not telling you what the grade is. You figure it out.
Some of this is reminding me of the whole Star Company. I don't know if you're familiar with Star Company basketball, but
Yeah.
Grading companies have, at different moments decided to or not to grade it for reasons that are understandable. There was pretty decent, if not good, counterfeiting that made it a little bit of a risky venture. And I'm curious, like that came to my mind listening to Jeremy's show. Like, have we reached a point where we can at least know what Star Company cards are legit or not? Like, it seems like we should.
Well, Beckett grades them.
Yeah, Beckett does. PSA doesn't though.
Yeah.
So they are still, in my mind, a little bit in that stepchild category because PSA deigns not to grade them.
Yeah. The biggest reason though, and it doesn't get discussed all the time, but the biggest reason for it is that Beckett has the equivalent of their Bobby Burrell, who's very familiar with that product and is comfortable in being able to give them some key indicators that they can look at to authenticate. And PSA doesn't have access necessarily, so they don't have the same comfort. So they're like, look, if we don't have enough resources that we feel like we can put our name on this, we're not going to touch it. So they made a decision to be like, so Beckett to differentiate themselves when they got someone they're like, we feel our expert has enough understanding to be able to give us the right indicators and train our staff and what to look for and give us some stuff. We feel comfortable in grading these, so we've agreed to do so. That's what gave them the separation. But you have to have someone you're comfortable in trusting to give you the right information to be able to make that decision, or bring them in on a consultation basis if need be, if you're really not sure, one way or the other. So that's the only reason they've touched it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have touched it either. Maybe it'd be CSG's job to grade the Star cards.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I defer to Bobby on that because he's got, I think, a little more awareness. But I mean, to me, it doesn't actually seem that hard. I mean, there's the issues that should never have been issued, and then there's the fakes, and the fakes aren't all that hard to discern.
Well, Joe, here's the thing. What you're talking about right now is, let me put it this way, and Bobby can attest to this. Expertise comes from doing the research, working with maybe people who know and gathering all that information, putting it together, experience, and then bringing all that together with, documentation thing, either creating your own or finding some, and then putting all those pieces together. Most people are not willing to do the work. You develop that expertise. You're not born with it. You have to develop it over time.
It does take time. Yeah.
Yes.
And you think you're ready at a certain time, and you think you know everything, and you never really do. Mm-hmm. But you get to a certain point where you have a better idea, I'd say.
What you run into is that most people are not willing to put in the legwork to get to that stage.
Yeah, I could tell you all the legwork I did it early on, which was really good for the books. And looking back on it now, I'd almost wouldn't want to do it, Yeah. But it was the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if we're reaching a point though where like slabs are being replicated and this, that, and the other, I mean, I don't know. It's my own little pet peeve that PSA doesn't grade Star, so I'll maybe just leave it at that. But it seems like if we're getting at a point where like the legitimacy of grading and the safeguard that is represented by grading, like there's cards I don't even care what the grade is. I really don't. I just want to know that it's real. And if I know it's real, I'm good. If it's a 6, if it's a 3, if it's an 8, whatever.
I think that's fair. I think it just comes down to whether, to your point about the pet peeve, I think that's fair. The only thing I would say is that if PSA really doesn't feel comfortable, because it's a revenue stream, right? Like there's more cards they could grade, they got more Jordans in their holders. There's nothing wrong with that. But think about PSA isn't generally that conservative. Think about how uncomfortable they must be if they're not willing to take the additional revenue available to them to do it, because they're like, I don't feel confident that we can authenticate these properly. So that's basically an admission by them. Like, we're not comfortable enough to do that, to put in our holder. We don't feel like we have the in-house expertise to be able to do it properly.
I guess you could see that as a strength, actually. Like they're acknowledging where they're not able to feel complete confidence. Maybe that's a good point.
Yeah. But they all have their own things that they do. I know they don't do, sheet cut cards. PSA won't do
That's
them.
right.
And whereas Beckett does, and the other companies, I'm not too sure if they know, but that's where the that's where the rubber meets the road, I think, with everything.
Mm-hmm.
If you're giving into that, that's fine. But as long as you know that going forward, we're in control of whatever we want to do with this hobby and make your selections the way you want.
Yep. So let me grab this comment here. The funny thing, Paul, is at this stage, PSA doesn't, it's not that they don't care, it's that the backlog is not an issue, it's a feature. There was a conversation, if you get a chance, Cardi C, another hobby content creator, was chatting about this. And from an accounting perspective, they don't mind having a backlog. It actually allows them to report that there's future revenue forthcoming, and it's this knowledge base. Say Bobby wants a beer there. You're going to hand him one, Joe? Give him one across the screen?
Down to my last one, Bobby. Sorry.
There you go.
Damn. I'll be back. I'm going to get her.
Yeah, go for it. But all I was going to say was that, yeah, for them, it's actually a feature. It's them being able to say, hey, you know what? We've got so much demand. People want our service so much down the pipeline. And because of the way, it's an accounting trick at the end of the day because the cards are in hand. But PSA doesn't charge you until they start grading, until basically they've graded your cards. So it's like future revenue that's forthcoming that basically they've guaranteed the demand exists because it's in their warehouse, sitting there ready to be graded. And as the stuff goes through, the cash register goes off. Every time one of these boxes gets open and we're about to start the process, the cash register goes off. So a couple more cards in the pile aren't going to make that much of a difference for them. So the PSA would somehow show some restraint is almost shocking. They're like, you turned down revenue? Because if you're really that scared of star cards and it was a backlog thing, you could just charge extra. These cards are more complicated. We'll put them under our star weird card tier. Just make something up. PSA does it all the time. They've changed their tiers around over the years a whole bunch. So it's like, it's just whatever works, whatever makes sense. And it wouldn't shock me over time if they just keep steadily increasing the price point. Because they're like, so how much can we charge you for these? They're trying to find that delicate balance because they don't mind you paying good money and sending in hundreds of cards at a time. But then at the same time, it's like, well, what would maximize the revenue? If we charge you $40 a card, maybe you send in 100, but we could still make more money. It becomes an accounting problem. Like, how can you pull it off? Yeah, here. So this is kind of what we're talking about here, Hockey Guy. It's kind of the opposite. They keep the flow of cards. They're not trying to keep the backlog consistent per se. They're not exactly trying to stop the backlog at the moment. They haven't done really too much to slow it down necessarily, but they won't fight you on it. They'll be like, guys, you got to be aware there's a big backlog, but if you want to keep sending cards, we'll take them, but it's going to go on the back of the pile unless you pay for the accelerated service. Then it goes to the front of the line. Then the ones in the bulk group are the ones that'll be like, ooh, we'll see. We'll see. Good evening, Vicar. Have a good one. Okay, so now I get what you're saying. So you're talking about post-COVID times. I think the backlog will shrink. I don't think it'll ever go away fully unless there's like a really good reason to do it. It's really up to Nat Turner. But I will say, and this is important, I think, be aware that I think Nat Turner will work on improving certain aspects of it. I do have the confidence that he will try to do that. But also be aware that Nat Turner is a very smart guy, but he's also a deliberate guy. That means don't expect to change for 6 months to a year. There's going to be an evaluation period. There's going to be like, okay, how are you guys doing it now? Okay, what could we fix here? Because you got to go all the way down the chain, right? Receiving. How do you receive it? Can we speed something up there? Okay. Processing. What do you guys do with processing? Can we fix something there? Get it to the graders. Is there something we can refine there? Get it from there. Get it to the encapsulation. What's that?
Oh, centering. They were talking about the new company, automating centering, but yeah.
Yeah. It becomes this whole thing where every step of the process, I haven't spent too much time studying it too much myself, but I'm familiar with it. I don't know if you guys are aware of like Lean Six Sigma. That tends to be like for manufacturing and things like that. There's like a black belt, green belt, whatever. The point is, it's like a whole efficiency mantra. And it was originally based on some of the stuff that they did in Toyota, where they refined the way they do their factories to try to increase efficiency. But what it basically is, in a nutshell, there's a lot of ways they teach it, but one of the ways they do it in a nutshell is they look at the whole process of what you're doing and break it up into all its disparate components and ask the question, is there waste here? Is there something we're doing here that's silly? Like, if Joe wants to get his beer right now, he could, assuming you had more beer in that fridge right now. I snapped my fingers. Congratulations, Joe. There's more beer there. I've snapped my fingers and it's done. But if you wanted to turn around and do it, the quickest way for you is to turn around, open the refrigerator door, grab your beer and go. Great. But what if we said, okay, so in order to get your beer, you got to open the door. Then there's a code that you got to punch in. You're inside your house. Why do you need a code? But inside that code is a lockbox, which also has a code. And then you got to open that up. And there's like 47 steps for you to get to the beer. And then it may or may not be cold, so you may need to go to the second box, which has the cold beer. Why are you creating this convoluted process for me to get the beer when all I have to do is turn around and go to the fridge? That's the kind of analysis you would do and go like, well, you created all these extra steps and they don't provide any value. Why? How about we don't do any of that? Just put the beer in the fridge and we're done. Joe can turn around, get his beer, and he's done. Saved all this step, save all this time.
Or quit drinking.
Yeah, or quit drinking. But for PSA inside of that their setting, they've actually got that, but it's scaled up. Think even more. From the time they receive all the way to the time they process. What does processing mean? Somebody opens the box. Is it the same person opening the box that's then putting it in the system? Or are they or is somebody literally just cutting open the box and handing it to somebody else? Is that the most efficient way? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's the question you're asking. Every step along the way, you're asking the question, like, could you just do both? Would it be more efficient for you just to do those two things and then it's already ready to go to the next step? Or should I be handing it to somebody else who only punches it into the computer? That's what you're asking. And that's how you figure out how to allocate your resources. And if you do that, oh, but how did you guys increase the turnaround time? It's like, we stopped wasting time because every time this person opened the box, they had to walk 500 feet to take it to the person with the computer. What if we put it on a conveyor belt and just push it down there? Maybe that would make more sense. I'm just making stuff up, but I'm saying if you guys think about what PSA would have to do to process a card, what if they're doing it in the dumbest possible way, in the slowest possible way?
Well, Carlos, I'm not sure what you do for, your professional livelihood, but maybe a quick tour of the PSA facility and a little feedback, a little consultation would.
I think that's where the eventual angle is. Like, all right, Nat, like, let's go, hire me. I'll go. It's like I'll go in there. My job
I'm going to endorse you. I'm going to, if Nat's listening, Carlos could help you, Nat.
Yeah, but my job is a system administrator. But when I do my job, I walked in to where they didn't have a system administrator before. And my first job, and that's why I kind of enjoy the way I do my job. It's not very dissimilar to the way I do my stream. I go, what stupid things are you people doing? Like, what have you done? You're doing what? That's idiotic. That takes 5 times longer than it needs to. That's the first thing I did at the very beginning. I said, okay, let me figure out what you're doing right now. Okay, that's dumb. That's also dumb. That's even dumber than the first 2 things you told me. We're going to stop doing all that. So I took it and even in a simple level, inside the system, you've got a screen where you can create somebody's profile. They were doing it one at a time. I go, guys, you can do the spreadsheet and just fill in the same things, and I can do 100 people in the time it took you to do 5. How about that?
What's the quote? What do you do here?
Yeah, exactly. But I sat there and going like, that's why it's taking you so long. It's like, how did you create hundreds of them? Because I use my brain. I don't do what you were doing. I look at it, I think it's stupid, and I find a better way. That's what I do.
Is there not a PSA video out there that they show what they do at their company?
It could be, but it might be out of date at this point. But what I'm saying is that Nat Turner, I'm giving Nat Turner the credit for being the businesses that he runs. I'm giving him the credit for understanding that he's going to have to go in there and learn what that is. In effect, he's going to have to do, not himself personally necessarily, he may allocate some folks to do it, but in effect, they're going to do effectively what I did when I walked in to do my job the first day. I go, show me what you're doing now first. Let me see what you're doing. Let me understand. After that, then I can tell you guys you're all dumb and this is the dumbest way I've ever seen to do it, and let's fix this. But I at least give them a couple of days to show me first, and then I tell them they're stupid.
Well, I mean, more than a couple of days, right? I mean, there's usually, I mean, institutionally, things fall out the way they fall out. And if you can even find the reason why people decided to do something like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, hell, even 5 years ago, you're going to be lucky, but there's usually a reason why that happened. And then you have to sort of dissect, is it still a good reason? Is that still relevant?
Yep. And the other thing you're going to have to do as well is you're going to have to, and I guarantee you they will find this as they go through that process, because it is a process. It's not like a one-day thing. It'll take a while. They'll have to figure it out. They're going to find a lot of folks that are very comfortable doing it the way they're doing it right now, because that's the way they're trained. That's the way they got used to it. And they're going to get resistance. And you're going to be able to force them to do whatever you want. It's going to be, for some of those folks, it's going to be like, okay, you either learn how to do this the new way, or you're fired, or you can find a new job. And some folks are probably going to be put out that way because they're not going to be able to adapt. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a while, because every person that's doing it a certain way will have a justification. They'll be like, oh, well, this is the best way for us to do it because, I already know how to do this and I memorized this all in my sleep so I can do all this. It's like, but we could automate that. So you push this button and it's done. Oh, but the computer can't do it. It's like, well, actually the computer can't do that. This is not grading. This is pressing the button and it creates the label, or doing this, that, or the other thing, or whatever.
Humans don't like change.
Correct.
I think that's what you've basically just, reinforced. And culture is important. And so, how that works in terms of, if you're going to do it this way, you're going to lose your job, is going to have a trickle down effect in terms of what and sometimes that's the opportunity with new leadership, is you can go there and set a new tone. It's important to also look at what are the consequences of the fallout of that.
Yeah, that's going to be part of that initial evaluation. It's going to be like, as they're talking to people, they're going to learn that some people are really adaptable. It's like, oh, because here's what's going to happen. I guarantee you, there's going to be someone that works like a rank and file person, like who's been there at PSA doing it for years, and they're happy with their job, whatever. But it turns out they're actually pretty smart. Turns out they're actually pretty adaptable. Maybe they have a high school diploma, but it turns out they're really savvy. Maybe they should be managing this line. Maybe some of those folks should be actually promoted. It should be like the joke. I don't know if it's a TV show or a movie, but like, promote this man. But maybe that what you're going to find is that there are going to be some people in there who have been around. They understand it. They actually don't think it's a good idea, but they're going to do their job. But then offered the opportunity to be like, no, this is 100 times better. We can totally do this.
Promote some people are in the wrong positions too.
Correct. And as they go along, they're going to figure out, actually, this person is actually a lot smarter than they were given credit for. They were never given the opportunity. And maybe now this is a moment. And it turns out their manager is the one who's stuck in 1985.
Yes, that's a lot of times out there, for sure.
And that's the evaluation you have to do. And if you discover that's the case, well, then maybe the manager needs to go and this other person needs to get the opportunity. Because maybe they were always capable. They just never had that shot.
Yeah.
And now is an opportunity to find out who that is.
Well, Hockey Guy had a good thing he was saying about, a submission slip where you automatically print it out, sort of like a, barcoded thing. Yeah. So it goes through, it comes through, it's scanned, goes directly to you don't want it directly to the grader because, you don't want an X-Acto knife and the grader in the same room. So we'll just put that down beside the card. Yeah. Oops.
I would bet you, and this is just something I randomly throw out at you. So let me quickly answer this one here. I don't know if it would be really worth cracking it out right now unless you really wanted another holder. If you're already happy with the card, save the cost. Like, nothing's going to happen with BGS today that's going to change anything fundamentally yet. They're going to have a chance. But if you really just wanted in a streamlined holder, like, I prefer the PSA holders. Like, if you're talking about just the holder, I do prefer the PSA holder because it's a little more streamlined as a stackable thing. The BGS holder is a little bit clunky. Not a big fan of it.
Well, I think you have to take into account the risk and the card and the grade.
Very true.
So...
yeah. But that's always a big part of the consideration. But let me throw this out at you. For the regular form that you fill out, this wouldn't be practical. But let's say you're a technically savvy submitter. You're somebody who maybe submits semi-regularly and you're like, you want to save some time. Well, what if you went to the website, were able to fill in your submission, which I believe you can do now. But what if, as you're filling in those lines, it automatically generates a QR code for you?
That's
at the time.
Right.
Do it automatically on the website. So then when you print it out, the QR code's already there. So it gets assigned to something. And then when it goes in, you've got a way of verifying it when the person gets the card in. And you got the lines to correspond with it. So the technology's already done something for you before you even sent it in. It's already generated this QR code for you. It comes in. The person is able to quickly scan.
Bing, beep, beep, beep.
And then as you go through it, you see there's 50 cards on the list. 50 cards in the order. Do the 50 cards match the 50 QR codes that we just scanned? Are the cards the same? Yes, no. If the answer is yes, on to the next line. We don't even have to keep looking at it. quick scan. All of a sudden, I've just accelerated this beginning process because you've already filled it in for me. Unless you're totally wrong, and as the person goes through it, they can quickly verify that. But unless you totally miss something, you put in 51 cards instead of 50 or whatever, then you make the adjustment. But at least you've created this possibility where if, Joe is meticulous, he goes and makes sure he fills in everything exactly right. I'm giving you the credit, Joe. Just work with it. Yeah. But if he's meticulous and if the 50 cards are exactly bang on and they're in the same order as the list, well, then if I'm PSA, I should reward Joe by being able to quickly scan everything, send it to the next line. Because now he's got a better shot at getting his stuff a little bit quicker because he already saved me some time. Now I'm going to save you some time. Congratulations. You're going to get your thing just a little bit quicker because you went through that little extra effort at the front end.
I think they're behind the times with the technology. I think they really need to
guaranteed. Guaranteed.
There's no way they should be. Well, we did have quite an increase of people sending things in of late, and the pileup just got to a massive pileup.
Yeah. But I guarantee you, if you make, it's not going to be wholesale. A lot of people talk about, AI and robots. It's like, okay, let's not jump to AI and robots. Let's start small. let's start at QR codes and get a couple, because I promise you, if you can get your 20-day or 50-day service in 20 or 50 days, that would already be a win. If they can just match what the service standard is and actually give you that service standard you paid for, wouldn't that be a win right there? That's already a great start. Huge start.
Awesome. Yeah, Platinum Promotions out of Nova Scotia.
I like them.
Yeah.
I like them. And the customer service on it has been very good. They've done very well by me. Go ahead.
Carlos, I don't want to ask you this question because I think I know how you would answer, but maybe the hobby could be asked this question.
Sure.
Would we accept just ever so slight decline on the precision of grading and the exactitude for turnaround time? And I know my answer, no. Like I want impeccable integrity in that process. However, I mean, it's a question that may come to bear at some level if the market is suggesting that like you got to turn around faster, man. Like this just ain't working. And so like if you do that, and I know nothing you're saying is saying cut corners. You're just saying up your effectiveness of turnaround time. But yeah, I guess I wonder that like is the hobby like the level of need for that quick turnaround time so I can flip something and I can make a buck, actually like we don't really care. We don't really care if it's like, oh yeah, there was a surface imperfection. And maybe some of that's already happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's been going on a long time.
Yeah. So let me throw this one out because I do want to get the chat's thoughts as well, and then I'm going to grab a quick refill myself. But I'll throw it. So your answer for me, it's a no, just because if I'm paying the money, I want the service I paid for. If I'm sacrificing that, if I'm actually sacrificing that piece of service, it's like, well, then what am I paying you for? Because I'm not actually getting what I paid for. Now, for the #investor out there, anything that gets me back the card so I can make my money, but in that vein of what you're talking about, knowing that the possibility then is if they're just a little bit sloppier, they send it through the grading part just a little bit quicker, a couple of more 9s become 10s, which would otherwise not have happened. Well, if suddenly even more 10s are available, it works for a little while, but then the population of 10s swells. It's the opposite of population control, it's population expansion. That bargain you'd pay for it on the back end. Because it's like, yeah, you'll get it back quicker, but you're getting more 10s back now than you ever did before, even more than even was warranted. Even for modern cards, you're getting even more 10s. Then what? That's what makes it interesting. Then what? Because now your 10s are even more amply available. So it's like, can the market, or in this case, the institutional buyers, for example, can they absorb the extra volume? Or does the price get adjusted accordingly, making it less worth it, making it suddenly, yeah, we fixed the problem at the expense of your values, and now you don't want to send it anymore, which in turn double corrects. So now you got this problem. So now you got this weird thing, and I'll throw one more thing at you, just as this part of it. So let's say this is this correction followed by correction. So first, way more 10s go out there, which reduces the price, reducing the incentive to send it in, which in turn brings that submission backlog down, eventually to a certain point where all of a sudden it's like you don't need to keep giving out those 10s like candy. You can go back to slowing it down again. So now the 10s that come out a year from now are better than the 10s that came out 6 months from now. But you can't tell the difference because they both say 10s.
Well, you're making me think about the question I wanted to ask Dr. Beckett last night, which was the reputation of BVG early on being so very strict, like really early out of the gate. Beckett Vintage was known to be like excruciatingly severe in their reckoning of a card. And you know, I don't know. I mean, I was living in the moment. I can't like empirically, you know, substantiate that claim, but it struck with me. And so I was always looking for those early BVG slabs. Then apparently there was a fire in Beckett that, you know, made some sort of database go down. And so even like the substantiation that those are Beckett graded cards are no longer available for like the first 2 years or something like that. So you know, whatever, I got the card, you know, the card is the card, but I wonder sometimes about, you know, will we like to extend your thought process, Carlos? It's like, will we find different moments where, because I think this may have happened already with PSA, where like all of a sudden a bunch of 9s are coming back, not 10s, but actually the reverse, where there's some 9s that, oh, let's try it again. It's a 10.
There's a YouTuber, and if I can find it at some point, I would love to refer you guys to it. He does videos irregularly, but when he does them, they're interesting because he seems to do a lot of research on them. He was doing an analysis of the 80 Topps Ricky Henderson and was trying to figure out why the 10 is so much harder than other cards, even the 1980 Topps set. And he went into depth. He even went into like, okay, so where traditionally is the Henderson inside of an uncut sheet? Does that make it more susceptible to issues with, you know, edges and corners and such? Like he was doing comparisons to other cards in the same relative location of the sheet, doing comparison to the ratios of 10s and 9s versus other grades, and trying to figure out if there's anything that would suggest that the Ricky Henderson should be tougher. And after he did all the analysis, he couldn't find anything mathematically that seemed to be that far off. Other cards right around the same spot of the sheet should theoretically have similar percentages. But the Ricky Henderson has like a pop 24 in PSA 10 compared to like 2,000 PSA 9s or thereabouts. So the ratio was like way skewed, much higher than any other card similarly, to the point that his conclusion was like, I can't say definitively, but it feels like it's population control. It feels like they just decided we're not giving 10s out for this card, period. Yeah. It doesn't matter how nice the 9 is. It's a 9 and not a 10. Yeah. Which is the reverse of kind of what you're talking about. But then it brings the question. So all of a sudden the PSA 10 Ricky Henderson is like, because you just look, it's a pop 24. It's virtually impossible to find it in that grade.
You know, that kind of surprised me with the Gretzky Topps rookie. There was only 2 of those and cut so well, so much better printing that Topps has over O-Pee-Chee, and yet they both only had 2 10s. Very surprising.
I would love, it would be so much fun for me if I got over, it's like, nah, I got a great idea. It's like, look, I'll do this consulting. I'll give you like a 20% discount if you let me screw around with one thing. It's like, what? Just one thing. It's like, from now on, the 79 Topps Gretzky, everything gets a 10. I want thousands of 10s. Thousands. I don't care what the grade is. Everything's a 10.
Well, I mean, I think some of the cards that we're reflecting on are cards that have a lot of ways in which they cannot be mint or gem mint, which is always like a strange term to me because I grew up in the time where mint was mint. Yeah. But you know, and you know, the snow white borders of the Henderson, the centering issues. I mean, there's a lot of ways that card can go wrong. The OPC Gretzky, the Topps Gretzky, as I'm understanding, there's a lot of ways that card can go wrong. And there's, you know, that's a fun part of the hobby to me. Like, but I don't want to also, you know, it's like, where is the bar set? And I would have to believe, I mean, I think we know this, right? Each individual grader has their own experience in the hobby, experience with a particular card, and is going to be able to, like, from their understanding of where the bar is, assess if that's, going from a 9 to a 10 or a 9 to a 9.5 or whatever it is.
That's always been the controversy, though. Like, I joke about the thing where, and by the way, I would totally do that. That's not even a joke. Like, if Nat Turner agreed to that, like, it's like now everything's a 10. It's like the pop will be so high. It's like that card is worthless. Worthless. But anyway, but the thing is, that's the reason why I use that analogy with the Ricky Henderson, because he compared it to other 1980 Topps cards. He didn't stick to another issue. He stuck to the same year, the same brand, so that he could, and that's why I said he even went through and I give him credit. He went to the depth of looking at the relative location of the card on the sheet to try to understand, like, okay, so if maybe it's at the edge of the sheet, could that be an issue? Could that have created a problem? And then he compared it to other cards on the edge of the sheet, just to be like, okay, could that be a thing? And he kept finding the ratios were still skewed. It still seemed to be disproportionately rare compared to other cards in similar areas of the sheet.
I saw that video. It was really good. And I was sitting there going,
well done. I thought it was well done.
It's pretty simple because those are the only things you really have to look at. What's the criteria? Break it down. Why is there 2010s and only 24 or 9s and 24 10s?
That's why content like that, that's what I gravitate to. I watch a lot of content because I need the depth, I need the breadth of understanding what's out there. But content like that, it's like, no, I love this stuff because it's very clear the guy went through the trouble of really digging in deep and doing apples to apples. He stuck to the same year, the same brand, the same card, and asked the question, why? He didn't go in with a preconceived notion and then try to build the thesis that way. He goes, no, let me do the analysis, run the numbers, and it looks off. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I can't say definitively that's what they're doing, but it's hard to believe that mathematically there's no way that there shouldn't be a couple more 10s out there comparatively. Well,
in the same way that you were talking about the Star Company stuff, Carlos, where they don't want to quite put their name to it, and that's, a little bit of a stretch as far as a comparison, but I mean, maybe that's the bar, right? Like the Henderson is so important that we can't take a chance that we're not making the right call on this or our credibility. Like not so much a conspiracy theory, but a little bit more of like, we're going to get more conservative around this thing that means so much more, where these other cards, whatever, Alfredo Griffin or whatever is not quite as important.
Yeah, and that's one of the theories that gets floated out there. The thing though is, and this I guess goes back to what you think third-party grading is supposed to be. In theory, it shouldn't matter what the card is. You're supposed to be looking at the card's merits. Yeah. If it's a 52 mana, you're supposed to grade it with the same criteria as a 52 common. You're supposed to. Whether you do or not, that's different. But you're supposed to so that you get the real result. If it turns out there's a rash where suddenly one collector maybe had some vending cases and had these beautifully centered, Ricky Henderson and submitted 20 of them, and they're all legit 10s, you should be getting legit 10s. That's what's supposed to happen. Will that actually happen? Probably not. But that in itself is problematic. That's an issue because it's like, that means you're supposed to grade this in a vacuum. You're not supposed to be thinking about how many other 10s there are. You're supposed to be like, what is this card supposed to get based on my evaluation of the condition? I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, sure. I think when Nat Turner comes in, things will change a bit. He'll say, I think we need to, just let things go. Were they told before to restrict, or are they more cautious on grading when it gets to that level? Do they look a little harder than they should? We don't know. I would assume so. If you got a mantle that's a 9 or a 10, you're going to be holding that and taking your time and really looking it over. And it probably gets harder eyes on it.
I agree, Bobby. And I think, from what little insight I have to those companies, I mean, it's probably more than one grader, right? It's probably a team of graders. It's like, I took a look at this, you took a look at this. Maybe at that level.
Two.
I
can't see 3 graders sitting around, doing I almost said something wrong, sitting around in a circle.
2 that know their head from their ass. I mean, yeah, like
the circle. But anyways, hey, what do you think? I don't know. What do you think? I can't see them passing it around like that. I think anybody worth their salt will definitely sit there. I would always ask a friend, what do you think? What do I think? I think it's this, I think it's that. You're usually pretty close, and then you can make your arguments from there. But these guys do how many cards a day? You just think they would run through it a little bit faster and get the proper grades out. Like a 10. It's easy to spot a 10 because it's just like, I can't find anything wrong with this. Centering's bang on. Corners are great. Edges are fine. What's left? Popper court. Oops. Sorry, Ricky.
Well, and Carlos is bringing up the point of, I think, context, right? Like, so if you do get 20 at a time versus, 2 at a time or 1 at a time, there may be a different experience for the grader. I mean, if that happens, not knowing their processes, I mean, if the 20 submission thing is happening in such a way where that translates to the grader getting 20 cards at once, that's going to be different than a grader getting 1 card at a time, hermetically sealed. The experience is, this is the experience of me grading this card. Maybe I have 1 or 2 colleagues that I vet my perspective on, and they just check it as a way of being better at our jobs together collectively. Like, I do that in my profession. I want to know what my colleagues think. And so, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's just a question of, like, can they extricate themselves from a context that might even aside from the number of cards submitted, it could be like, what's going on with the card and the hobby in that moment.
Mm-hmm. And that's that's kind of the perfect direction that I wanted to kind of look at it, is that, again, it goes back to what you think third-party grading is supposed to be, because the whole idea originally was supposed to be that these are supposed to be your impartial, judges, so to speak. Or, again, it's still subjective, but they're supposed to not, as soon as they introduce that part into it and get influenced by it, oh my God, this is an expensive card, and that influences your grading on it, it kind of invalidates the grade, because you're not really thinking about it anymore, because the general principles of the issue still stand.
But Carlos, you're using judges. Let's just use that in a court of law.
Sure.
There's tough judges. Yep. There's easy judges. Mm-hmm. They all have their own personality and, what they do. So, I guess that goes for the same guys at PSA or whatever grading company.
I think that makes sense if the same person is grading every single Ricky Henderson. Like, if that's the answer, and it's a consistent
there might just
thing,
be one grader.
That would be concerning too. That would be concerning too for a different reason. But in theory, you should have, because most of these places have senior graders. Like, if it's a more valuable card, they would give somebody with a little more experience the opportunity to be able to look at it. But 80 tops is not it's not like a tobacco issue or one of these issues that maybe have some peculiarities. It's a straightforward issue. 1980 tops was a straightforward set.
Do you believe that that certain graders are grading particular cards of higher value? Like, if a mantle, give that to Jimmy over there, or give that to, Joe's really good at that. Yeah. Let's give it to him. He handles it properly. We're not giving it to the newbie. What do you think? I don't know.
I think the senior graders will get the higher value cards, but it shouldn't be one senior grader. In theory, it would be a small group, a still select group. But if every single one of them is coming to the same conclusion over and over again, well, then it's not tough judges or not, because they've pretty much set the bar. And if that's the case and it's consistent across the board for all time, then fine. But then that means we got to go looking at those 9s, because maybe there's some phenomenal 9s out there that it's like, okay.
There's a lot of phenomenal 9s out there.
I guess so, because.
Yeah, I mean, the
minus 30%.
Mm-hmm.
The notion, like the for all time part, Carlos, as we know, like, we change careers, we change, personnel in our organization. So it's never going to be that. But I think what you're saying makes me think that the person who's quarterbacking the sort of deployment of resources within your organization, in other words, who's grading what, is that person has a lot of agency, right? They have a lot of power in the organization to go, okay, this is an important card, and I want, grader X to take a look at this. This is the next tier down, and so I'm okay with grader, Y.
It is interesting though, because I really don't feel like the Ricky Henderson like 10 really took off until the last couple of years. So it's one of those things like up until this point,
That,
it's a big player, big
that
card, but
that's true. Yeah.
but it's not the 52 tops Mano. Like it hasn't been historically. So it's like, why did they up until this? Because it's not like there were a bunch of 10s before and there's 0 10s now. It's been consistently rare that they've come out. Just seems odd
Well,
mathematically.
going way back to our how does hobby content creation influence the hobby, like they're, I'm assuming, watching if not participating in these moments as well, and so they're understanding that the rise of goats is as a hobby target is becoming such that they really need to put their focus in these moments. So I agree with you. I mean, there could have been like some young rookie graders doing the Ricky Henderson in 1999, and maybe those graders became like old pros later, but maybe they didn't. Maybe they flamed out or weren't graders that we would now assess as being like the top-notch graders, and yet those cards are still in slabs. So that's takes us all the way back to buy the card, not the grade.
Do you think they have greenhorns?
Picture.
Do you think they hire greenhorns, like people who totally know nothing about cards? I don't believe that they would.
Yeah, I was being a little hyperbolic there, I guess. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
I'm just asking. That's just a question. It's nothing to do with you, Joe.
Yeah.
No, I get it. You're right. Yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I think there probably were graders. Even a good grader could have a bad day, right? I mean, it's like there's idiosyncrasies of the human, framework. So,
can I ask you a question then, based on what you just asked there? Because, and I feel like the SGC guy talked about this a little bit with Josh from Carbon Chronicles when they did that before SGC really took off, and they made a tactical error, not being ready for the volume. But they were talking about hiring new graders and doing all that. But here's the thing. To your point, hiring greenhorns, hiring people that don't have the experience, I guess the question would be, would you want necessarily an experienced hobbyist coming out of the blocks as a new hire, as a grader, who may be influenced by their experiences in the hobby and maybe their hobby fandom, maybe they are a fan of certain cards and things like that, as opposed to somebody who comes into it as a business saying like, my job is to grade these cards, teach me how to do it. You get to train it from the ground up without any bad habits or preconceived notions or biases. And then they go from there.
It's kind of a catch-22, really, because having somebody with some experience helps a lot.
Sure.
You know how to handle cards.
Especially for difficult issues as well. They maybe have some nuances that you understand better than most. Yes.
Yeah. What's the fleck on this card? I don't know. Does that have, so having somebody with a little bit of knowledge, I think is certainly a hiring feature. I wouldn't want to train a greenhorn. I don't think them past the processing room is any place you want them to be close to your cards.
No, I get you, but you've got a lot of volume of cards, right? So like if you're the bulk of the cards could be graded potentially. So your Luca Prism may be graded by somebody with less than 2 or 3 years experience, who has the understanding to be able to grade that fine. But the 52 manuals go into the other room with the graders that have 10, 15, or 20 years of experience.
But most of the technology for those cards are rather new, so it's not that historically older cards are harder to grade because you have to understand the because that's why Beckett came out with the vintage grading. They wanted to grade and they started grading harder. It was crazy, but that's how everything changes. So,
but that's what I'm getting at is that you can create that segregation by level of experience, but there is still a spot. The only reason I brought up the thing about getting the greenhorn is that sometimes it's easier. Let me use an example in my industry, what I do. If I was going to train, and I've been advocating for this, I've been telling them I need another member of my team. But they say, well, what would you need? I say, well, you know what? I would almost rather you let me hire somebody who doesn't know anything about this tool. They say, why? Because they don't have any bad habits. I can start from scratch, and when I'm training them, I can train them, quote unquote, the proper way so that they can understand the nuances of what we've done here. So they already understand exactly why certain things are a certain way. And you can still ask questions. You can come in with those fresh eyes and all that. But at the same time, you're not coming in with, okay, so this is how it's done properly. This is how I did it at the other thing that I was doing. So,
yeah. Or you hire a guy, well, yeah, I know I use a typewriter. I don't know you know how to use a computer. Like, how green do you want to go?
Yeah.
So,
But there's like different levels, right? Like you do want certain core competencies, certain understandings. You don't want to be starting like, okay, so how do I hold a card? Well, we can do a little better than that, but like
Yeah.
the same. But I don't need you to know the nuances of caramel cards of the 1910s. I don't need you to have that necessarily out of the block. I might be able to teach you that and train you on some of those nuances. That
Yeah.
I
And
can teach you.
those cards are the key cards, Carlos. Yes, exactly. Because
Yeah.
you need to know that stuff. Like you can't. It's not even about the grading, really. It's about identifying and confirming that it is what it
Right.
is.
Yeah.
Some of these cards are you just don't even know the stock. You can't. How do you know through experience? Some people have never touched cards that are only one or two or three of a kind.
As someone who, recruits employees and looks for talent, there's absolutely something to be said for new perspective, tabula rasa, like somebody that's got a blank slate coming into the whatever field it is, who can be influenced by the organization's, mission, if you will, or, sensibilities. And like Bobby said, I mean, this is why I think Catch 22 is apropos. Someone with some experience that brings like some background and some context, and where the fine line is for that. I mean, if I was running a business in, say, the card grading world, I would want both. I would want a blend of both. I would want a spectrum that had both eyes on it, so that there could be someone with the technical, assessment that is without like no context. Like it wasn't that card that I wanted when I was 22 and couldn't afford it. And I would also want the person that would understand the magnitude of the whole ups and downs of this card through the course of collecting
Historical reference. Yeah.
I'd want both. But I mean, then how you calibrate that becomes the question. Who gets the final say? What's the verdict if we're going back to judges? And I maybe it's coming down to one, but in a video I watched with SGC, I'm not sure if it was the Josh video, but it was some video, and they were sort of talking about the way they handle the big ticket cards, and they start with someone and then they move it to somebody else, the real big ticket cards. And I think that's wise. I think it's wise to have a few eyes on it.
Yeah, and historically, that's been the way you do it. It's not one grader making the final decision. It's generally a couple of opinions, and if they're basically aligned, then we roll with it. But if they're way off, or if there's a big discrepancy, then somebody else comes in and goes like, okay, what's the issue here that's making this gap? Should we just bridge the gap? Should we split the middle? Like, where are we going to land on this? And that general consensus is where you end up, and that's the final grade that you get. But that's basically why the CSG guys is that, because they got the Beckett guys that are supposed to have all this experience, that's supposed to be, a big thing. But the point that I made is that there's no such thing as a superstar grader. No one has ever heard of a superstar grader. That's not a thing. We're not going to go get autographs from the superstar grader.
I was at one time, until I sent in cards to PSA and realized I was not.
Well, Bobby, now you're a hobby influencer. Now it's different. Now you're a hobby influencer.
Am I?
Yeah. No, we totally got you on this. But the thing is that if they're supposed to be your baseline, if they're your start of your new product, your CSG product, they're not grading every card, which means my evaluation of how well CSG does is going to be based on their ability to recruit, train, and build the department around them, because they need. So as far as I'm concerned, they are only as good as the weakest link on their grading team, because they're the ones building the team. So in essence, they're the general manager. You're building the squad. So you got to figure out what you're going to do. Are you going to try to pilfer some guys from PSA and from SGC? Maybe that's how you do it. Maybe you grab a couple of folks off the street who we're going to train them from the ground up, and we're going to teach them the right way, and they're going to learn, and they're going to get better progressively as they go on. Or maybe it's a blend. Most likely it's a blend. But that team is going to be how we're going to define how well or badly they grade, because it doesn't matter if the two guys at the top, presumably, even if they're flawless graders, they're not, just so we're clear, no one's a flawless grader, but even if they were, unless they're grading every single card, then I can't trust that as being what's coming out on the other end. It's what team did you assemble? You're only as good as the weakest link, because if I've got the one person there who always screws this up, and they're the ones grading my cards, I'm going to have a bad time, and I'm going to hate what I'm getting on the other side as a product.
What's occurring to me is a possible marketing tactic as well as, and we hear this all the time in so many instances, but is transparency. And I think a little bit of what we're doing right now is we're like trying to, I mean, I haven't worked for PSA, nor have I worked for Beckett. So I don't really know what goes on. I have ideas or speculations. I think I heard from somebody from CGC that had some insight into that, but maybe that's a way for them to go, is to kind of like unveil, like, this is what we do as a way to create market confidence.
Yeah, I think this kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier, and this is the interesting angle. So Nat, if you're listening to me, yeah, exactly. So Nat, if you're listening to me, as part of the consulting fee, the other thing I'm going to do is I'll talk to you about the PR campaign and the videos we'll make on YouTube. That'll reveal some of the key components, because this would be the simplest way. You have a PSA YouTube channel. I'm assuming they've got one. If they don't, they should get one. And then you start producing some videos that outline some of the basics of, hey guys, so when Joe submits his card for grading, this is what happens. It goes to this department. We do this. You don't have to do all the specific, but give the basic outline. This is what happens. It goes over here. We do this. We slap a label on it. We create a code. We create the serial number, blah, blah, blah. And then we encapsulate it, put it in the holder, send it back to Joe, and Joe's happy. Thumbs up.
But the part that we would all be really focused on is what happens in that room.
Yeah. And you can show like a dramatic reenactment, but you just basically set up a station with a card that's there as like a filler and be like, this is basically what we do. This is, and it can be a card that's just somebody in-house has. It's not a real submission. You don't want to show real submission, but this is the process that the person undertakes to be able to grade your card. This is what they do basically. This is the table. This is the setup. They got their lights. They got their magnifying glass, whatever the reality is. You show it in a controlled environment with a card that's not a real card, so you don't have to worry about that getting graded. But then you basically, so this is basically what happens. And then when it's done, you put it in the holder, send it off to you.
It's a great Simpsons episode, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Couldn't you just see, PSA? Oh.
Well, my question would be too, is when they have that, let's just say, I don't know, Honus Wagner, Mansell,
Sure.
Pick your poison, right?
Sure.
How much retrieval of other issues are they involved in that moment? Are they, I mean, I have to believe that, I mean, if it was me and it was my responsibility to decide, okay, what's this 33 Gaudi Ruth worth? Mm-hmm. Or what's it graded? Sorry. Mm-hmm. And I'd want to look, I'd want to have as much information. I'd probably want to steep myself in that information. Even if I knew it mostly, I'd want to be very proximate to the knowledge as I came to my conclusions about this card. So that's a question I have, is like, how much research is going on? Is it, all of whatever, 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 45 minutes, or is it a larger process of like pulling in, 10 to 20 images of cards that are legit, looking at previous grades, like how much contextualization is going on in that?
Yeah. So I'll give you an example in an old life, because I used to work one way they could do it. This is just me throwing something out there. It's just a thought process. In my old life, I used to work technical support in a call center, and my job was to do that, resetting satellite receivers and all that good stuff. But and part of my job was to train some of these people to do it. And there's two different ways to training. It goes back to what I said earlier. In this case, they're giving it to me. They've already had some training. So in some cases, I'm undoing bad habits. This is what I say. But when you're doing this type of work, there's the folks that understand it inherently, that have a certain nuance for it, maybe have some basic understanding already. So they're starting with a background. Then there's folks that are starting from pure scratch. There's folks that will follow instructions step by step. You need to lay out the primrose path for them. And then there's folks that are like, okay, I will use your resource to go along with what I do understand, put the pieces together. And those tended to be the most effective, the ones that could combine the two things. In the example we did there, when I would train them, I would try to assess what they were. I like, okay, do you have some knowledge, or am I starting from scratch? How I teach you is going to depend on that. The next thing becomes, okay, let's say you know something. Awesome. So now let's go in. We had a resource. We had a database that we could go in. Some people didn't go into it, but it would have technical specs on every single receiver in addition to how to fix certain problems. But I said, okay, cool. The steps to fix problems is great, unless it turns out the problem you have doesn't fit into one of these neat little categories. The people that would do the best were the ones that understood how the receiver worked. And I'll come back to how this relates to the cards. Just hang with me for a second. But the ones that understood how it worked had the underlying principles in their head and could then use these resources to their full effect and take full advantage of of the information that was there. In grading, it's the same thing. In the satellite world, that meant I was able to take a third-party piece of equipment that happened to have certain frequencies. And because I understood what those frequencies were, I was able to get a guy in the middle of nowhere to have TV. Where if we couldn't, I couldn't send anybody to go get him except with a helicopter. I reprogrammed his receiver. I took over a call for an agent. That was the escalation. I took it over. I got him back online. He was good to go. And he had more channels than he had before from having nothing. But if it didn't work, if I was wrong, he gets nothing. We cancel the service. It's over. You have to have experience to do that. You have to have confidence in your experience to do that, but you have to understand the underlying principles because they were using third-party equipment that didn't even belong to the company.
Wow.
I understood the principles, which is why I was able to figure out actually that will work. It's unusual. We have nothing on the books for how to do it, but I'm going to make it up as we go along. We're going to make it work because I understand that can work. The other person just stared at me and goes, "It's not in the manual." I know that. It's not in the manual. I'm rewriting the manual. Write this down. And then I did it. But you have to have that comfort level and that understanding. Going back to grading, if the person has that background and it has at least that understanding, then the reference material supplements what they have, gives them that extra, takes them over the top, and is like, now, number one, I was confident that this T206 Honus Wagner was a proper T206, but now, are there any enhancements? Has there been any alteration? That's where this extra. Now I can use these references. I would hope that the PSAs, the SGCs, and the CGSs would build this resource, this database, to give these people this reference point. But the people that are building that reference point have to be the ones with the knowledge. Hey guys, these are some things to look out for this issue. To begin with, these are some initial things, but let's build off of that. Then I can also teach you some nuances that are not going to be on the screen, but you add that to these initial checkpoints. Build it together, and now you have the well-rounded grader. Just like in my time, back then, I was a well-grounded troubleshooting technical support agent because I didn't just understand what it said in the book. I understood how the thing worked. So it meant you could throw me something that wasn't in the book, and I could still make it work. That's how that works.
And that's good. Well, it wasn't the first graded Wagner.
Card number 1 for PSA. It was altered. It was trimmed. Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Maybe Nat should
undo card number 1.
Buy it back. You can't start out anything with an act of deceit.
He wants to retroactively. We got to go back. We got to go back, guys. Can we go back and undo this? Like, it's been 30. I know it's been 30 years, but can we fix this? We did it wrong on card number 1.
Facts are facts.
I know.
They don't change.
Yeah, like Mastro was the one who was responsible for that card. He's already acknowledged fully he was trimmed.
I know.
It's been acknowledged multiple times. Like everybody,
did you read the card? Did you read the card? The book?
Sorry?
The book, the card.
Yes, I've actually got it on my bookshelf.
Yep, I read it a couple times. It was a really good, interesting story about how it was in a 3-card panel, and they trimmed it down, and so there's your first. And I think that was found out, and the buyer was notified, and he
didn't care.
Why?
But that's
the question is why. It's such a big why, and I don't get into conspiracy theories. But I know, I think I know why.
Okay.
But
yeah,
it's interesting.
But it's funny.
Back to the Future, right?
Exactly. I find it funny because that's basically third-party grading in sports cards. Original Sin, the very first card right out of the block.
Adam and Eve. There we go.
Was altered out of the block.
Apple.
That's why I find this all tremendously amusing. So, Joe, can you understand why I find a lot of this stuff when you have the history and you understand what the history is? You can go look at this, and I just find the absurdity entertaining. I find it wonderful. I enjoy it for what it is. But I'm also not delusional. Like, I know what I'm looking at. I understand what I'm seeing. So for me, it's not problematic. So that's why when we have these occasional scandals, oh my God, Trimgate, Slabgate. I'm like, guys, the first card was trimmed. The first one. That was
Are we over that? Are we over
30
that?
years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is old news, bros. Old news. The PSA gate Wagner is trimmed.
People don't know that. Not quite a few don't.
Apparently not, yeah.
The thing I really liked about your story, Carlos, was your capacity to assess your personnel. and know the humans you're working with. And I think that's huge from an organizational standpoint, is to be able to assess who you have on your team, and then position them, leverage them in such a way where their strengths and counterbalance their weaknesses as best as possible. Like, you want to acknowledge that none of us are perfect. And then the other thing that I took away was extrapolation. Like, you can only get so much data. You can, and it might be a ton, might be like more than anybody else has had, but there will still be moments where you need to extrapolate from that data in the current context. And that's not that's where the human element comes in.
Yeah. And the reason that plays into it, and the reason why I use that specific story, is because that was a situation where we had something that didn't have a precedent. We didn't have the documentation. So if I take somebody who follows instructions and that's all they can do, they're done. There's nothing to follow. So what do you do then when we have to throw the book out? That's why I said, if you know the underlying, if you have an understanding, you can work with that as your base. That's your bedrock. That's your foundation. And then, all right, where that comes into grading is a lot of those vintage issues, the pre-war issues. Maybe we've seen this issue, and maybe this is a card that has never been seen before. Maybe this is the first time this card has been found. So what are you going to compare it to? You can compare it to another card in the same issue. You can do that. But, okay, so does this, number one, is this card authentic? Does it have the characteristics of the issue in question? Number one. Number two, is the card stock right? Is the color of the card stock right? Does it look, is it supposed to be semi-gloss and this is not? Or is it supposed to be glossy and this isn't? You can use those basic principles. Once you establish that, okay, great. Now we're off the book. This particular player was never in this issue, as far as we knew up until this point. Now what? So do we catalog a new issue? Is this a completely different thing? Is this just another card that we've discovered? What is the situation?
Is there a motivation?
Correct.
Well, they have everybody who's the pseudo experts that they have on speed dial, because they use my book now to officially document any cards that come in from hockey that aren't there. So they are using my my price guide, which is good. I think it's really good. But I do get an email every once in a while, 2 or 3 times a year, and they ask, "Hey, do you know about this?" Or somebody wants to submit something that's new, and they said, "Well, is this good?" Yes. And you give them they can't know everything. They really can't. There's so many things. And talk about hockey small. Look at baseball.
That's why, but that's why I use baseball, because there's so many caramel issues and tobacco issues and things where it's like, there are people who spend a lifetime. If you guys have any interest in the T206 issue, there have been ebooks written by folks on the Net 54 forums that are excellent resources. Guys, like I said, my old wheelhouse was vintage baseball. I love vintage baseball. I do. One of these days, Joe, I will formally invite you to come on, and we're just going to talk vintage baseball, because I love vintage baseball, and I could talk about that all day. But I have understanding in these other areas, so I try to be a hobby renaissance man here. I want to understand as much as I can within reason. But that's always been my favorite lane. Vintage baseball is my favorite lane. There's so many nuances. I remember going through that SCD catalog, the standard catalog, cover to cover, especially in that vintage realm. There's so much information. There's so many issues that are so random. But now try to give that to a PSA grader, and they have to try to grade it. And if they don't have the experience, oh my God. But all I was
and
an
very
enthusiast.
few have that
I was an
experience.
enthusiast.
How many people have that experience, even that you can name today?
Yeah.
Handful.
Go ahead, Joe.
There was a podcast, I think it was by Kyle at Wax Museum. It was like a 2-part story or something of a man in Oregon who had a grandfather who played in the major leagues in the early 1900s. And it was I think it was even before the T206s. It was a very rare issue. And so he sought out to find this card. And, there was 1 or 2 stories of him, like it finally coming up on eBay, and he underbid, he didn't understand what was going on, like that there's other people that might want this. And it went on and on and on until he finally secured the card. And as it turned out, there was 8 or 9 in existence. And like the few collectors that were set collectors, were super fired up to get that card, like as fired up as a collector that has a niche kind of, interest versus like the actual grandchild or great grandchild. I don't even know. And then it was this family moment where he secured the card at a reunion and was able to show it to everybody. I mean, it was like, I practically cried, Carlos. It was really emotional. Yeah. But I guess the point I'm saying is that, yeah, there are those, pieces out there that are so rare that like nobody really knows, like nobody really actually knows. And so you have to take a few leaps of faith with your knowledge in the hobby. And, if you assume that your knowledge in the hobby is as good as anybody's or close to it, like, that becomes the way, the accepted perspective on a particular issue, a particular print, a particular reverse. Obviously all those old TO6s have like about 26 different reverses.
Thereabouts, yeah. And varying rarities, scarcities. And one of my favorite ones was the Ty Cobb back, which to this day, they're still trying to kind of like put some pieces together, go like, okay, so what is this supposed to be? And the Ty Cobb back is, I think, rarer than the Honus Wagner by multitudes. And it's just like, it's this weird thing. And you had the issue, the name escapes me, but there was I think like T213s or something like that, like the red crossbacks and stuff, where they're like, okay, so is this a T206? It looks like a T206, but not really. The font's different. But that's what I'm trying to get, these nuances. Like when they were trying to do the classification. Remember, Jefferson Burdick came up with a lot of these classifications. They did the best they could with what they had at the time. Remember, this is very primitive. Like they had to get a copy of the card and be like, okay, so what's the difference? Well, this one's got blue font and this one's got black font. Wait, so is that tint or is that actually two different fonts? How are the other colors? Well, the other colors look off, so then it might be tint. Oh, right. Imagine them trying to do that. Like, that's basically what it was. And our entire history of that hobby is built on that.
Different factories
did the best they could, but they did the best they could. I can't knock them for trying. They tried. But to this day, and as time goes on and people get older, the amount of researchers that are doing this are dwindling because they're getting older and older. I reference one of the gentlemen who I spoke to when I was in my teens, when I was back in Charles's age, Jim Montgomery. He was a great collector. He sold his company for millions of dollars and put together this amazing collection of high-grade vintage. He was a wealth of knowledge and understanding. He's lost to the sands of time.
Huh.
He's just a dude that at one time had a bunch of cards. But if you got a chance to talk to him a little bit or chat with him a little bit through email or correspondence, that is all the information that was passed along. I got some bits and pieces from there. But if you didn't have that, it's gone. Yep. So when I get a chance to reference something that he mentioned, I may not always remember to throw his name in there, but that's where I got it. Because I used to talk to some of these old school collectors back then when they were alive. They're all dead.
Most of them, yeah,
most of them are dead. Like, it's just what it is.
I called all the old Peachy employees. I got in touch with them back in the late 90s and early 2000s. Yeah. And the amount of information you get from them, it's just little pieces here and there, but man, just amazing what I've learned. And I've never found out again since.
But that's why I try to give everybody perspective. I am the youngest person on the screen right now, but I'm closer to 40 than I am to 30. So I can't pretend to be a spring chicken either. I'm getting close to the age where eventually in a couple of years, the oldest professional athletes will be younger than me. So like, as I approach that age, that means I'm getting older. I've got more gray hair than I did 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That happens. It's okay. But I'm one of the last lines of people that got to communicate with some of them age-wise. They got to communicate with somebody. So when I transfer over that information, the good news is this is being recorded. It's the best I got. I can at least convey some of that stuff and pass it along because nobody remembers who Jim Montgomery is unless you knew who he was. He's just a dude, a guy.
Yeah. Well, what I think about is incentive to know. And you know, obviously financial incentive is part of that. And Jeremy and I talked about this on his show a while back. It's like, are we headed in a direction where it's all goats, right? Like, are we eventually going to get to a place where people won't care that much about a name they haven't heard that happens to be either aesthetically a beautiful issue or, you know, in the history of the hobby, a beautiful issue? Like, I have a thing for Rube Waddell. Rube Waddell was a very interesting baseball player. He had a lot of interesting things going on. in his world. He has some cool cards, but most people I talk to on planet Earth don't know who the hell Rube Waddell is. And probably that's going to increase as time goes on. There's probably going to be fewer and fewer people that know who the hell Rube Waddell is or care who the hell Rube Waddell is. They may know about Ty Cobb, they may know about Babe Ruth, but that's only because those names and the incentive and or the ways in which the hobby moves is continuing to make those names relevant. So that's an element I reflect on. I don't know what I do with that information, but it feels significant.
It's generational, all of it.
Yeah.
As the generations move, the stars, the goats keep going on, but lesser known people fade away.
Yeah. The thing is, over time, as time goes on, you'll remember the Ruths. You'll remember, even a Ty Cobb and those guys who were like legends of the game at that time. And you'll remember the legends of the game like Ziggy Palfy and forget about the scrubs like Wayne Gretzky. That's just how it is. Like, what are you going to do?
I don't know, you guys. You're bursting my bubble here. I thought you would say something like, no, Joe, the true collector will always remember this. And
there will always be, Joe.
The bibliophile.
Mm-hmm. So Joe, all I'll say to you is this, and here's the problem. And I have so much fun with this. It's one of the great joys is I just try to offer the contrast and the perspective. I feel very fortunate in that in the time that I grew up, in that I grew up with the internet, but I predate the internet, the commercial internet. So I grew up with it, but it wasn't my thing. So I had fun in my old job conversing with a IT guy in his 60s who was on his way out heading to retirement. And I could refer back to the Tandy. I could refer back to, because I had them. My dad found them in a garage sale and would let me play with them. And I had a computer in my room in 1989. I was 6 years old, but a 1989 Tandy is a piece of junk. It's a glorified calculator is what it is. It's pre-Windows. So I have that background. I can go back to DOS. I can go back to those old school things because I have that experience. I also have the experience before the internet and I have the experience after the internet. And my personal favorite, the cutoff point that I like the delineating line, and I tried to explain that to my teammates when I worked at the bank. I go, we're not that far off in age. We're both millennials. We're both in that generation. But here's the differentiating line, and the line I put in the sand for you. When I graduated, it was 2000. When I graduated university, it was 2006. The iPhone came out in 2007. The iPhone did not exist when I finished university. Why does that matter? Because even a couple of years younger than me means that in your world, the smartphone was already in play by the time you were out of school. Why does that matter? When I went to school and we went to the bar and we went to the pub, this is not 1985. This is 2004, 2005, 2006. It doesn't feel like it should be that long ago. We had flip phones. If I was going to message you, it would be a pain. I'd have to do the T9 thing. I can't send you an email. I'm not sending you a tweet. I'm not sending you an Instagram message. I don't have that on my phone. So what's going to happen is I call you ahead of time and go, hey, I'll meet you at the bar at 11. Cool. All right, I'll meet you there. They had couches. You sat down. People would be like, hey, do you mind if I sit down? Sure. You'd hang out and you'd have a chat. That is how we couldn't go to social media because we didn't have it, Joe. And that wasn't 1985. That was 2005.
Yeah.
That was that last time period. As soon as we crossed that Rubicon, it was done. If I had gone one generation after, and I mean literally started in 2007, now the iPhone's in play. Now we're all staring at our phones.
Uh-huh.
That is the small, thin line. I was the last generation that graduated literally 12 months before the iPhone. That is how tight that line is. So my colleagues that were a millennial generation, only a couple of years younger than I am, it's not the same. That's why I keep trying to tell them, it's like the generations got a lot tighter. We can't use the 15, 20-year window. It doesn't, because I promise your experience with it is completely different than mine. Only because of that one little thing, the smartphone. One tiny little differentiator.
And my age difference is different too with video games. I was pre-video games, pinballs. We went playing pinball machines. Yeah. And by the time I graduated and everything, you're mature, and so you think. Video games, that's like I was trying to catch up because the kids are young and they're doing all the whatever back then, Caligula and whatever.
But that's crazy. That's why I like using that story though, because it tries to put into context the guys, that line is so thin. And that is because that was a game changer. The smartphone was a game changer for the technology, because by that point we had the internet. But by the time we had the commercial internet, and by the way, my family were early adopters. We had the internet in my house in 1994. 1994 internet looks very different than 2021 internet, by the way. Just very different. It looks very different. The problem is a couple more years and I will have been on the internet for 30 years.
So
Not everybody can say that.
Carlos, do you want a pinball machine?
I'd have no room for it. I'd play one, but I would have no room for it.
But there's no desire for it.
Yeah, for sure.
What
But
I'm
they
showing
were-
is the generational part of it.
I remember playing pinball machines at the bowling alley. When my dad and I would go bowling, then we'd play pinball machine in there because they had
Yeah,
it
they
and it
would
was
still
fun.
have them in there. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were fun. But that's why the reason why I like using that line, because it's like it doesn't feel 100 years ago to them, because my colleagues were right around the same age, even though they're a couple of years younger. I go, that's how thin that line is.
Yeah.
Now for the kids that are like 10 years younger or whatever, it's completely different. Forget it. But because they're so close, it's easier for them to get the thought around their head to be like, that's how little difference it was required. That's it.
Uh-huh.
So for you, we're in the same generation, technically, but our
Yeah.
experiences could not have been any more different. The way I experienced that era is different than the way you experienced that era. When 9/11 happened, I was 18. I was finishing off high school. I was going to go into university. It's a very different context than somebody who's 5 or, whatever, doesn't have that context. I do. The year 2000, different context. Again, same thing. And by the time I get to school and university, and then, years passed, but it will never be the same. And then you see the change of the internet, and then broadband, I had it in my house in 1999. 1999 broadband is very different than broadband today.
Uh-huh.
That means we got off the modem. We got off the yeah, that we got off that in 1999. Big game changer too.
Uh-huh.
Well, that was 22 years ago. Like, it's been a while,
I know.
but I've been there during all those steps of it, and I was old enough to appreciate it at every single one of those steps. Plus, I also remember what happened before.
Sure.
So it's a good spot to be, because you're not so old that you were already like well into your adulthood when some of this stuff happened. But I wasn't so young that I didn't understand what was going on.
You have the dual perspective of how things were before and how the things are after.
Yeah. And basically that's the last generation that gets that. After that, you're either one side of that fence or you're on the other side of that fence.
And that's where the collecting line divides.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it divides at pinballs, it divides at video games, it divides at iPhones.
Yep.
And then we go up from there.
Exactly.
So,
that's why I use the delineating line, because to me, the iPhone was a big deal. Once it happened, it was like, oh my goodness. Because you
World
knew when that thing
changed.
came out, it was I was like, okay, so when you can get sort of proper internet on the phone and a proper keyboard to type out your messages, different deal. So T9, a hockey guy, was when you would do if you get the old flip phones and you'd have the letters on the numbers. And if you wanted a certain letter, you have to press the number a couple of times. That was basically what T9 was.
yeah, it was.
Not fun.
I seen guys do it real fast.
I've seen. There
They
were some
like,
folks who could do it. Yeah, yeah. I was never great at it.
No, I'd have to think too many times. It was twice, 3 times. Oh, man, crazy. Yeah,
Joe,
definitely.
you're muted, Joe.
You've explored that quite thoroughly, and I love it. That's really you're ahead of your time in terms of like historical reckoning, and I think we'll be continuing to focus on that moment of transition. I would just say that it's underlying that is the magnitude of sort of you're kind of referencing like pre-college, post-college, and I think that's relevant. It's like there's a formative period, right, where we're figuring out who we are, at least who we think we are. I mean, the early version of who we are in college, right? Post, high school, post high school, that moment of initiation. And so I think that's an interesting point. Like we're formed here, we're formed there, we're formed a little bit after, because I mean, even though it wasn't before you graduated college, you were still an early bird, like by my perspective of probably getting some, facility with all of that. Mm-hmm. And yet I think that's the point that I'm taking away is like, because it wasn't in that moment of like forging who you were, or who you understood yourself to be, you had the experience of being an adult and an autonomous experiencer of life, of the hobby, whatever it was, without the smartphone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why I've argued with my former colleagues, and that is like I can't knock the timing. The timing was about as good as it could have been. It was bang on, spot on. A year later, it would have messed things up. A year sooner, it wouldn't have been quite right. It was just right. It was that middle spot. And because I had that other stuff, it was like, no, my experiences going is like, was picking up the phone, saying, hey, I'll meet you. Literally, my conversation with my best buddy, my drinking buddy, who we'd hang out with all night and go to last call. Last call was 3 in the morning in Guelph, so it was a long night of drinking. So I'd be like, hey, Ogilvy, and that was the last name. It was Ogilvy. He goes, what? I'm bored. We're going to the bar. Okay, I'll meet you there. Click. That was the entire conversation.
Wasn't Ogilvy like on the Bad News Bears? Wasn't that a Bad News Bears?
He might have been. He might have been. Listen, there were a lot of jokes. Okay, there were a lot of jokes with this man, but and I will never forget dragging him out on his birthday, in our second year of university, where I dragged his dead body, and I'm convinced he died. I don't care if he's presumably roams the earth around this time. He died. I saw that man die. I saw the spirit leave his body. I know it did. And I carried that dead body for miles. And to this day, his family claims he's still alive. Like, no, that's a zombie. You might want to kill it at some point. I'm just saying, you might want to. It's the undead. You might want to take care of it. But it's up to you guys what you do. But I already dealt with this. We're done.
So, in reference to the hobby, we look back and at our parents and what they kind of collected or came through, or even your grandparents. You might even get to that, because right now I could be a grandparent, but I'm not. But I'm at that age, so they're looking back at my time period, and they go far. So we can go back to the, let's say, 60s, 70s, from when I collected. So that is true vintage for anybody who's new.
Sure.
And then they'd have to be.
I thought vintage was before 1989, Bobby. I thought we talked.
Yeah,
about
we are.
I'm sticking with 1980, by the way. I don't care what anybody says. I'm sticking with 1980-81. Seriously.
I got you, and I'm going to raise something that probably doesn't that sits well, probably better with you than it will with me. But in 1981, O-Pee-Chee came out with Panini stickers. Well, Panini was the maker. Sure. Was there any gum in that product? 82.
Yeah.
Tops, O-Pee-Chee, no gum.
I think the gum thing is interesting. I don't want to re-legislate the entire conversation.
This is a gum company.
I got you. Yeah.
And Panini, they're using Panini. What are they doing here at that point in time?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Now, go ahead if you want to.
The only reason let me explain actually the rationale why I use 1980-81 as the cutoff time for me. Just the reason why I say.
And baseball is different than hockey.
Sure. But for me, the big differentiating line was the fact, because the gum is a way you could try to do it. That's definitely a possibility. You could try to do that. I try to use a similar concept of what happened pre-war and post-war. Because when you went pre-war to post-war, then you started doing those regular products. That was a big dividing line, because a lot of world things changed, but also the way the product was being distributed changed. Gum cards existed before that. It wasn't that the gum cards were invented in 1948. It was that, okay, now we're producing them consistently year after year. That was the change line. And then Topps became the sole maker after 1955. And from 56 on, they had the monopoly. 63 Fleer kind of tried to cheat. They got slapped down. Then it continued until 1981. The reason I like 1981...
O-Pee-Chee was there too, though.
For sure. I get what you're saying. But that was still under like a licensing agreement. Topps still had a say in what was going on there, because they were using similar design. They were working together, basically.
It was. Yeah.
1981 is where Donruss and Fleer got to produce a product that was separate from Topps, that was an alternative. This is not Topps. This is something else.
Yes.
And then they were able to proceed from there. And the reason why 89 is weird, because you mentioned Score the last time we talked about it. Score was 88. Upper Deck was 89. So then if it's the other product manufacturer, and by the way, if you guys remember,
Score was 90 in hockey.
Sure. I get what you're saying. But like Score came in baseball in 88. And if you go back to Score in 88, they had the color photo on the back too. So they technically beat Upper Deck to that. Now, Upper Deck 89 was nicer than that. But I'm saying, if you're talking about pictures on the back of the card in color and a little bit going on there, Score 88 beat them by a year. So Score never gets that credit. Even though they created a very distinct product from what Topps was. Take 88 Topps and take 88 Score, and you tell me which looks like the more premium product in 1988 context.
Yeah. Was that a Roberto Alomar rookie?
88? An 88 for like the update set or something like that. Yeah. Good. But like, go back and look at that 88 Score. Again, it's not worth anything. It was printed in abundance. But look at the card compared to an 88 Topps card.
I remember it. I like.
So 89 Upper Deck gets credit for all this. It's like Score is like, wait, what about me? We did this last year.
Well, we had hockey had OPG/Tops
Sure.
and Parkhurst.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
they did have competition. So they move along the parallel lines, but they differentiate between.
Well, Parkhurst gave up. They weren't thrown out.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little
Where
different.
Bowman, they bought Bowman out.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a big difference there.
Bowman is, if you ever get a chance to check out, and I don't know if you've seen it before, Joe, the guy who does Dean's cards wrote a little mini book on that battle between. Have you read it? It's a short little book.
No,
Yeah.
I know Dean's cards, obviously,
Yeah.
but not the book.
Yeah, he wrote a little mini book on that war between Bowman and Tops, and it's actually very interesting. I thought it was very well done it's a short little book, maybe about 100 pages. It's not very long. But what I liked was that basically the original guy, Bowman, sold the company a couple of years beforehand, and then the company that bought it came out and tried to compete with Tops. But what they didn't realize was that Bowman had completely squandered its market advantage. So Bowman got out at like the perfect time when they were still technically on top. They were still number one. And then he left, and then the company took over, and then suddenly Tops came out with like 52 Tops, 53 Tops. And then they're like, damn it, what are we supposed to do?
Nobody told us.
I think Warren Bowman got over leveraged in land and property,
Yeah.
and that's what happened with him.
But he did also look at the landscape and goes like, okay, look, I can make maximum dollars if I get out of this right now and get some money out of this, because right now they were still number one at that moment. They were still number one when he sold it off. He goes, I'm giving you the number one company. Don't ask me what happens next. See you later. Tops is about to screw you over. Good luck.
Does history repeat itself? Are we going to see some interesting moments of transference of ownership in the next 12 months?
I think so. I think when things start to move, like PSA and new companies coming in, there tends to be a little shakeup that happens throughout a year or two. But the hobby's going up. It's an ideal time to sell, or maybe even ideal time to buy for larger companies or investment firms. They're looking for something different. And if the hobby's moving at this pace, why wouldn't somebody look to acquire a large company?
Well, that's what Brian Gray was alluding to, right? He was alluding to all these potential deals on the table. For me, the manufacturers of supplies could do very well right now. I think that's a possibility. By the way, Hockey Guy, I caught the comment. It's like, no, I just wanted to make sure, because some people actually don't know. So it's still good for somebody down the road. So either way. But what'll be interesting is, okay, so because there's a company that came out, I think Hobby Shield is trying to come out with like one touches and certain things. So there's a market for producing some of that. Obviously, if this hobby card boom is supposed to continue, well, then we need supplies, right?
This hobby card boom.
Yeah, if it's supposed to continue, well, it's supposed to continue forever, Bobby. We're on the first inning of a 5,000 inning game, and we'll go to extra innings and like extra innings, and it will never end, ever. It'll continue forever. But
I think so.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm investing. Don't worry.
Hashtag investing, important. Yeah, critical. But I would think that the Ultra Pros, the BCWs become very interesting if you're someone who wants to buy, because they have a product, right? That could be good. That's a big possibility. And the card manufacturers is weird, because it's like, okay, so let's say
licensing. Yeah.
You've got so many little weird intricacies that you got to deal with. It feels like more of a pain. It feels like producing you know what? We'll produce the top loaders and one touches and whatever, and you can put whatever card you want in it. We don't care.
That's right.
It feels like it's a much safer thing. That's why I've teased folks about it. I go, if I ever did a sponsorship on my show, is more of a hobbyist show. I like to have a talk show. I like to chat with hobbyists and folks. I think that's more fun for me. But if I ever did a sponsorship, I would be like Ultra Pro or BCW. That would be like the direction that would make the most sense to me, because then I don't have to promote a manufacturer.
Nothing.
It can be Upper Deck. It can be Tops. It can be whatever. I don't care. I don't care about that. Or, any of the platforms, even Card Ladder. The Card Ladder guys are very friendly with me. I like them. I've got no issue with that. But BCW or Ultra Pro is like, well, we need holders. That's kind of, that's kind of Switzerland. You might prefer one over the other, but it is what it is. Like, does it really matter? As long as the holder does the job, right?
Yeah.
Well, you got to be careful with those prisms and the mags, Carlos. You got to be careful.
Oh, yeah. But I'm saying at least that makes, from a hobbyist perspective, that is a product that makes sense.
Yeah.
I could slap the logo in the corner and no one's going to cry about it. Because it's like, look, man,
Yeah.
But one of the other grading companies could be bought out as well.
Oh, I would. To me,
That's one of my major things that I think is coming.
prior to the Collector Universe thing, I felt like SGC was a prime candidate for this.
It was, yeah.
Because they set themselves up, but at least they have a niche in vintage. At least they have a niche. BGS right now has clearly not got a niche. They don't have an island to stand on. They're just there. So it's like, okay, so you're the modern guys now, or are you the vintage guys? You're not vintage guys. I'm sorry. So you modern guys? I don't know.
Beckett dumped a lot of money in their business over the last few years too,
Sure.
taking it different directions. And
The thing with the
so,
Beckett one is that in order to do it, you'd have to somehow extricate it from the Beckett overall, because I wouldn't want the rest of it.
yes,
Collectors Universe, I'll take the rest of their products and holdings because they have some other niches and some markets.
Sure.
And I still think there's value to those niches and markets. Even if you want to spin them off eventually, there's some value at least out of the box. I don't want Beckett's antiquated website.
Huh.
They have a database, but it's already out of date.
Yeah.
It's got some issues. I don't want to touch any of that. Their news agency, like, do they really do news anymore? Do they really produce hobby content anymore? Really?
no.
Does anybody read it?
I picked up a Beckett. I think there's nothing vintage in there. There was the odd story. Even when I was writing for Beckett, I was the token historian for writing one article for vintage.
Yeah. But just imagine like that it feels like you're adding a bunch of extra costs, and it's almost like, okay, so you got to take all of it. I'm like, but I don't want most of it. At this point, I don't actually want your holders either. I'm just going to take the brand name and walk with it, because that's maybe the most value I can get out of it. Ironically, the biggest value BGS has is the Beckett name, and Beckett isn't involved anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, so then why bother? Hence why, CGS exists, because it's like, well, we'd rather start from scratch, and at least they're part of a conglomerate. They're part of NGC. They're part of CGC. They're part of that group. Very similar to Collectors Universe. They've got their own tentacles in these different collectible markets. So they're doing their own thing. At least that makes sense.
Do you know what's funny? Do you know what I almost called the VHC before it came out?
Mm-hmm.
Any idea?
Nope.
The Burrell.
Oh, you know what? I think we talked about this offline. We didn't talk about it online.
Maybe.
And I told you should have. And I
Yes.
told you should have. And you made a mistake. And if you had consulted with me, Bobby, I would have told you to put your name on it.
Some guy said, "Don't do it because that if it's all about your legacy." And I said, "I don't know. Actually, I'll bring it out. I have one printed
Oh, a
out.
prototype. This is the
I did. Yeah, the
Nice.
whole thing. Yeah,
Bobby, you're talking on a channel that is literally called Because I'm Carlos.
I know.
I'd be the last person to argue with you against putting your name on it.
Am I so vain?
You
So-
should be.
I should be.
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Joe.
When I inventory what is going on in the hobby right now and what could be, attractive to investors, I mean, you mentioned the products, and preservation is important. We all need protection, so to speak. And then there's a few other segments, right? There's like slab stocks is kind of a new thing that might be imitations in the next year or 10. And
I think they're going to need like, I love where you're thinking with this, but I think that they're still going to need an actual revenue generation model, because right now they're playing in the sphere of almost being like a startup, and they're still early days. They're building up their brand and doing all that, but right now they're almost in the startup. But like, okay, so down the road, if you would like to make this financially solvent outside of your specific content you're creating, what is that exactly? Because you're playing around with the idea of doing this free analysis. Well, great. Free doesn't pay the bills. So do you put ads on it? Ads aren't great, by the way, on the internet. The reason I joke about the YouTube AdSense, the reason why I teased about the BCW Ultra Pro, is that I promise you, even if BCW Ultra Pro said, oh, we'll give you $50 a live stream. I've done 6-hour live streams on here that made $2.14. That's the real number. You want to figure what that is by the hour? Just for the time that you're on the screen? I'm not going to make a living on that. And by the way, that isn't the expectation. But what I'm trying to say is, we're facilitating these conversations that people may get value out of. And literally, if I slapped an Ultra Pro logo on it and they said $50, I'm already doing way better.
Yeah.
So it's like, it would take that little relatively to do that. So there are ways to monetize things, but you got to think a little outside the box. You can't just be like, oh, well, the YouTube AdSense. Well, YouTube AdSense, like, you don't get enough views for that. That doesn't matter. It's not that big a deal.
I'm starting a Burrell grading training.
That could be a thing.
There. Yep.
And if you had put your name on the book, you'd be
Damn.
well on your way, Bobby.
Yep. And I should get a historian degree. Somebody said you can get a doctorate for it, and I said, "Oh, like Dr. Burrell."
That should have been my next move.
It is
Slap
your
doctor in
next
front of my name. It's like, it's legit. Listen, doctor's in the hobby. Close enough. Whatever.
move. Yeah.
Well, I look at slab stocks as actually like a mechanism of transference of property, and I think the other segment that's in my mind is the financial advisors, like the folks who are doing analytics and providing ways in which we can understand the rise, the fall, and I think that's another segment that will be interesting to track and may become more lucrative, may become less lucrative. Who knows? I mean, over time, if people are going to grow tired of that approach to the hobby of like, give me every little bit of data so I can, do the right thing. Or, if there's going to be one voice that rises above all and we're all just going to accept that voice, if that voice is going to be ourselves, like, I don't know. I think that's an interesting thing. If you're looking like where can I get in the market with some big money and maybe take a hold of how the hobby is conducted, that could be an angle too.
Mm-hmm. I think playing into what you're discussing there, I think it would be very difficult to have a dominant position at this stage if you don't already have a strong foothold. Like if you don't already have some anchors built into it and a brand. That's why I said like the value of the Beckett brand at this point is the name. Literally the name. Because when I watch, when I watch Jeremy's interview with Beckett or I listen to this, like, do I agree with everything he said? No, I actually disagree about 95% of what he says. Nothing personal, but I disagree with about 95% of what he says. But I do think the context he gives, if it's his life story, if it's something he experienced, well, then I have nothing to disagree with because that's his interpretation of his life and what he's already lived. There's nothing to talk about. When we're talking about the current, then when he speaks to some people have talked to me about XYZ, then again, I'm talking about his experience. I can't disagree with him. If somebody talked to him about that, I'll take him at face value. But when we're doing an evaluation of the market, and this isn't anything personal, and I'm not trying to knock him in any way, but it's very difficult unless you're in it to the same degree that you're on the pulse of it. People can tell you whatever. Ironically, being Dr. Beckett means that some people will tell him some stuff that maybe they mean, maybe they don't, and maybe they're tire kicking. It's hard to evaluate. Sometimes they're just fishing around for information or whatever. But is Beckett he's around, but is he in the hobby day to day? Or is he talking with certain people who will reach out and try to communicate with him directly? That I have to take it with a grain of salt is what I'm trying to get at. Because someone who's a mover and shaker right now inside of the space, and again, I'm not his biggest fan, but I'll give Jeff Wilson the credit where he is doing the rounds. He's everywhere. So he'll be at those trade conferences. He'll be talking with this, that, and the other person. He'll talk with Beckett as well. He'll talk with this person. And the more his name has gotten out there, Jeff Wilson himself is a brand within the hobby. He's become one. Whether you like it or not is a different conversation. That is neither here nor there, but he's become one. And every time there's those intermingling, the spider webs connections, well, Jeff also talks to Beckett. Beckett talks to Jeremy. Jeremy talks to Jeff. Jeff talks to Jeremy. He's in the trade shows. He's doing this thing and the other thing. So in his way, Jeremy is also inside of that web and interweaving. I kind of like hanging around on the fringe. That's kind of like where I like to spend my time hanging out. It leaves me a little bit of disconnect. It leaves me connected in the sense that I'll watch, but it leaves me disconnected in the sense that I can operate a little independently because I don't feel like I need to keep anybody happy inside of that space. I can critique things that I don't like. Now, if I had that close personal relationship, then it's like, okay, so would I be able to critique as directly, or would I have to put it under a layer of like, okay, let's soften this a little bit? Well, personality wise, I would still critique as harshly. That's my way. My closest friends are the ones who get my harshest critiques. So that actually wouldn't work. But under normal circumstances, you would have to and Jeremy literally said that on one of the things where he talked about the guest that he has on. He says he gets critiqued sometimes for having more softball questions, but at the same time, he doesn't want to create an environment where no one wants to come on and talk. So I understand that. That's why part of the reason I don't reach out to some of those folks, because it's like, well, my question is going to be a little harsher. I don't have a stake in your business doing well. And guess what? If your business goes out of business, I actually don't care. Nothing personal.
And for the record, Carlos disagrees with 95% of the people anyways.
Yes. As a matter, I like being a contrarian. It's fun.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like debate. Everybody loves
but there
it.
is a reason for it. It's not just for the sake of, oh, let me just argue for the sake of
I
argument.
know.
No, like, I disagree because when you're looking at it, and we talked about it earlier, I'm looking at it heavily from the collector's perspective. I will lean towards the collector. That is the way I will lean. And this isn't a knock, it's just his perspective. And you have to understand the perspective because that's where the value comes in. Jeremy is a lot more comfortable looking at the good side of a lot of these businesses. So when he's doing that, it works well with his interview because it's a very friendly space to have that conversation, which means they're going to come on, which means they'll talk. That's why I like the fact he does it, because that's why I say the value is in the fact they'll come on and talk to him. Then I can listen and I can decide for myself whether I like what they're saying or not. But they wouldn't come here because I wouldn't be as nice. Just based on the way that I approach it, because it's like, look, I don't have a vested interest in you. And by the way, I'm not going to promote your product. Well, unless you pay me ungodly amounts of money, then I will totally sell out. I'll wear your damn shirt and it'll be good.
There's harder graders and softer graders. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'll know if I'm wearing like the Panini hat, the Panini shirt. Say, Joe, so let me tell you why Panini's great, Joe. Let me tell you why all the Panini's cards are great.
One day,
great.
It just all of a sudden, it wasn't like he was no longer Carlos. I don't know.
It was great.
Joe, when I get that gold Rolex on that Panini money, then you know. But here's, and I teased Dave and his buddy Steve on it. But here's the thing: even if I did that, I would do it in such an over-the-top way that you would know exactly what I'm doing. I would wink at you as I'm doing it. So, like, you have to understand what you're getting. I can't do sincere, like, if I'm going to sell out, then I'm going to have some fun with it. I will wink at you while I'm like, Panini's great, Joe. It's the best. There's no other cards worth your time, Joe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to speak on Jeremy's behalf in so much as I appreciate that he gets the heavy hitters on the show. And he asks them really, like, maybe not the quote unquote hard questions, but questions that we all want to know the answer to. And that's really a service to the whole community. And
agreed, 100%.
So
but that's why I'm saying, like, that is why in my previous statement I said the two things are complementary. They have to. I'm allowed, since I don't have them on here, I'm allowed to critique them a lot more harshly because they're not here. If they want to listen to what I'm saying, and if I hurt their feelings, then so be it. They're more than welcome to reach out. I'll probably still hurt their feelings when they reach out, but they'll understand that it is coming from a place of sincerity, and I will favor the collector on this. I'm not going to favor the business per se. For me, if the business is providing a good service, providing it well, and it makes sense, I have no reason to knock your service because it means you're doing what you're supposed to do. But if you're coming on and you have, that's why whenever I like to make fun of ComC a little bit and tease him, I have Amit on. Amit is a huge fan of ComC. He's got tens of thousands of cards on ComC. And I have him on the screen while I'm doing it. So I'll do it with somebody there who is a fan. And then I'll be like, all right, am I being too harsh? Well, actually, I can't defend them on this. Well, then I guess I'm not being too harsh. That's why that's the way I kind of balance it out. I counterbalance it. I'll be like, no, I'm not being unfair. And I'm doing it in a recorded format, live, where people can watch it live or watch it, tape later and be like, okay, if you thought I was unfair, let me know. But everything has a reason for it. It's not an accident. So when he does those things, I love it because I like to hear what they have to say. Sometimes I'll listen to it and I'll be like, that's why I say, like, the ComC thing. Barry is a representative. He is an employee of ComC. So I'm never going to give him flack personally for it because he is there as a representative. He is not the one who makes the decisions, so I can't knock him for it. But when they say COVID, I'm like, yeah, you and everybody else. So that's not an excuse. What else you got?
Yep.
I think I operate with the framework that the majority of content creators that I'm drawn to, I believe are benevolent, altruistic to the hobby, and not necessarily looking for some, embedded return on what they're doing. Now, I'm not going to be completely idealistic with that. I mean, I think that, even just being a voice in the hobby and having connections is a benefit, right? And especially as you get into trading, you get into information, and there's benefits to that. But for the most part, it's hard for me to, unless you're actually marketing a product directly and deliberately, like I don't see this idea of like, oh, you're pumping your cards or you're like getting kickback, which to me, I mean, it can't amount to much more than a can of beans to be an affiliate for anybody at this point. Maybe down the road it will, I don't know. But like, so I kind of just look at it as face value, people that want to talk about the hobby, want to engage in conversations, and want to, create a community where people are talking, and it makes the hobby more vibrant, more interesting, and hopefully more connected.
That's why Carlos' show is so, freestyling. It's interesting for a lot more people. For that diversity, to come through, and people will say whatever on the show.
Well,
and Carlos will say a lot of whatever.
Yes, correct. Well, the thing
that's
is,
what we enjoy, Carlos.
Well, the thing is, the irony is, and I don't pretend any other way. Like all you have to do is do some math. I have appreciated, I've enjoyed. Over time, like I look at the analytics because I'm curious, and I've explained this to Bobby before, and we've had this conversation offline. Like I'm genuinely curious. I go back and I look at my channel, and I'll see videos that I did that have like 5 views, 6 views. And the thing is, that was what's supposed to be. Like nobody knew me from Adam. Like I was just out there doing my thing. And then eventually some people caught on to it. And then down the road, eventually I started doing these live streams, and sometimes people watch, sometimes they'll comment, sometimes they won't. Like we've had the comments here, the chat. It's been phenomenal. And I always appreciate when they hang out. But the thing is, I came into it with no expectation. And the fact that it even has gotten to the point that sometimes I'll have 20, 30, 40 people watching at a given time, 30, I think today, that's impressive to me. But kind of playing into that point, some people do like it, but some people have no idea what it is, or some people don't pay attention to it or whatever. But then I'll watch like some live streams where I'll see like literally nothing is said, words are spoken, sounds come out, and I'll listen like, what are you even talking about? 500 views, 1,000 views, whatever. And I'll be like, I'll come on here for hours. And if you break up segments, like we'll have discussions on a bunch of interesting things. And I'll be like, I feel like I'm producing better quality content over time here. And people are starting to catch on to it. But it's like, sadly, if I did a top 5 list, I'd have 5,000 views on some of these videos by lunchtime. And that's just the way it is. That's okay. I do understand. But that's not the final answer. It's one of those things where you have to kind of do. You kind of have to do what you can. The only thing I can do is try to get as much good information out there as counter programming to some of the stuff. Now I will pander to myself on this one. Remember to like and subscribe. I will pander. I'm not above pandering, but you have to do it. But I also bear into account that, and I've said it previously, and it's still true. YouTube is information or entertainment, and if you can do a little bit of both, hey, that's awesome. I try to think we try to balance the line here. We try to give some information, some real debate, some real discussion. But then also we'll go into some silliness talking about Ziggy Palfy as he's the GOAT, and Gretzky is a scrub, like I said earlier, as I described already in detail. I thought this was apparent, but I guess I have to explain this to the hobby.
You have to keep the regulars entertained.
Absolutely. But that's what it is. That's how you do it. By the way, Hockey Guy, I'm sincerely hoping, please tell me this is the quote from Wayne's World, because I think Wayne says something like this during that bit where they're like shamelessly promoting things. And I feel like I'm hoping that's what you wrote here, because I'm envisioning it from the Wayne's World episode. Do you know the one I'm talking about, Joe? So it's where Wayne and Garth are doing their thing, and they're like decked out in endless amounts of sponsored gear. And at some point, Wayne is like, it's like people only do these things because they get paid. And that's really sad.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's what that is. I'm hoping. Wait.
Hypocritical.
Yes. Yes. That is all. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping that's where you were going with that. I do like me some Wayne's World. It was fun.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Charles. Appreciate that. But that's what I've tried to do with this now. It's like, look, no, this is the hangout. If I do other Sunday, like I'll keep trying to go with the Sunday ones, because I like them. But if I ever do another thing with industry folks again, it won't be on the Sunday, because I kind of want to leave this as kind of this is the open format. Hey, here's the link. Come on and chat. Come on and hang out. Let's have some fun.
The industry's scared of coming.
But I've joked about it before. Like, I don't know what I would do with some of those industry folks, Like I wouldn't, believe it or not, I wouldn't go out of my way to be like, okay, so let me see how mean I can be to these people just for the sake of being mean.
Well, I think you just want to dig and find out information. Like,
But I'm
oh,
like,
you
some of your
ever
answers
wanted
are,
this hobby,
it's
right?
like some of your answers are lame. So it's like, if you give me the lame answer, I'm going to make fun of it.
It's protected. They're
Like
protecting their interests.
I can't help myself, because if your answer is lame and you're annoying me because you're wasting my time, then I'm going to ask you a much more pointed question.
Yeah.
It's like what you talked about, Joe, before when I had Chris from Card Ladder on. Here's the thing. Chris didn't mind. He came back.
Yep.
So, because I wasn't, I led, before I hit the button to go on, I said, I literally told him, my exact words were, it's going to sound like I'm being really harsh to you. I'm actually trying to help you. If you answer these questions to the best of your ability, I will then be able to go with that and riff off of that, and we'll go from there. I'm not trying to knock you, but I'm going to do it. It will be live. It'll be recorded. Answer the best of your ability. And he did.
It'll serve him better.
And they made change. Then when I got
doing
Josh,
it for your own good.
yeah, but when Josh came on, he was like, I was making changes while you were talking. Because during part, that's why that was one of the ones that I had archived and I put on. I go, Josh, I'm going to yell this so you can hear me. Make this change. Make this the front page of Card Ladder. It's now the front page of Card Ladder.
There you go.
Well, you mentioned this earlier, Carlos, that you're harshest to your friends, right? You're most honest, you're most like incisive.
My best friend is the one who gets literally the worst digs in the world, and I was groomsman at his wedding, and I was tearing into him during that. It was wonderful. Please.
And as long as everyone realizes that that's what best friends or people who you respect. I mean, not everybody's set up for that, and I'm a sensitive soul, so that's been hard with my best friends when they get those deep digs in me. I'm like, hey, wait, but they let me know, just like you said. It's like, no, this is how it goes when we have that level of connection.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't believe in sugarcoating to your detriment. If the sugarcoating means I am not telling you what you need to hear, then I'm actually not doing you a service. I'm actually doing something very bad for you. And I told the same friend a while ago, look, here's the deal. And I joke with him because we basically grew up together from that university time onward. I said, and now he's a father, he's got his kid and everything. And I told him, well, your kid's doomed because you're basically worthless. As I do. I like pointing out to him. It's like, look, you're basically unable to take care of yourself. How are you going to take care of children? Like, how long until the services come? Should I call them now? Should I call them later to save you some time? Like, what do we need to do here? Just let me know. But I told him, it's like, look, you're an adult, allegedly. But as an adult, it means if you're going to do something really stupid, I'll tell you it's stupid. But if you still decide to do it, I'm not going to stop you. I'll let you jump off the bridge. I don't care. You're old enough. Do it. Do it if you need to. Do it if you must. But I'll let you know if it's stupid. I will do that.
But that level of friendship means you'll lay down in the street and get run over a car for them. That's the thing.
Well, let's settle down there, Bobby. I don't like him that much.
That was extreme, but you know what I mean.
I'm a lot more valuable than he is. He can be sacrificed. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
You're digging him already.
I'm willing. Like, he's a school teacher, not a particularly good one. Like, the children will be better off. His kids will be better off. Everyone will be fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. I've told him that to his face a multitude of times, and I've recorded that on YouTube somewhere. I'm not going to tell you where it is. I've said this to him a multitude of times, and it's recorded.
Wow.
I'm consistent, Bobby. I'm consistent. I refuse to sugarcoat. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't like too much sugarcoating.
Yeah.
You have to skirt some issues, I understand, and certain people in certain positions do. I get that. Mm-hmm. We all know a lot more than we probably ever tell.
Yeah. See, I like this. So Sharpshooter says, why you have low viewership? Because you're so smug and have to be the smartest guy in the room. Yeah, true. Wait. I think that's an insult, Joe. I'm not clear. I'm not. I think he's trying to insult me.
No,
I'm not sure.
He's not sugarcoating it.
Oh, right. Let other people talk once in a while when I feel like it. Thanks for the critique, Sharpshooter.
We love that you're so vain.
My name's on the freaking channel, man. Like, you knew what you came for. Like, for God's sake.
And you have your one hand
like,
up
literally,
in the air. It's beautiful.
Beside Joe's head is a picture of me pointing. Like,
yeah.
There's no false advertising here. Like, what am I supposed to do?
You know what you're getting. There's no guessing in the bag here.
That's why it's like clearly you're new here, Sharpshooter. Clearly you're new.
Because you're so smug.
Yeah. Here. So-
And that's why he's there.
The answer is
Watching.
in the YouTube title, right? Because I'm Carlos. That's it. But
it's
but
in the name. It's in the logo. Like, help me. Like, what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to spell it out somewhere else? Like, what else? I don't know what to do, Joe. Like,
You
I'm
are
trying.
the host. You are the host, anyways.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Here.
The
So
host
Dave's like,
always talks the most.
yeah, I'm not good at being harsh or giving your opinion. Yeah, exactly. Dave's never been harsh. Go watch things where he's looking at Lake Superior and then tell me he's not harsh. Watch some of those videos. That's all I'm saying.
Uh-oh.
You think I'm harsh? Yee. Rrr.
I think we all kind of be a
So
little bit.
Carlos, what did you think of Panini dropping Eminence at 50K out of the gates? Eminence basketball, 50K. I think it dropped to like 37
Yeah.
by the time it like sold out or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think that's a good price for a box of basketball cards?
No. Well, no. But at the same time, it's like, if they can, why not try? Like Panini at this point is experimenting. I think they're trying to see, like, what can we actually get away with here? Because they don't know. Like, but they're curious. Like, they would love to know. Paul is always good about mentioning the Begalomania, so that's why I have to include that. I want to include this for Sharpshooter.
Unfettered.
Well, is there any fettering, Bobby? Like, is there?
Not at all.
No.
Never stops.
No. Yeah.
But it's a good thing. You're so vain. I bet you think the podcast was about you. You're so vain. That's a song, right?
It is a song. I'm appreciating where hockey guys go. See, here's the thing. Like I said, you're not getting this. You got to get the humor of it. And for God's sake, they're quoting songs. Like, I love it.
Who's saying that? Carly Simon?
I don't remember. I know the song, but I don't remember who sang it. That's a good question, though. I genuinely don't know.
We got an answer out there?
Yeah, we'll have to see if somebody that goes back to our music conversation from the other day.
I don't know if it's Carly Simon. It's the other girl. See, I grew up through that time period. That was such a cool song.
Okay. See, we joked previously about merch, and if I did merch, I would love to do Unfettered Megalomania as like something on a shirt.
That's kind of cool. It's like a new wrestling move or something. You know?
Yeah. I'm saying, like, I think again, like, well, Paul means in the best possible way, but I'm saying, like, I'm gloriously flattered. I love that. I think it'd be good. I would actually love that, Charles. I think that would be great. Well, now you know what to do. You can always start your own. You got your name on there. You could always try Because I'm Charles. If we get Joe into YouTube, he could be Because I'm Joe. Because I'm Bobby.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work for you?
It doesn't. That's how good you are, Carlos. You've like taken over the Because I'm Carlos concept.
Well, I know I told Dave.
Carly Simon got it.
Yeah, so it is Carly Simon. Yeah.
Nice.
There you go.
We're
Thank you,
good.
Lindsay. Appreciate that. With Mick Jagger, apparently. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know.
What's he doing?
Not sure. And Marilyn Manson did a wicked cover. Okay, that's kind of cool. See, we're getting the info now on the music part. I like it.
It's like a whole new element of the
Warren
show.
Beatty, of course.
Joe, the show, the beauty of the show is, for my Unfettered Megalomania, is that the show is always open. We'll do the hobby thing. It's fun. But if there's some fun little side conversation, if it was just hobby for hours and hours and hours, it'd be really boring, man. Like, it's got to have the variety. It's got to have the mix. It's got to have the mix.
It's not boring to us, but it's
It's got to have the mix, man. We got to have a little fun with it.
You don't want to talk about Card Saver ones, or
Was that? Well, dare we? Let me go back to my analysis of the manufacturing side of it, Joe. We were discussing earlier. I'll get the pie charts out.
Card Saver 1, Card Saver 2, submission protocol. Let's, talk about the micro wipes and whatnot. I mean, I'm with you. Let's remember life.
Yeah. But that was always the thing that was fun for me, is that and I mentioned it. I know Dave and Steve know it, but did I ever, and I think I told Bobby as well, did I ever tell you, Joe? Do you know why I call it Because I'm Carlos? There is actually a reason behind the name. Bobby knows it.
Yeah.
So it goes back to my working days.
It
goes back to when I used to do the work in the call center and tech support, because I did training. So part of it was that I would explain to them how to do it, and because I was comfortable with all the different ways of doing things, I had pretty much internalized it, and I had gotten past the book, because I was telling them how to do stuff that was outside the book. And then after a while, and then later on in my world, when I worked at the bank, I worked as a system administrator doing tech support and fixing things as well. And my colleagues who were computer engineers and doing all this thing, they'd be like, couldn't figure it out. Eventually they get frustrated. And I had unfettered megalomania back then too. It's been consistent for some time. So they go, all right, fine. Carlos, how do we fix it? You do this, this, and this. And it's like, I spent hours on that. And I looked at that and I looked at that and I didn't see that. And they go, how did you? Because I'm Carlos. And I walk away. That was my move. It was always my move. And they would be so frustrated. I gave them all the time they needed to try to figure it out on their own. Like, look, at least try to figure it out on your own. Because then when you don't understand it with all your degrees, I have a history degree. And after that, I can mock you mercilessly because you should have known. The guy with the history degree is teaching you, Mr. Computer Engineer, how this stuff works. Maybe you should do better. And they were, it made it more frustrating. It was more fun. That's the but that I used that as the name, and it, like, I figured at some point I'll explain the name, but I just left it for a while, and then I was like, I'll leave the name.
Charles, you're up this late.
Charles is going. He's got the long
14
hours.
years old. Geez, Sunday night.
That actually reminds me of myself too, because I became a night owl pretty early. You want to translate this one, Joe? I got nothing. I wouldn't bother trying to read it. I have no idea what it says. I got nothing. Yeah, Cheeberg 12. Thank you.
I tried.
Yeah. Oh, eventually, in fairness, hockey guy, eventually all our conditions are terminal.
It was
if we wait long enough.
It was Swahili for megalomania.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, at least it's like the old joke. It's like, do you suffer from mental illness? No, I enjoy it. I enjoy it quite a bit actually. Yeah, it's as long as the audience is in on the joke over time, and I think they've more or less gotten it, and that's okay. And that's what I said to Dave and Steve. Look, I'd rather not portray this weird false humility because it wouldn't be organic. It would be weird. That's why I said, like, I would do that stuff at work with my colleague. Now, mind you, my colleagues had worked with me for years at that point, so they were frustrated with it, but it also forced them to get better because they'd be like, okay, I don't want Carlos to pull that line on me because I know what's going to happen if I can't figure it out. So they would get better. So it would be increasingly more complicated things they would come with me, because at first it was really simple stuff. And then eventually these more complex and complex. I still have the answer to their frustration, but it forced them to step up their game as they kept getting better. And by the time I left, we all went out for drinks. We played pool. We hung out. And I was actually chatting with one of my colleagues the other day. He goes, dude, I miss you. He goes, you even miss when I was making fun of you? Yeah, even when you make fun of me.
If you're restricted, you restrict your guests.
Well, that's true as well, because you're not going to get the unfiltered answer, because it feels like you're holding back too. You're not being real. And then how can I expect you to be real and tell me the truth? What do you actually think? So there's a balance. There's a balance to be had. That's why I said, industry folks, I would love to have some of them on, but jokes aside, I don't even know how I would tackle it, because it's like, okay, this will be tremendously uncomfortable for you because this isn't the standard set of questions you're used to. And if you're not prepared for that, and I'm not going to prepare you in advance, I'm not going to talk to you in advance about what I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you questions you should know the answer to. And if you don't know the answer to, then that sucks for you, but you're going to look stupid.
They have to keep up with appearances. So
yeah. And I'm not going to save you.
It wouldn't suit them to come here.
I'm not going to throw you a lifeline. I'm not going to save you. There's no phone with friend.
Me and Joe don't care.
Yeah.
Joe's a little sensitive, but other than that,
no lifelines necessary. Just let us drift in the ocean.
We're fine.
I always think as long as it's fair, I don't have an issue with it. Like if it's unfair and I put you in this weird corner that you can't get yourself out of because I put you in it, I don't think that's fair. But I always, that's what I said. You know, Chris came back.
You gave the proviso. Yeah.
He came
back.
We came back.
Yeah.
I thought that conversation was quite like insightful, organic, and I would like to think helpful to Chris and interesting for listeners, and win-win.
And I would like to bet, and I still think this is true, I've listened to a lot of the other interviews and things he's done. Nobody's done that.
So how are your hits with that compared to others?
I'll be honest with you. Okay. But it's one of those things where at that time there wasn't, At that time, there wasn't a lot of because it builds organically, right? Like at that time, um, at at that time there wasn't a lot of viewership on it anyway. It was one of those things. It was slowly building. It's funny because some of the better interviews are earlier on.
Yeah.
It was like because I remember the first one I did with the meat outside of the Ziggy Palfy thing. If you go back and listen to it, like top to bottom, it's like I went back and listened to it. I'm like, we actually took that pretty straight. We actually talked to Hobby for like the better part of 2 hours and actually answered every question straight. The Ziggy Palfy silliness only kicked in towards the end. I was like, huh, what the heck happened to that? Now when I have a meat on, it's just nonsense the whole way. I'm like, okay. I don't take it the wrong way. I don't care. It's if the shoe fits, it works with me. So it works out. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, we can talk hobby all week long. You know, we do that on the when we have the expo. You know, you hang out with your friends, you talk this, you talk that, a little bit of this and that, but I mean mostly hobby.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
and it's fun. Complain about everybody
I
and
would actually
everything.
even though I don't have that issue in most cases, I would feel so bad talking to KSA. So what's it like to be relevant? Why are you still here? Why don't you give it up? What's wrong with you?
Nathan's a funny guy.
No, I don't knock them for trying, but they shot their own credibility in the foot a long time ago. Like the stuff they put in those holders, the grading, it's way off. Like, I'm like, guys, I can't take this seriously.
It's okay. He's making money.
Is he still?
Oh yeah, hand over fist.
Oh my God, that's a problem.
Oh
Yeah, so I'll include this one here. It's like, dude, why
yeah.
are you so
I'm not
bad?
writing books anymore. I'm training graders. That's it.
I was gonna say you should get into that. I enjoy this on several levels because it's like, why are you still watching that? You must enjoy this on some level.
I think you're showing you love, Carlos. I think that's the whole, that's what we do.
I was about to say, like, is this masochism? Is this how you get off, sir? Like, whatever works for you is fine. I'm not judging, but I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
The accident you can't not stare at.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's probably it. Could be.
Oh, it is. You know, we love hearing different things, not so positive all the time. And people don't want things sugar-coated. You're right, you know.
What
I
do
think
you
we
mean?
like
This is the
hearing,
most positive hobby show on YouTube
it's
on a
it's
Monday
little
night
bit of
between
dirt.
the hours of midnight and 2 a.m. Eastern.
But it's the little dirt that you get, and that's the fun stuff, you know, and finding out who's who and what, you know. Well, I'm a hobby historian. We haven't even talked about cards yet, you know. I mean, the hobby for me.
Right.
But that's okay.
You look like you're going to say something.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I think the point you made, Bobby, is, talking about the hobby. And I think for me in the last month or so, it's been curious to kind of consider what different content creators are actually talking about. Are they talking about the hobby? Are they talking about the sort of analytics of the hobby? Are they talking, I mean, there's lenses to how we consider the hobby that to me feel like, oh my God, am I in an economics class now, or am I in the sports world? Like which approach are you taking? And I sometimes kind of miss the, I mean, I think we've talked about this before, but nostalgia as maybe one of the fundamental elements of the hobby. And so then you get into what is your personal experience. And I don't hear as much of that. I hear people talking about this flip or that, analytical approach. And I can deal with that. And it's intriguing to a degree, but then there's some part of me that's like, okay, but let's get back to like maybe the core essence of what the hobby is, at least in my experience.
Well, I think that Pandora's box is already open. Like it's one of those things where because here, let me grab Hockey Guy's comment here. We'll play right into it because it plays off of what you're saying as well. And the thing is that it goes back to what I said, and it wasn't a critique. It was just an observation. And in Jeremy's backstory, as soon as he saw a price guide, it flipped a switch in his mind. And now the way he thinks about the hobby is adjusted according to the value is a part of the equation. It will always be a part of the equation. I look at the hobby from the perspective of, for me, the collector, like if you had and I use it for dramatic effect, if you had the purifying fire of everything heating zero, it wouldn't affect me. I'd still enjoy myself. I'd still have fun doing. I got this back catalog of awesome cards that I would still enjoy possessing and having. And if the value wasn't there, well, then I could have them all in my house. Then, hey, I'll have the 52 tops metal because it's worthless. Then,
My
okay, I'm interested.
my leaf firm is still my leaf firm. Either
Correct.
way.
Yeah. Now, for a lot of folks, that wouldn't work because they would be like, "Oh my God, I put so much time, so much money, and all this thing into these cards, and now they're not worth anything. Like, what am I going to do?" And I never wanted to put myself in that position.
Ever. No.
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable being like, look, I've amassed this collection. I've curated this collection that I enjoy, that I have fun with. And if it's worth a lot, awesome. If it's worth nothing, awesome. If it's worth somewhere in between, awesome. So it's like, that leaves me in a good position. I don't have to worry about these things. They don't concern me. To your point, like the dollars and cents of the hobby are there because, so this is how this plays into this. There's an entire genre of hobby creators. So I would say, to answer this question, 99.9%, because it's a volume game. Like it's a lot of them have cropped up because the dollars are there. And if the dollars were not there, they would not have the interest. And the name escapes me. I think it's like KB Legends, something like that. There's a YouTuber named KB Legends, something like that. If you go back in his history, he does a lot of sports card videos now, top fives and investment videos and blah, blah, blah. If you go back 6 months, he was doing videos on mobile games. He had never heard of a sports card 6 months ago, but now he's an authority, and he's got like a Patreon group or like a membership program where you can get like inside information and good cards to invest in. And I was like, oh, wow, you did that in 6 months. That's really impressive. You went from like mobile games to being a card expert in 6 months. That's amazing.
Opportunist.
Incredible. You did so great. Amazing.
But I think people still make them out, make their own channels for a little bit of vanity. I'm sure that's there too. Everybody wants a little bit of fame, a little bit of recognition in life. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as they're doing the right things and they find a market for it. It's fine. But when you're blasting everybody with stupid, top fives, and you're just throwing it out there, yeah, you're one of those guys, and you get found out pretty quick what you don't know.
Well, that's what's always been kind of funny to me. Like, sharpshooter notwithstanding, the truth is, if I wanted to bolster the numbers, there's a very easy way to do it, and it's not an accident. Just so we understand, I want you to take 2 seconds. Just take 2 seconds. Look at that logo again with the ridiculous look on my face, with the pointing up hand. Now imagine if I cropped out the background, put that on the YouTube thumbnail, and said, top 5 sports cards that you can invest in, and just took the same picture.
Would work.
It would work 1,000%. I would have to do almost nothing.
Oh yeah.
It's not that actually was a picture taken in Buffalo, New York, outside of a abandoned pawn shop that had a sign. So if you ever go on my Facebook, it's actually a bigger picture. And if you crop out and look, there's a sign above that says a bunch of really silly things on it that just made me laugh. So I pointed into it and my buddy took the picture. That's what that picture is.
That's
But
perfect.
crop down, you don't know what that is. I gave you the background. If you crop back, that's what the picture actually is. But from a sports card YouTube channel, I could 100% use that picture without any problem. Crop out the dip. And I already have my silly thumbnail picture right there. It's built in.
Yep. It's perfect.
I'm not unaware of how that fits in, but I don't produce content that matches to it otherwise. And here's the thing. For all my megalomania, for all that thing, when I go back and look now, to your question about earlier about Chris, when that went in, the last video we did, 400 views within about a week, which is very impressive. I was like, you know what? It's not Sports Card Live numbers, but it ain't half bad. It ain't half bad, considering I'm just a dude who does a bunch of hobby content, and I don't have Jim Beckett on here. I don't have the names. I'm not drawing the names. Now I have Bobby Burrell and I have Joe Burrow. I got those names.
You stepped it up pretty fast there. Good.
Yeah, like I skipped those guys and I went straight to the players in the hobby. I went straight to Joe Burrow and Bobby Burrell. Like I said, I skipped over Beckett. Psh, that's small potatoes, small time.
Well, it may be simplistic to talk about, to what degree are you willing to feed the beast, right? Because I think it's more complicated than that. but maybe it's not. I mean, and by to feed the beast, I think what I mean is tapping into the, newer investor disposition in the hobby. And I, I'm interested in that. That's intriguing to me. But I think what I'm really looking at when I look at a hobby, content creator is what is their, it's not even so much the content per se, right? It is that disposition in relation to the hobby, how much of it is enjoyment for them, how much of it is, kind of crass commerce, how much of it is, a personal connection, or, I'm really good with numbers, and so I'm offering you this. I'm intrigued by the human being in the equation.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's value to that, but that's part of the reason I like having Dave on is because he is, contrary to his comment, he is fairly unfiltered. He says what he means. He means what he says, but he's a collector. Like, you look at Stage Archer and tell me that he's a hashtag investor. No, he's a collector. In fact, he's a collector. He probably needs some help. He needs some help, Bobby. We need to get this man some help. But good Lord, stop collecting everyone in creation.
He stays in the 90s, so.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that I like talking to collectors. I like talking to people that actually enjoy this stuff. They don't need to do it professionally. It's more fun for me. It's a better story. You're going to get better stories from that.
Dig into the hard questions and even history.
You can. And the thing is, all that stuff. I was a history major. I like history. It plays into my wheelhouse. So if I'm going to be, sharpshooters getting it. This is the most correct comment. I would own. But WB doesn't like heel managers anymore. Just they got Paul Heyman, and that's it. Yeah. So have a good night, Paul. I already mentioned it earlier in the comments as well. Paul's always our champion here hanging out, so he's always the guy.
Yes.
But one of the things that I notice is that I think there's still room. I think there's still room for real collector talk in hobby content. But, and this is super important to me, I've watched a bunch of channels that'll do it, and they have real collectors on there. But they tend to lean towards complaining about everything instead of propose a solution.
Yeah.
Or maybe analyze the problem a little bit more rather than being like, those damn manufacturers, the damn thing. When you talked about that basketball set, I didn't immediately run, Panini's ruining the hobby. I didn't run to that. I don't believe that to be true, but I believe they're testing the market. I believe they're trying to figure out what they can get away with. And I can't blame them for that. It's a business. Karvin has said this repeatedly. He's alluded to it a million times, and he's all but said it out loud for everybody. The manufacturer's in the business of making money. That is their job. That is what they do. If they could sell you a sealed bag of air, and some of the packs will have a card in them, and the rest of them are sealed bags of air, that's what they would do if you would accept it. It would bring down manufacturing costs a lot. You just need some compressed air, and here you go, Joe. Open the pack. Oh, man, compressed air.
It's a business.
$150 a pack for compressed air? Damn right.
It's a business. There's no gum in those packs anymore.
I think if they gave you the compressed air with gum, Bobby, I don't think that would fix it.
I take the gum.
the old stale stick gum? Like, the gum was terrible at the time it came out.
It wasn't. It was good for 5 minutes. It was the best.
5 minutes? That's like 4.5 minutes long.
Well, I had a big wad because,
I was going to say you need like the case.
Yeah,
maybe.
It was good. I don't
know. Help me out on this, Joe. That gum was junk. I'm sorry.
I think I chewed gum at an earlier time and maybe it was better.
Okay.
Unless you saw that O-Pee-Chee video, then you kind of maybe.
It depends on how long the box had been sitting at the 7-Eleven. But yeah, one heuristic I use with regards to sort of the disposition thing is somebody evincing an idea that they know something, and they're giving us their knowledge, or are they okay with not knowing and offering a perspective with humility, and even the humility thing can be a little bit of a guise, right? There's the people like, I'm not telling you to do this or to do that or to do this, and they're still telling you to do this or that or this. But yeah, that's one kind of litmus test that I bring in is kind of like, given everything that I've seen in not just the hobby but the world, it's there's some Tao Te Ching thing of those who know do not know, do not tell, and those Oh no, something like that.
Mhm.
Very wise. But you know what I'm saying? It's like not what is, anybody that says they know something, I'm immediately questioning.
Well, the only people that I'm comfortable with accepting that is somebody who has first-hand knowledge who was involved. If Karvin tells me about the pack out of the cup, he designed the cup. So like from that standpoint, like I have a comfort level that it's no, you sir know what you're referring to in this matter because you were directly involved. Outside of that, it gets very difficult. It gets really tricky very quickly because it's like, look, for all my unfettered megalomania and smugness, I don't pretend to know everything in the hobby because I can't. But I do have a solid base on which, and I have dealt with a lot of hobbyists who have understanding in these different categories and have been able to absorb these beautiful pieces of information over time, which help inform a lot of my opinions. So they're not just opinions that are based on nothing. They're opinions like I've built the infrastructure to be able to say, I understand these areas pretty well. I understand the business side of this pretty well. I understand some of the background of this pretty well. And I talk to folks like Karvin that were on that side of the fence, on the distribution side of the fence, and you get this insight. I then take that into what I know, the business side of it, the rest of it, and go, okay, what can I then bring to the table to add to this conversation? It isn't the final answer, but let me grab a couple pieces and put them together.
Mhm.
That's value.
That's meat and potatoes. That's right.
That's value. And then guess what? Someone else can take it and go from there. Well, Carlos gave some good points, but I think there's also this other piece, and I talked to this other person and added this piece to it. Great, do that.
Or maybe the people you talked about will watch your video and look on it and maybe learn something.
Yeah, and that's the best I can do. That's what I said to Dave and Steve. It's like, look, the goal here isn't to get rich on this because we're not going to. This is the wrong genre for that. We got to do video games. If we did video game playthroughs, Bobby, video game playthroughs, we could challenge PewDiePie. I'm telling you right now, we can make this happen, dude.
You don't make money doing these.
No. You can hold that up while we play the video game and beat PewDiePie, Bobby. We got to focus. If you called it the Burrell, you'd be fine. You'd be selling millions of those by now.
Yeah.
You messed this up, man.
I'm sold out anyways, basically.
Yeah. But it's the wrong genre for that. That's not where you're going to accomplish that. But where you can get some value out of it is like, look, I will settle for, even if they never comment, even if they never acknowledge it, if out in the ether, some point in the hobby, I start seeing some things that I said somehow permeate into these places, I know where it came from. That would be satisfying to me. That would be like, you know what? I still got what I wanted because you paid attention. Even if you never admit it, that only came from one place, and I know exactly where it came from.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I say the card ladder thing is great because it's there and it's tangible, and I was able to see it almost immediately. So at that point, it's like, well, you're going to deny it? It was on tape. I told you what to do, and I pointed at the screen. And then it happened. It's like, okay, we know where that came from. But there's other areas in the hobby where it's like, as long as you're paying attention, that's all I'm asking for. So when I go look at those things and I see, and it's what I said to Dave and Steve, I go, the video could be 16 hours long, but if people tune off after 5 minutes, well, then they didn't listen. But if the video is 4 or 5 hours long and the average view is like 2.5, 3 hours, no, you were listening. I had you for more than the length of a full feature movie. So you heard a lot of what I had to say. And that's satisfying.
I think the next 6 months will really determine a lot more with what's going on out there with content creators and all the other things that are happening within the hobby. I think we're going to see a big change, a big shift. A lot of new people, a lot of people dropping out. I think that's where we're coming to.
Yeah, I think so.
July, somewhere, summer.
Oh, you've got it down to a time period. Look at you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Right about there.
There's nothing wrong with picking a time frame. This is the key, Joe. If you're going to go out there and go on a limb, so July 17th, you say. Is that what you're going with, Bobby?
July 4th, my birthday.
Oh, okay. The more specific you get, the more specific you get. Oh, so you're a July kid, Bobby.
July 4th, born on the 4th of July.
Look at you.
Look at Joe.
July 12th.
Oh, Cancer too.
Yeah, there you go. Some people would argue I'm a Cancer. Yes, continue. So, sorry, that's not what you meant. That's not what you meant. Please continue.
I got it.
Sorry. Please continue.
Yeah. Am I older than you?
I probably. But like a year or two at least, I would suggest.
Yeah.
You know, we can go.
Well, you got to tell us a little more. I mean, so a lot's going to develop.
I was going to say.
What do you want to prognosticate a tiny bit more? I mean, in so much as
Well, if
I
you're
don't
going
want
to do it, Joe, you got to be careful. If you pick a specific date, though, and you do some
And then you-
prognostications and you nail it, all of a sudden, the Burrell will become the hottest selling book in the hobby.
and then I didn't have the book named Burrell, and I'm screwed.
Well, this is where you need to get another series, get rid of that original cover, rename it the Burrell. Let's go.
I think we're on it.
No.
Well, actually, we got the new website coming, so
Yes, that should say Burrell everywhere.
it won't. It'll say something else that I cannot tell you. But lots of new things are coming in the hobby, from what I've heard and seen. So I know there'll be some dramatic changes, and I look forward to them. I think we'll weed out a lot of the jerks in the hobby.
I'm not going anywhere, Bobby. I don't care how hard you try to weed. It's not happening.
You're omitted. Don't worry.
Oh,
about
I
that.
get an exemption? As long as I get an exemption, I'm cool. It's
Yeah.
like I refuse to change my ways. It is far too late for that.
I think those content creators who jazz up things way too far, they fall. It's only a matter of time. And I think the next 6 months will really be a telltale sign when they finally leave and move on to what was that, video games. Now it's
Well, no, here's the thing. Like, in all seriousness, when I look at, let me give you guys a real analogy. Okay, so this is where you have fun. You can oscillate between serious and ridiculous, serious and ridiculous.
Sure.
So we'll do serious here for a minute. We'll just for fun. Okay. My thought process is when I look at the way the current hobby landscape is for content, what I see is a lot of what happened when Bitcoin did its last rise. Not this current one, the last one. Because at that time, everybody and their brother was a Bitcoin expert, and I was seeing content all over the place. And I love looking at I think blockchain is a fascinating technology. I've read books on blockchain. I think it's a fascinating technology.
I love it.
Bitcoin is is the famous one, but blockchain is the technology. Bitcoin and blockchain are not the same. They're associated, but they're not the same thing. Bitcoin may do things, it may not do things. That's not what I'm here to talk about. The technology, the underlying technology is interesting to me. But at that moment in time, since Bitcoin went through the roof, and this was probably back 2017, there was a spot there where like it was relatively low and stable for a little while, and then it exploded. It might have been early 2018 or late 2018, something like that. It was a couple of years ago now.
Yeah.
And what happened is, as soon as that occurred, it was like, boom, it just shot up to like 20,000 from like 2,000 or 1,000 or something like that. It shot up 10 times in weeks.
I saw it.
Yeah, and if you were sitting there, like, if you had bought it at that lower price. Now, here's the thing. If you had bought it at that lower price, sold it at 20,000, waited a year and a half, bought it back at 1,500, 2,000, I think a little while ago it was 46,000 Canadian. So you could have bought it at a low price, sold it at a massive price, waited until it came back down around the price you originally bought it for, waited until it shot up 46 times to 46,000, sell it now, wait until it takes the next drop, and then the next time it'll be 100,000.
Yeah.
But it's got to drop first. It'll drop first and then get to 100,000.
Yeah, the creative content on cryptocurrency has been actually dropped off a lot. It seems like sports cards is taken over.
Because a lot of those people, to your point, were burned hard when it went from 20,000 back down.
Wow.
Because it shot so fast. It went up so fast, so aggressively. And everybody's like, oh my God, this is it. This is the moment, to the moon. And then it shot back down. And then they were like, oh, well, now I look like an idiot. So I got to run away. And some of these guys got into a problem. They ran into a big issue where, like, all of a sudden they're like trying to justify. And I love these guys. And by the way, I saw your message, Joe. Feel free to hop off anytime you need to. But one thing I'll say as well is that, because we're winding down a little bit, but I want to get this point across, is that when this happened, it was the drop that made them run away, because they were experts when things are going up, 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 and it looks good. And they were trying, and stop me if this sounds familiar. They were talking about technical analysis and how the technical analysis very clearly says that it will keep going up for a long time to come. So you see, the underlying fundamentals are very solid, guys. The underlying fundamentals, and they would put up these charts and they would do all this technical analysis like a stock. And I'm sitting there like, okay, look, I don't like technical analysis because I understand. I've read the books that wrote the book on technical analysis. They're from the 1930s and 40s. But when they were talking about technical analysis, they were talking about actually studying the company. There's no company. So when you're looking at these figures, you're trying to predict behavior based on a graph. Human behavior, FOMO, based on a graph.
Yeah. Does that sound familiar?
Good luck with that. Well, what do you think market movers is? What do you think card ladder is? It can only show you what already happened, but since you don't know why, You don't understand that human behavior plays into it. So what does the graph mean? So is it going to go up forever, or is it going to drop right about here? And I literally saw people on social media, as soon as they did it, as soon as they went into it, they would start doing the same technical analysis. I literally saw. So here is where the support is on this LeBron rookie. And I'm like,
There we go.
no, it's 2018 over again. I saw this show. I watched it already. It's not going to be as precipitous a drop because Bitcoin has the problem where, like, what is it based on?
Self-supporting.
Yeah. And I think it's a cool idea. I wouldn't have I had a couple of Bitcoin at one point and I sold it for a profit. I did okay, but I wouldn't mind letting it have a little bit more.
I was thinking at $3 when it was first came out.
Did you get any at $3?
I got something else that went up.
Sharpshooter.
I lost everything.
The answer's no.
Yes, it's no. I know.
Yeah.
But it's and all the cryptocurrency videos came out, and I was listening to those guys, and I'm just hearing the rhetoric that I'm hearing now within the hobby. Any market, these people are jumping in, and they're jumping in for their own gain. So either they have cards invested, or they're looking to create a business from it, which is fine because that's a free to anybody else who wants to start a business out there. I believe in that 100%. But if you're just going to keep on carrying on, you're not going to be around long. And I think those guys will be filtered out in the next 3 to 6 months, a lot of them. And I think a few will rise to the top.
Are you suggesting that I shouldn't be renewing my KB Legends membership?
It's okay. You'll be fine. You're going to survive. You might be the one on top.
Oh, look at
maybe. That. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, a little bit of that might have to do with, we were getting back to sort of chicken and egg, content creation. Are you reporting good news? Or are you reporting bad news? And how are people going to feel about that? They're probably going to feel better when you're reporting good news. Not to say that people don't talk about downward trends, but more often than not, we're kind of at least including or calibrating a higher level of good news, especially in the last, 16 months. I don't know. Not that long, have we had this amount of good news to sort of buoy the presentation and the narrative, if you will.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question, though. I'll throw this one at you.
Charles has a good answer right there, too.
Yeah. The one after it? Yeah. So this one here. So let me read this out here quick. Real reason why the big content creators say the market is ever going to go up because they built a business how to do the services, which is true. That is valid. And very passionate about how this is a hobby and not a corporate cash bag. The thing is, right now, it is a corporate cash grab. Yes. It is very much so, because right now there is a value to doing that. At the moment it is. Now, here's the interesting thing, and let's kind of wind down on this one, guys, because let me ask this question since it plays right into this exact thing. And I was thinking about just talking for the next 5 minutes and then turning the thing off just to make sure you're happy. Don't ever give. This is like blood in the water. You're making this easy for me. But anyway, here's my question, and Joe and then Bobby. The thing is, your point, Joe, about the good news is it's interesting to me because there is good news, but there's also like the good news is like new highs and new things. It's like the good news is almost created out of thin air in the sense that, these transactions are happening, but that almost becomes a justification for the next transaction, It's like, it's not really, nothing has occurred. It's some of these things like this card is not any rarer than it was before. This card is technically not any more desirable. The player's career is over, and some like for the Gretzky and stuff like that. And the Superfractor Trout is like, it was a 1 of 1 before. It's a 1 of 1 now. Mike Trout has been injured the last couple of years. His career hasn't gotten fundamentally better in the last year or so. Could it still get better in the future? Yeah, the potential's still there. But why jump from 400,000 to 4 million? What is the real impetus? So as much as I tease sharpshooter, I'll put this question on there since it kind of plays into it. 2 or 3 people are planning to pay 50,000 for a card. Does that mean it's not worth 50,000? The way the hobby is right now, the answer is yes, until someone disproves it. And that's the part that's been strange for me. So if you're kind of understanding, if you're kind of picking up what I'm putting down here, Joe, right now it feels like a lot of that good news is almost, I'm not going to say manufactured because that's not accurate, but it's almost like it's good news for the sake of good news, which then justifies more good news and then just keeps going from that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Self-fulfilling prophecy comes to mind. And, there's a lot of parallels to that and all sorts of things. I mean, somewhere along the line, I was thinking about the guy that comes by in the wagon in the Old West and, sets up the little apothecary shop about the elixir that's going to help you, make it through the next season. But yeah, we like good news. We like the possibility of, hitting, striking gold, if you will. And I do too. Like, that's compelling to me. Like, there's some part of me that wants to go like, oh yeah, the Alexis Lafreniere. It's like, why not get in early, get on the bus before it really gets going. But I mean, I think what Bobby's mentioning is that there's a level of sustainability in that ultimately is probably going to shake the tree. And I don't know if it's as soon as 6 months, maybe it is, but in sort of the intersectionality with COVID, right? As COVID starts to lift, hopefully, and people have more access to the worlds that they're used to, there may be other experiences and other areas where those financial resources need to be deployed or desired to be deployed. I mean, I'd like to go to Hawaii myself, or do something different than I've done for the last 9-10 months. So right. I think that's going to play out a little bit as well. People's disposable income or whatever, it's going to start to shift things a bit.
Mm-hmm. That's why the 6-month timeline.
I think that's reasonable. That makes sense.
Because
anything else with 6 months, Bobby?
Anything else that's going to happen?
No, that's one factor for the 6 months that could play into that. Is there anything?
Well, I think there's burnout. I think you're going to see a few burnouts. Where people say things that they shouldn't be saying. There's that guy floating around. Say, what's his name? I forget. He's giving people a hard time. Forget his name. Anyway, you know who it is. Who is it?
It's the one we were talking about last week?
Yeah, that guy.
I don't want to start it 5 hours in, but I've had some fun with some recent changes. Let's leave it alone. Not today.
Okay, not today. So, but there's those type of things that are going to be coming in and slowly changing. And exactly what you're saying, Joe, is the marketplace is definitely going to change with people offsetting their money. So will the hobby go up or down? I really can't predict that, but from what I'm saying that it may start to level off a little bit, and people will start redirecting and spending less time online and going out and going to, like, honestly, the amount of time that we've all been spending online since we've been in COVID, it's just phenomenal. But, I don't want to spend all this time. I really like to get out and do some stuff and, be active again and go to real shows. And we're supplementing this through the online experience, and we're talking a lot more, and I think it's great. I think it's probably been one of the best years for content I've ever seen. Besides the cryptocurrency, which was the prior years, right? Everything goes in cycles, and we're seeing that whatever's new, whatever's hot, everybody wants to see, and it's always good news, like you say. It never stops because they're driving force. Charles said that people are looking, they're starting businesses because of this. Are they viable? I think a few of them are, but I think most of them aren't. But there's a wide open tax. Yeah, so there you go.
It goes back to the dollars, basically the money changing position. I'm glad though that Charles said on the lower end, because I make the distinction between institutional money at the higher end, which won't necessarily be impacted by that piece, and then the lower end, which is a large swath of these collectors. Some of them may be using stimulus checks. You shouldn't be using stimulus checks for that.
Credit cards.
Yeah, you should be using it for other things that may be more important, I would suggest. But for the lower end folks, these shocks, maybe the desire to go on a vacation, like Joe mentioned, stuff like that is way more relevant. The other piece, though, that's interesting to me,
especially those with the wives.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Now, let me throw something at you, though. Let's pretend for a second that Buddy's right. I was like, oh, this hobby's going to stay hot. Okay, well, that could still be problematic, too, because you've got platforms like Star Stock that right now the new hotness. Well, I saw a couple of videos today where people were talking about some issues they were seeing, or potential issues they were seeing with StarStock, where they're having some trouble with some customer service. They're having some trouble with some turnaround time. Because if you're trading in the platform, it's fine. Trade in the platform. If you actually want the cards, they're running into ComC type problems, where it's like, yeah, we can get you the cards. About that, it'll take like a month, maybe 2. And I'm like, I thought by doing rookie cards, remember, Buddy from StarStock was on Jeremy's show. I thought by doing rookie cards, they kept it more streamlined, which made it simple for them to produce. But they're having some trouble getting the cards to the people that actually order the cards. If you want the physical card, you got a problem. Now it'll get there eventually, but there are delays. COVID. It's like, just so you know, apparently StarStock has discovered COVID. Apparently that's a problem for them too. Yeah, they discovered it. Any business that operates on the model where they have to ship you something has a problem, and it has a warehouse.
Yeah.
But that's why I mentioned Burbank Sports Cards. They have a very large inventory, and I've ordered some stuff from them. And actually, they discovered they didn't have one of the cards they ordered me. It took them less than 24 hours, and they refunded me for the card. How could they do that if they didn't know they didn't have the card? Somebody checked. Oh, actually, we don't have that card. Refund them for that.
Yeah.
Wow, weird.
Service.
They got a very large inventory, and it was in an eBay thing, not even directly through their website, and they were able to figure it out and refund me for the specific card they couldn't provide me and ship everything else. Send me the tracking number. It took a couple of days. They have 43 million cards in stock. But the Burbank card guy talked about, they developed a system, but because they developed that system, they're able to train somebody potentially to come in and be able to quickly understand the system, so they can be like, okay, go get these cards. You know exactly what shelf to go to, what section, and be able to go get it, because they developed a system ahead of time. We talked about how archaic PSA is. The reason I don't give ComC a pass is because, okay, fine, you're hiring people now, you didn't have the people before. Well, maybe you should have made your system less complicated, and you could have found your cards easier, and when you're training people, it requires less work. Because Barry said it's tricky to train these people. You're right. Maybe it's too complicated. Maybe it should be easier to figure out where the cards are faster so that you can train somebody more simply. But that's something you need to do before. You've had all these years to develop your system. If your system's too complicated, that takes a long time to train, then it's too complicated. It needed to be simplified. You can't do it now, but you should have done it before.
Card ladder is the same. The amount of time they have to invest into what they do. And when they add more and more and more, how many more people can you add to make it viable, business viable and profitable? You keep employing people to research, and once you get beat down to the point that you're working 12, 14-hour days doing it day in, day out, it stops being fun. And then you hire somebody to offset that. You can't live off that little bit that's coming in. So I wish them well. I just see, as they move down the road, they're going to have some issues. Time issues, because it's the labor intensive. It's actually a great service, but I mean, time involved. Wow.
Yeah.
It's hard to
have a good night, Joe.
Yeah. Good night. Good to see you both. I'll see you next time.
Sounds good.
Okay, Joe. Good seeing you.
But so we'll kind of wrap it up on this kind of concept, Bobby, as well, because we're not going to break a record today. We're not doing it. Not today.
No. Oh shit! Again.
Yeah. That's what I said. No, we got a good, comfortable cushion. But I do appreciate the folks that are hanging in there, because they're obviously hanging in. We're not going to cut it off abruptly. We'll finish this conversation organically.
Okay, sounds good.
But the thing is that it goes back to what I was saying earlier about I will give you a certain amount of credit, but I'm also like, I can't give you a pass on everything. Your answer can't be like COVID, because I understand COVID. I do, and that's why I didn't give you a hard time.
That's my answer.
Go ahead.
That's my answer.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't give them that's why I wasn't giving them a hard time 6 months ago. That's why I wasn't giving them a hard time 8 months ago. I was trying to give them time to be like, I know you need to figure some stuff out. I am sympathetic, but not forever. This can't be your excuse for the rest of time. Well, once we have the vaccine and everything, well, okay, great. How long is that going to take?
But that's for every business.
Correct. But that's why it doesn't work as a response. It's not a sufficient response a year in. Because we're in January. My office stopped. I got the email yesterday from my thing. We will not be back in the campus head office until a minimum of April 30th, 2021. We left in March last year. That means 13 months minimum. And if they're going to have us come back, they're going to have to let us know at least 30 days in advance, which means at the bare minimum, the end of March, the beginning of April. And maybe it'll go longer, and most likely it will. So it means over a year since I've set foot in the office. And since then, I went from being a contractor to being full-time, and I've done that all from my house.
That's crazy, isn't it?
But that's reality. That's
And I
life.
think people are running out of money too. I think obviously the stimulus in the U.S. took some time. They're still holding back on that. So I think people will be paying catch up. Also here too, a lot of the people they've been laid off. And so they have to get unemployment. So that's actually less money than they were getting on the COVID $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
So, you're seeing that recession, and most people who have been invested have probably already invested. Now, are they jumping in now? Some are, but I think less and less. It's when the hobby's hot, everybody wants in. Now it's kind of, I guess it's static right now. It's going up, but I mean, controllably.
Yeah. I would not expect any major changes in that regard. I don't expect these things to get easier in the short term. Unfortunately, that's why I say, like, to a certain degree, COMC's biggest mistake was that while times were good, when they had lots of time, that the reason why I use the Burbank sports cards one is because they made those changes years ago with the understanding that there would come a day where, like, you know what, this will get tougher as our inventory gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's plan. Let's make the plan now while things are good, while we have resources, while we have time, while we can figure this out. So they develop that system that they use for their cataloging so they can so they can put the stuff away, add new inventory, move it around, do whatever they need to do, and train someone. The point was to be able to train someone quickly within a day so that they could find anything they needed to in the warehouse.
Yeah.
That's what you needed at COMC 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 2 years ago. You notice I gave you multiple checkpoints at which you could have done this, but now you can't. Now you can't go and rearrange the warehouse. It's not going to work. You're not going to be able to do it now.
I know. I didn't understand COMC until about 2 years ago. Someone explained it to me, and I went, whew. So they get all their cars, got to log in.
Yeah. And they've got it at 2 different offices, because you got the Canadian office that can process and then send it down to the US office, and the stuff shifts back and forth. And Barry said that, like, to try to help, they said, oh, send us some stuff and we'll process some of it. So basically you got to send it from the southern warehouse in the States, Washington State, I believe, send it up to Canada, and then deal with that customs and all that just to transfer your stuff, have them process it, and then send it back down.
So much. Isn't there a better business model out there for that?
That question that you just asked is the underlying thing. That's the thing, is that it goes back to that PSA example that I gave you. It was like, it's archaic. It seems silly, whatever. It's like, isn't there a better way to do this? Yes, probably there is. Why didn't we think of doing that sooner?
Mm-hmm.
This is exposing the weaknesses of your infrastructure. This would be the way I put it. This is exposing the weakness of your infrastructure. And now you're not in a position to fix it. You can try to hire as many people as you want. You can only put so many people in the warehouse. It doesn't matter unless they're all wearing spacesuits. So, yeah.
Yeah, where are they going to go from there?
As long as people are trading in the platform, it's irrelevant. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It stays in the warehouse. The second somebody claims it, now we've got a problem.
Yeah, and then if you have to wait that time, you're going back.
Yeah, exactly.
Your repeat business is lost.
Correct. So right now, ironically, the issues that COMC is having, this was the point I made either last episode or the episode, I think it was last episode. I said, COMC has a captive audience. Even if I get frustrated and say, all right, send me if I'm a meat and I say, oh, you know what, send me my 40,000 cards. Okay, how long is that going to take?
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to be able to pull the trigger, even if he wanted to. And a bunch of other big power sellers and things aren't going to be able to either. The small fish like me, who are predominantly buyers, I'm a consumer, I want my cards that I want. I ordered 350 cards. They have said now they've provided me the shipping. I paid $240 US for the privilege of them shipping me 350 cards. Do the math on that. And hopefully I will have it within the next 14 or 15 days. Maybe. It takes about 3 or 4 weeks. That's at the enhanced, super fast, uber duper fast rate that I paid for it.
Well, I think their attrition, they're growing beyond their attrition at this point. So I think it'll probably level off a little bit later down the road as people start getting wanting to get out, you know.
Yeah.
And if they want their cards back because they want to sell them somewhere else and they have to wait 3 or 4 weeks, it's like, wow, the turnaround is, wow, I need money now.
Well, the thing is, the 3 or 4 weeks is if you pay for the fastest possible rate, which means you're paying a very premium rate.
Oh,
Because, like I said 350 cards was $240.
yeah.
Imagine if it's thousands.
Mhm.
That cuts into your profit as well. Just so we're clear. So they basically have created an incentive for you to keep it in the system, because if you're going to try to flip, at least you can flip in the system and
Yes.
make your money that way. So let me just cover Aussie Card Dad, because he was very patiently, he put in this question. So maybe these startups are hoping to be bought out by larger companies. That's a real possibility. That could very well be a real possibility, because like, so I'll use a card ladder as an example. I don't have super, like I could ask them, but they're only going to tell me so much, but I don't have super insight into their business model right now. But they're still operating as kind of a mom and pop operation. Josh is working with the developers, a handful of them, and he's the lead developer predominantly.
Yes.
You've got Chris, and he's got his new analyst, Christina. So like it's still in house. Like it's very, very specific. So there's not a lot of people working on it. So the
No.
end result is
Well,
like,
that's why they're
okay,
putting all that time in, right?
yeah. So, and the thing is right now their solution is, okay, we'll throw more hours at it because he's up at all hours. Well, eventually they were going to run out of gas and they'll make mistakes, and it's impossible to sustain because they do so many things. They wear so many hats because it's a startup. If somebody comes in and either brings money, which could lead to hiring, which could lead to bringing some additional people in, which could alleviate some of that. That's one possibility. Or the other possibility is a buyout. And if that happens, then it's less of a problem for them. But it's at least a consideration, I would think. I don't know what a valuation would be on something. It depends on how many subscribers they have, right?
I think it's a lot of these people or companies will build something just to sell it down the road. I really see a lot of that. I don't know about card letter. I'm just saying anybody in general is that, hey, if I get this enough up to a certain degree, I might get bought out. I can make my $500,000, whatever they're trying to get out of it, or have an investor.
Exactly. So let me, in the same vein, kind of playing off this, a sharpshooter asks here. So Jeff Wilson needs people to believe the card market will always be hot because of the Market Movers website. He's making a lot of money from subscribers. Yes. Also making money from affiliate links that play in, because when you click on some of the stuff to see other cards like that, it's an affiliate link for eBay. So you can make a couple of percentage points on that. It's not a big deal necessarily, but it's a little extra, a little on top. Card Ladder does that too, by the way. So, but they've done a reasonable job of disclosing it, and they both include that information. So just be aware, though, they're affiliate links, just so any of you are aware. But the other thing is, yes, if the market wasn't going up forever and the money dried up and suddenly there's no real money to be made and you're an investor specifically, then what are you going to keep the data for? You don't need the data anymore, because then you're getting out of the market and you move on. So there's really no reason. And as far as Aussie Card Dad's here, saying may loss off the newbies, to a certain degree, yes. Most newbies don't need market data.
No.
Like they don't, because they should be able to just make their assessment with a handful of pieces of information. If you're really trying to look at a bunch of analytics, you're probably thinking of flipping. So if you're a newbie flipper, then yes. If you're a newbie collector, or at least semi-collector, semi-flipper, then paying a monthly fee would eat into your profitability. And for what? Like, what market advantage do you think you're gaining by getting a couple extra data points? I don't see that as being useful for a lot of these folks. But maybe they fancy themselves getting bigger than they currently are. But I do think the people that do the best aren't necessarily using the analytics. I'll use an example that is on YouTube. Sasha T. He's one of the folks. He's one of the younger guys that does a lot of flipping and stuff. He does part-time dealer. I watch his stuff. It's pretty well made, all things considered. Even though he's a young guy, he has an editor he works with that makes it look decent. It makes it look pretty good. And he recently did a big deal where he sold off a bunch of like young guys, and he started to advocate. He goes, my strategy is I'm getting a lot of these young hot players, and I'm buying a bunch of these cards, but I'm selling these cards and consolidating them into LeBron and Kobe and Michael Jordan, because I think long term, these are the guys that are made. These are made men, basically. So he goes, I'm probably going to do better in the long run having the big cards of some of these guys as opposed to a lot of these flash in the pan guys. But while the market says these guys are hot, I can convert these guys into LeBrons and Jordans. I feel like I'm winning.
Sure.
Not a terrible strategy, not
Mhm.
reasonable strategy. And if that's his advice, which he seems to be giving, I'm not going to knock it. It's not terrible advice. I've heard worse.
Yeah.
I've heard worse advice than that.
It's hard to do. It's
Yeah.
not that easy in a bull market. Yeah, sure. But
Yeah. He's made enough volume where he was able to buy a Kobe Bryant refractor card that was high grade, that's very low population, and another card that escapes me that was also a rarer card of another, I think a Jordan card, I forget. And the two cards combined were $73,000.
uh-huh.
And he was able to purchase them with the proceeds of those smaller cards and the flips. But he's constantly part of the vlog. Now the content itself is another avenue to make some money as well and get some notoriety and get your name out there. So it all works together. But in the vlog, he was able to show that he was constantly doing deals with folks, selling these stacks of cards, getting the money, using them to buy these other cards, selling those cards to make the money. And the underlying premise was like, look, it isn't one flip, it isn't two flip, it's 100 flips, it's 1,000 flips. And as I'm doing this, and he's hanging out with his buddy who's also a dealer, and they're making their own deals and doing the stuff. I'll give him his credit. He's putting in the work. He's putting in the time. Well, his market analysis is actually buying and selling. So,
Well, it's like something that I get. I buy it for $2 and I sell it for 10. I take the $10, I put it into something. I get 20, 30, 50, 100, 200. So it slowly builds in a smaller sense. But if you have 15, 20 different items like that, it's not that hard.
yeah. And the thing is, if you do enough transactions, you will learn what the market is. And if you learn what the market is, well, then you're in business.
And you're a smarter buyer.
Yeah. So that is a way of doing it. So I don't think he necessarily spends a lot of time looking at those analytic tools. He's done it by volume, by doing deals and doing trades and doing all these things over a relatively short period of time, because I think he's only like 21, 22, and he's buying 70 and he's making $73,000 deals. So it can be done, but you have to put in the volume. Now you have to put in a lot of deals to make that. It's not going to be one or two deals that are going to score that for you.
Yeah. But how much money has he really made in his time and effort?
It's really hard to say. It's one of those things you'd have to run the books, because if you're constantly overturning inventory,
If you're
maybe
guesstimating.
What's that?
If you're guesstimating. Not that much right now.
Probably not. I would say if I was going to separate the cat, here's what I would do if I was him. I would have been taking some of the profit off of the bigger transactions over time. A couple of grand here, a couple of grand there, and setting that aside. If he's doing that, then he's probably doing fine.
Yep.
Because then he's young enough, his expenses are likely low enough that you could be making money hand over fist. And
Sure.
still be making these big deals and be able to turn over this inventory and do both. Why not?
Uh-huh.
So I'll put this on here. And the thing is, this accusation is throwing out a lot of card ladder. And the thing is, you could, but without evidence to substantiate that, good luck. Because the problem is that, okay, so let's say you do. Then you have to establish that you're manipulating the prices, which is fine, but then you have to go run the numbers. Because in order to manipulate the prices, you have to say the sales are fake.
Yeah.
Because if your tool is running the numbers that are coming out of the system, you basically have to prove that the sales that they're showing there are incorrect or fraudulent, or they're higher than they should be, or whatever. You want to go chase that down? Knock yourself out. The benefits are far outweighed by the detriments of getting caught doing that. The detriment, because it basically torpedoes your whole business model.
Yeah, you're finished.
Yeah. Because at that point, you have no credibility. And if you've spent all this time building the credibility, which is basically what their subscriber base was based on, they started off as content providers who then built this platform and then are able to sell subscriptions to this platform. The second you partake in that kind of manipulation yourself with access to the platform, you're done. It's like the third-party grading thing. As soon as people don't trust you and it's built on trust, your slabs are worth nothing. As soon as people think your data is fake, your data is worth nothing.
It's like me writing a book and putting high prices on the things that I own that aren't, maybe as expensive as they could be.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same kind of thing, So you have people who have some control and power that they have to be checked every once in a while.
Yeah. And the thing is, you can audit them if you really want to. It's one of those things. Do you have the energy for it? I don't, because it's not a concern for me. But if it was a concern, I'm sure somebody will look into it. Somebody will look into it because you can check those numbers. You can go to eBay listings because they do it does let you click on it. And if you find more data that's not in there, then you can question.
Yeah.
So you can't figure that out if you have the time.
Oh, I think they're doing a good job. I think they're covering the bases. They seem to know what's going on. It's just a labor-intensive business model that, you know, how much time I spend in this thing. It's a penny an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, does it pay? Well, it gets my name out there, and there is the fringe benefits that does come along with it, and I've enjoyed those. But I worked for them too, so it's not like I got paid, but almost indirectly in a way.
That's fair. Well, the notoriety can have some value too. It's a conversation we had earlier.
I didn't do it for that, but I mean,
it does. But it's not a bad thing
job.
necessarily, because at least then when you speak in certain avenues, it gives you some credibility. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, for vintage hockey, yeah, I'm the only hobby historian really who does the whole hockey hobby vintage wise. There's other people who specialize in beehives or other things, but I mean, as for the line share, I got pretty well covered. So I hope that people trust me in that sense. They have to, and I'm just trying to get the right information out there, and I'll back it up anytime.
Yeah, and I think that is the key element. So let me zip through a couple of these here just to grab them. Okay. I feel like I've said this story before, Charles. I don't know if I did. So there's actually 2 videos that have 1 million views on my channel. 2. And they're the old, Bobby knows a little bit about that. They're the old movie review thing.
Oh, yeah.
I toyed around earlier in the channel's history. I was trying to do this. I was playing around with my younger brother. We did like this nascent video podcast concept we were playing around with, where it was action movies. We were talking through them almost like a book review. I'll be honest, I didn't really like how it turned out. Like, some of them are okay. I didn't really like it, but testament to the YouTube algorithm that I talk about all the time. If you've got the right keywords there and people search for them, I think the biggest one is Universal Soldier. And I think the second biggest one is, there's another action movie, like an 80s action movie. Oh, The Marine. The Marine was the big one. And then Universal Soldier is the other one. Both of those are over 1 million because people kept searching for it. And they kept thinking that after 5 or 6 years, for some reason, oh yeah, I'm putting the movie up, and I've never been copyright blocked. The video's never been taken down. It's like, but people kept doing it. And one of them is like 1.1 million. The other one's a little over 1 million.
It's interesting you said that. I was looking at some of my auctions. I sold some Dairy Queen Sunday cups, and with the NHL logos on them. Okay. And I listed them all individually. There was 18 different. The views were probably 20, 15, 14, 8. And Buffalo Sabres, for some reason, had 435. And I went, what the heck was that? And I'm going, Buffalo Sabres. Like, honest, Buffalo Sabres is probably one of the bottom tier collectible teams. Toronto Maple Leafs are right up there, and Pittsburgh Penguins and all those other ones. And I sat there and I couldn't for the life of me understand why the hits were like that. And I still haven't looked into it, but I'm just going, this happened before, I remember, and it was with another Buffalo item. Maybe there's a lot of Buffalo football collectors, or
I was gonna say if the keyword comes up, but if the keyword comes up, it doesn't matter. That's the whole thing. Like, and you can see in the analytics what people were searching for at the time. You can see the verbiage, and people kept looking up Universal for some reason. Years on end, people want to see Universal Soldier, and they still think it's on YouTube. I'm
Universal
sure it is,
Studios.
No, literally, they would type in Universal Soldier. They specifically, they were typing in for that movie.
What?
And they would keep getting mine because it has 1 million views, so it'd be right up the top of the search.
It wasn't that great of a movie.
No, it wasn't. It was okay for what it was, but it wasn't that great.
Actually, it was kind of neat for the time that it came out.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good concept.
But do I want to see it again? Maybe once. I might 10
watch
years.
it. I might watch it in a while. I would probably watch it again, but it's going to be a while before I do. So just Aussie Card Dad here. He does a lesser form, sells non-PC cards to consolidate PC. Yep. And I've been able to do a couple of sales myself on eBay this past week or two, and it's been good. I've been able to buy some cards that way. Yeah, and Sharpshooter just talking about the card ladder thing. Yeah, it's very hard to prove. You could. Hockey guy was saying, it's like, so your cards aren't worth $11 million, Bobby?
No.
Darn.
They're close, but I don't have cards, right?
That's true. Yeah. That's the rumor. That's the going rumor.
Yeah.
So transparent with the data sources, generally yes. But one of the critiques that I gave the card ladder guys is that a lot of that information is contained in their FAQ, which no one reads. They actually list the sources that they use. And I did
Why,
that. I did
why
that in
would
the
you
video.
check the checkers?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like you're doing their work for them. This is what you pay for their service for them to do the work that you don't have to do. And
Yeah.
who's gonna investigate all of that?
Well, the great irony is that in the video that I did with Chris, I went into the tool, screen share. I went into the tool, clicked into the FAQ, opened it up, and go right here. And I read it right off the screen.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, nope, I showed it to you. So yes, to a certain degree they do. Now, do you trust that transparency? That's up to you. I can't help you there. But it is listed, the sources that they're pulling from. It's predominantly eBay. Spoiler, it's predominantly eBay. That's the easiest resource. They do pull some information from some auction houses and stuff. And again, you can see the transactions that are feeding into a specific card profile. You can expand it to look at the auctions and stuff and the sale prices. And if it is an eBay one, you can click on a link to open up the eBay auction itself.
That's
Now, if you're
time
not,
consuming.
what's that?
That's time consuming. Yeah.
It is. But I'm saying if someone wanted to audit, this
Sure.
would be one way they could. And then you'd have to corroborate it with a separate pull, like maybe open up another tab and look at the same card on eBay and find it and see how many auctions sell there within that time period and then do a comparison. But it also contains historical data going back years. So you can only get, on eBay, you can get 90 days. If you get their TerraPeak service, you can do 12 months. So you'd have to subscribe to TerraPeak for 12 months to get the more expanded version to then be able to compare 12 months. Otherwise, you only get 90 days.
Yeah.
So can it be done? Yes. Would it be a pain in the behind? Yes.
And the old information behind that, like worth point, it doesn't even serve your values because in the last year, values have changed dramatically, especially with most of the stuff that they're tracking. I would say.
That's fair. So Aussie Card Dad just says here, it's more like there are spikes in the quantity of cards bought based on what cards Jeff champions in his videos. I don't know. I haven't really, like, I don't watch every video anymore. Like the top fives really have started to bore me. I don't know if the corollary is as strong. Well, the thing is, I tried to watch it for a while, Bobby, because I wanted to see if there was like change.
Me too.
I was trying, like I tried my best, but I got so bored. It just became so repetitive. It was just the same stuff over and over again.
Yes.
But the end result was I kept trying and trying and trying to go in and locate a lot of the information that I was trying to do. And after a while, I just kept looking at it. And after I kept looking at it for a while, I was like, okay, this feels like I've been watching the same video over and over again. Like I'm genuinely bored. Like I can't even for the sake of giving perspective, I can't do it.
I get you.
Yeah. So
I watched some videos, but I really kind of skip through them a lot.
Mhm.
There's very little on vintage, so I'm.
Well, you're not going to get too much vintage on market movers. I
No,
teased-
but I mean other videos.
yeah.
You know, I guess maybe I should be the content creator at that point.
I was going to say for that stuff, you might have to. Gary V, though, to your point, Aussie Card Dad, definitely has an impact. Like if he shows a certain card in it with the amount of followers he has, they will run and buy. They will.
Yeah.
Like you can see those spikes. Now it's temporary, just to be clear. It's really it happens almost immediately after he shows it. There's a big spike in sales and then almost immediately it tails off. Like it
Well, it
doesn't
has
last
to
long.
tail off because there's not that many available in the
For
marketplace.
some of that stuff, but some of that stuff is available. But even then, it's like the effect's temporary. Like it's like you get this motivation, a bunch of people go out and buy, but then who are they going to sell it to? Other people are just sitting there like, yeah, there's 5,000 copies of that card.
Yeah.
You want to buy mine for 5 times the price it was 25 minutes ago? Sure. As long as the sale goes through, man, it's all good.
I think I just heard my friend says, he goes, holy crap. He goes, do you know how much a Peachy Premier is selling for? And I said, I don't know. He goes, $400 the last one. I went, what? He said, yeah, I just got a whole bunch of boxes. I'm going to list them. And I went, hi. 125 for 89 tops. Hockey. Or Peachy. It's just boggling my mind.
That's the thing, though.
And you know how many thousands of boxes are out there of those?
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing I'm trying to get at, though, is that right now it's just folks grasping at straws, trying to find something.
But this is
already gone up.
1990 again, though. At that point, with those boxes, the same boxes actually, isn't it?
So a bunch of them are, yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? History repeating itself. Wow.
But remember, Bobby, if you grade it, you have condition scarcity.
If If you grade it, they will come. Sure. Okay.
There's 5 billion copies, but it's a pop 500 in a PSA 10, Bobby.
So you should be investing in Steve Hart's business because everything gets graded because nobody wants to sell it ungraded. Because they don't get enough money.
Well, the thing is, like, here's the thing. I know you're not a big fan of Steve Hart. You have your reasons.
Oh, it's not that I'm a big fan. I'm just saying, like, that is such an easy business. Shrink wrap, boom, money. That's easy. I'd love to do that.
But the thing is that
I'm Canadian.
yeah, the problem is the reason why it works is that, to your point, it is something that people want. Because here's the thing, because some of those boxes are so easy to reseal and do things on, people can't trust them. It's the same as the third party grading. They can't trust some, like if you go buy an eBay lot. Okay, what are you going to do? Show me some pictures? Like if you show really nice pictures, does that help me, authenticate from pictures? Can I do that? Not likely.
No.
You'd have to handle them. You'd have to have that experience to be able to look at them properly, to actually understand what should be happening here, what wrapping should be on it, or what the pack should look like, or whatever. But it doesn't facilitate. So the Steve Hart thing, much like third-party grading, facilitates purchase through the internet.
Yep.
It expands the market because otherwise I have to be so right now in COVID times, I basically couldn't sell the product then. If I don't have some way, I can't sell the card because no one wants to buy the raw card. I can't sell the box because no one wants the box that hasn't been re-shrink wrapped with a label on it saying, hey, it's good. I can't sell it because no one will trust that the box has not been tampered with, whether it's been tampered with or not.
Yeah, true.
And so to go full circle in the conversation, especially the graded piece, that's the reason why third-party grading, they have a vested interest in keeping it. That's why BGS made a mistake, because it's like, the only reason you exist is because they need you and those like you, PSA, SGC, etc., to be able to sell this stuff. Because otherwise, no one wants to buy the raw card because the pictures aren't good enough for someone to be able to grade at that. So how would you do it? It'd be too scary.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand why they have to exist. It's just, the money's there for Steve. He's just, and shrink. He doesn't even grade the box, to be honest. He just authenticates it. There's no grade. The packs could be beat up and it's shrink wrapped. There's no grade to it at all.
And there is third-party grading on packs now as well. You could, like, I know some of the companies do it. I think PSA does it. I think you can grade the packs, the individual packs.
Oh, yeah, of course. They've been doing that for
a while.
So many years.
Yeah.
But they screwed up most of the packs anyways because they didn't seal the gum.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see a PSA 9 with 8 gum tears down the side? Yep. So is that a PSA 9?
Well, here's the question.
No.
Does it meet their written criteria though? Because that's the thing they're going by. If whatever it says gives it's like the Gem Mint 10. It has an allowance for centering. As long as it meets that allowance, then you can argue about the definition. So for the pack, I don't know what the pack definition is. Does it allow for that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So maybe it shouldn't.
Oh, their criteria? No, not for gum tears.
So then that's the argument. That's the argument they won't make.
Only until recently, I think they wanted, if your gum is loose, they won't grade the pack.
Yeah. So
they brought that in a couple of years ago, I think.
That's the only thing somebody can do to debate them with it is that, okay, you wrote down that for this, it has to meet this criteria. You said if it doesn't have this or it does have this or whatever, we're not going to grade it. And then you did.
But you ship it, it loosens up because it's gum, It's just their opinion. Exactly. It's a great business, isn't it? It's a perfect business model.
And listen, if they had waited until 2001, I would have gotten in on this. It's too late for me now. If they waited until 2001, I would have been like, let's do this.
Well, I wanted to do it forever. It's just a matter of being Canadian and the shipping, the logistics nightmare of getting stuff over the border.
That is the key. That is the key piece.
It's just too bad.
Well, if we had annexed Buffalo, like I proposed many years ago, if we just made them a protectorate, we could have hedged our bets. Yes, absolutely.
There have been so many businesses I would have done, but it's okay.
Yeah. All right. So let me quickly grab the last couple of ones here. And Aussie Card Dad, thank you for hanging out. And Sharpshooter, despite our rough start, I appreciate your questions. So been back in the hobby for about a year. Even after selling 10,000 worth of cards on eBay, I'm still down about 10,000. Yeah, it's tough. But the last sentence is your key. the high price for boxes, which has become a problem. If you rip boxes, it's borderline impossible. Like if so
It's gambling.
it is. Yeah, it always was though, Bobby. But let me throw this at. Let me throw this at you.
No,
It's like gambling. It's like gambling. Like if I go to a casino and I gamble and I know what the odds are, so be it. But if I went into the
You're
same
not
casino,
gambling with $10.
I get you. But I'm saying, like, if I went to the same casino and played and went to the roulette table, and if I bet on black or I bet on red, the odds are there. We know they're a little under 50%. That is the odds. And you know that. So you can spin the wheel as many times as you want. That's the odds. But if I show up at the same casino, same roulette table, same design, same everything, you say, oh, but now it's 35%. My chances have gotten worse. And it's like, wait, what changed? It's like, it's the same table. It's the same configuration. It's like, well, 15% of the time we'll just like, you'll lose anyway. Oh, great. You wouldn't go to that casino again. No. But in this case, that's been forced upon you where the fundamental concept hasn't changed. The table hasn't changed, but the odds have changed.
Yes.
Because now you're starting off, in this case, you're starting off at a higher price. So the level of difficulty has expanded to a point where like now you have to hit and you got to hit big. Otherwise the break even becomes impossible. So here's the last part here. So what happens when you don't get that big hit? You start buying graded cards and holding, and you have to start keep adjust. So for a lot of folks, opening the boxes becomes a losing proposition. You're starting off at such a high price point that winning becomes almost impossible unless you're just super lucky.
Yeah. Everyone wants to gamble for that $1 million card.
Yep.
And it's out there.
Yeah. And the thing is, I understand, but if it was me and you really want to make $1 million that badly, I would rather do than if you're going to get in the hobby and you're going to learn, then I would rather do it with the flips.
Yeah.
That Sasha T guy is more likely to eventually make $1 million transaction doing his flips over time than he will be opening boxes. It'll take a lot of transactions, but at least he's got a shot if he consistently makes good deals and makes small profits here and there over time. He's got a better chance at making that money eventually.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
So it's how you play this game. And it is a game.
And we don't, it's a game, all right. And we don't know how long that time is.
Correct. But that's the thing. It's that here, the same thing. These boxes are supposed to sell for, say, $100. It's 5 times. Yeah. And that's where, I guess this goes back to the accountability theme that I've thrown out there at folks over time is that, look, guys, if you think the game has been rigged to the point that you can no longer win, or you feel like the chances of winning is so remote, don't play anymore.
Or open $20 boxes and have fun.
You can
enjoy.
But I'm just saying though, like if you legitimately believe that the game has been skewed so far and you withdraw if the problem is if 1 or 2 people do it, it's not going to make any difference. But if a bunch of people do, eventually the manufacturers don't care as long as they sell the product. Somebody buys it, it's a win. The manufacturer's done their job. But if nobody plays the game, then it stops. But, and Hockey Guy makes the point here that's the accurate one. I'm waiting for it to load up because I want to click on it because it is correct. It is the correct point. It is the bottom line. See, that's why I don't like the delay between the actual YouTube and this thing here. I'm waiting for it to show up here.
Oh.
It's very, very, very frustrating, Bobby. It's like a 20-second delay.
Ooh,
yeah, no, it's really bad. See? Now it came up. This is what I was waiting for. The last part is the key. People still rip. So, from the manufacturer perspective, they're doing nothing wrong. Keep going, stay the course.
Yeah.
What's the incentive to change if it's working?
Right? I think we mentioned that, Leafs never change anything.
What's the incentive to change if it's working?
Because they're making money. They don't care.
That's correct. And that's just it. So I can't blame the manufacturers for doing it. They're playing into what you're doing.
They're providing a service.
Yeah. So here, sharpshooters
a product and a service.
Yeah. And the thing is, if the enjoyment is worth the potential losing over time, then you've made a decision. Then I'm not going to knock you for it. But just understand that ROI over time is negative. It is like going to the casino. I have fun playing games in the casino, but the house wins. If we play long enough, the house wins. Yeah. So I go in with that understanding. If I'm willing to lose, guess what? I can have a good time.
Oh, for sure.
Some of my favorite stories were at the roulette wheel. We went up a lot. We went down a lot. We went up a lot. We went down a lot. And you know what? It was a good time. A great story. It makes for a great story. But we lost money in the end, just so we're clear.
Well, I think if you know that going in, like, you break so much product, you're eventually going to lose, but having fun doing it, that's fine. It depends how much you're talking about. Because fun is based on a certain value point,
Correct.
and we're all at different levels. I get that. But
There
we
is a
have
value
to.
to fun though. People pay for fun.
Sure.
So if it is worth the value to you, if you get enough fun that you got your money's worth, even though you're losing on those boxes, then fine, great, enjoy.
Because nobody's really happy after they scratch that ticket or open that box at the end. But it was fun doing it. It was the excitement. It's not the kill, it's the thrill of the chase, right?
Yeah. I like that. I like that Mike showed up finally at the end. So Mike, I'll tell you what. You know what? I wasn't going to break the record, Bobby, but it's like 7 minutes, and I got a couple more comments here. I'll be honest. Okay. Are you good for like 7.5 minutes?
I should be okay.
Mike, I'm giving you one chance. This is your chance to show up just randomly as the closer, as the clock goes over. Like, don't be a wuss. Put in some work. Do some work, dude. Do some work, you slacker. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah. Get it going on.
That's all I'm saying. I'm giving you a chance to type. Read what it says on the screen. Let's go.
So you've been off all this time. And see, that's giving you more opportunities to do a lot of different things. And I think that's really been good. And I think when that time comes that you're not off in the next 3 months, you may have less time. Supposing you will have less time, and as that kind of loosens into the 6-month period, I do see a shift of a lot of people's time and money into other things or getting back to normal, some sort of normal. And I think that'll gradually hit about that time.
Exactly. So let me grab a couple of these comments here. So let's go here. Yeah, it's an issue hobby at the moment. people keep buying boxes despite and the thing is, these people will keep getting punished until they learn their lesson. I stopped buying boxes some time ago because the value proposition wasn't there. Does that mean I don't enjoy opening packs? No, I do enjoy opening packs. They're a lot of fun. So I go into the back catalog, I go get the boxes of worthless stuff that was fun from my heyday when I was collecting, and I go open those. And it cost me $25-30 a box. I'm not going to get a big hit unless I hit the 1 in 5,000 pull. Otherwise, it's just fun for me. But for like $25-30 a box, that's not so bad. That's okay.
I get a pack of 84 old peachy, and for 30, 35 bucks, 40 bucks, whatever it is, you have a great time. But you have a chance to get all these rookies in high grade.
You can.
It's a winter card. All these, and that's just you can do that once a month. Who can afford $40 once a month? Am I a collector at that time? At once a month at $40?
I think we established this. I think that's just meets the threshold. Just meets the threshold. Yeah. So 150 to $200. Yeah. The thing is, it gets very difficult, and it depends on your hobby budget, right? Like it really does depend on your hobby budget. Yeah. If you're doing it for the entertainment value, then fair enough. But if it's causing you more problems, then I would stop. Like you have to be careful. It can get fun is fun, but you have to pick your spots. Yeah. Sharpshooter joining embrace another form of ripping boxes. Just paying for the privilege. Yep. Very true. Pay someone to open the cards for you. I don't mind the box breakers thing sometimes. Sometimes it's fun to do it once in a while, but it is a once in a blue moon thing. It's not a regular occurrence thing.
I would do a high risk one. I wouldn't play in them. I wouldn't meddle in a smaller product.
None of those small peasant things. Go for the high. Go for the high.
Well, what are you going to do? You're going to get into a 76 tops or a peachy hockey pack. And
right.
You're going to get a 50-cent card. Who's the big hit? It's not worth your $8 a spot. So anyways.
Yep. So last boxes Hockey Guy open were 08090 Peachy. Didn't pay for them. Last box he paid for were 0304 in the game action. And the game action was okay. I enjoyed some of those in the game cards around that time. Around that time I liked it. See, this is why you can't trust this man. Like, look, he's like, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours. Doesn't want to put any work. No work towards it. Just wants to slack off and let other people do the work. I see how it is.
Can't type that fast, maybe.
I don't know, man. Like, I got questions is what I'm saying.
He's 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, I got serious questions here, man.
We all have.
Yeah.
Serious questions and serious issues.
Correct. CA says go Leafs.
Go Leafs.
There you go.
I'm wearing the Leaf hat this time, but I kept the...
You got the Vegas. I still think they should have called them the Black Knights. Like, honestly, I want the Monty Python reference.
Why did they do the Golden Knights? Because the Golden Knights were already done before. Golden Seals.
Yeah, Golden Seals. But no, Bobby, I wanted it for the Monty Python reference.
Yes.
I would have done the Black Knight. I was like, could you imagine? Is literally if the chant had been "'Tis but a flesh wound."
I love Monty Python.
I would have they would have become my number one favorite. I would have abandoned Dallas for the Black Knights.
Wow.
And I love Las Vegas. My God.
I've never been to Vegas.
Fantastic.
My wife says so.
I want to advocate for the National to go there so I can ignore the National to go to Vegas.
Actually, that's a perfect place for.
Yes.
It is ideal.
Of course. They got hotels. They've got big convention centers, and we can ignore the cards. Who cares, Bobby? We're going drinking, and then we'll go gambling and we'll have fun.
Yeah.
It's like there's cards here. That's good for them. That's great. That's adorable. You guys play with your cards. I'm gonna go hang out. There we go. Sorry, let me get this. A bunch of those 50-pack locks from Walmart. Yes. 50 packs for $20. If
By the end,
you
I
can have fun with
swore
that
off.
stuff. What's that?
He swore off opening them.
Yeah.
Military reference. Okay.
Okay, gotcha. Black Knights would have worked with the Raiders. Silver. I agree. No, I agree. But as soon as they went with Knights, the Monty Python reference wrote itself. The Raiders are still called the Raiders. I understand they have the black and the silver. I get it. Totally get it. But it's
I don't know why the Golden Knights are there. I guess gold because it's Vegas, but they didn't even need to add that.
No, I get it. Like I always thought it was unnecessary.
Vegas Knights would have been actually enough.
Yeah, if you wanted to go that route, then I would have accepted that as well. So he's just asking if you're an American Leafs fan, not in America, but Leafs fan.
Yeah. Leafs fan in Canada.
You are in the GTA,
Toronto.
so you are there. You are there. Yeah, Sharpshooter was in the Topps Transcendent break, and it was awesome. Okay. See, that can be fun. Transcendent's a big product, if memory serves me. Just splash ripping boxes with losing in Vegas. Yeah, but losing in Vegas is fun, man. Here's the thing: you rip open a box, and you don't pull anything cool. It's not really a great story. You go in, you go to the roulette table, and you go up a ton, go down a ton, barely hang on, get it all back, lose it again, nearly, and then hang in there, and it lasts. This roller coaster ride lasts like an hour and a half. That's a good story. That's a lot of fun. You open the box, and all right, I pulled nothing. Oh well, that's it's over now.
Yep.
Not nearly as great. I'm sorry to say. Also, if you want to get more mileage time out of it, I would play like some of the small poker tournaments, like the small group poker tournaments, because then at least you're playing poker. And if you're playing intelligently, some of them are really dumb. So you can actually advance pretty far just playing your cards conservatively for the first piece and then get aggressive once you're towards the end when you're trying to win the money.
Yeah.
And then you get a couple of hours of entertainment with a relatively small buy-in. Mm-hmm. So that could be a way. I found that enjoyable. Ripping open a box that leaves you, with the remnants of your actions. Yeah, gambling doesn't leave evidence. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you're stuck with a bunch of junk you don't want. That's right. So yeah, if you're gonna open the box, it better be something you enjoy having. Yeah, but I never had as much satisfaction.
Memories.
I never had as much satisfaction opening a box where I got skunked as much as I did. Like I said, the stories that I had from that visit is like, nope, there was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So guys, 6 hours and 27 seconds. We have crossed the Rubicon.
Yes.
We have done it. I wanted to give it to you guys since we were here. Bobby was exactly the guy we needed to take us home. We were here. We did it.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. So you can say that you were here for the 6-hour live stream. So here's the deal, guys. For the most part, we had a little fun with this. I grabbed this real quick here. Yep, won a few local poker competitions about back. Very good. Yeah, no, the Karvin one was broken a little while ago. It was broken a little while ago. We did pass that one. I don't know if Karvin would want to try to surpass that, but he probably could. So you're the Dennis Eckersley of podcast co-hosts here.
Thank gosh. I knew it had to be something. Actually, I wasn't here for the first hour, so
that's all right. It's all right.
So I didn't really set a record. It's Carlos' record.
I just do my best I can to anchor. But it's one of those things. It depends on whether people want to come on. This last couple of them, I'm like, okay, guys, because I sent it to Amit and I knew he was busy. If he wanted to pop on, he could. But I said, okay. I actually got a lot more mileage out of the first section than I thought I would, because there was a lot to talk about and folks in the chat were chatting. So I was like, okay, great.
Yeah. And it's usually busy right at the front end. And I wanted to wait to see if anybody else wanted to come in. I was doing some other stuff and I said, oh, okay. And then nobody was coming in. And then Joe came in and I went, okay. Yeah. And you kept putting up the post and nobody came in. So I said,
I leave it open for folks. Like I really do leave the control is in their hands. Mm-hmm. Appreciate it, Aussie Card Guy. Thank you. And I appreciate the Todd Van Poppel reference always as well. but I do leave it in the people's hands. I don't mind a little bit because I was looking, and fortunately I don't have a morning meeting anymore. They got rid of the 8:30. I was like, yes, thank you.
Getting tougher
Yes.
for me.
My present for the New Year is they got rid of the 8:30 meeting on Monday. I'm like, yes, thank you.
What time is the meeting?
Well, no, now the morning is clear, and what they do is they tack on a meeting after 4 o'clock. I'm like, no, no. The whole point of the 8:30 meeting was so that I could be offline by 4 o'clock, not another meeting at 4 o'clock. So they were like, oh, Carlos, we'll just put it on the meeting. No, no, I didn't want to extend my day. That wasn't the point.
I get you.
I dealt with the morning so that I wouldn't have to do this.
I get it 100%.
Uh,
Nobody wants. I'd rather get everything over in the morning.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, it's okay. I refilled my coffee. Just I'll deal with the 8:30 meeting and let's get this over with. And then it's like, oh no, we'll talk about it at 4 o'clock. I'm like, oh come on.
But now at this time, you can just say, probably better.
Yeah, well, I'll deal with it. Where it does get tricky, I will tell you, in all seriousness, is where I have been selling a couple of things on eBay. My post office is absolutely terrible. My post office is because they close like at horrible times and they're absolutely slow and all of that. And I saw Charles. So Charles, have a good night. You should have been in bed a couple hours ago. I like night owldom, but you have school and you're in school and you should have been in bed a while ago. But I appreciate you hanging out. I do appreciate
Night, Charles.
it. I do appreciate it. But yeah, absolutely. So that's what I was saying. Like, it's like not tomorrow, Charles. Today, you're screwed for school today. Hours from now.
It's
That's a
okay.
tactical error, my young friend. A
You're
tactical
young.
error.
He's young,
Exactly.
and his dad doesn't know he's up.
Well, I think he does because he's done some of the after hours with Jeremy. So they've done those ones. Those are late as well.
I meant tonight.
Oh, well, that's a different conversation. So that's for hits. Atomic Auto, Mike Trout. That's a good one. Justin Jefferson, iMac 1 of 1. Not familiar with that one. Brady Color Blast. I know those are pretty good. Flawless Luis Robert Auto. Okay. I don't know about the Justin Jefferson. Maybe he's a prospect. I'm not familiar with him, but the other ones definitely sound good. I know Brady Color Blast and stuff like that are pretty good. And Luis Robert is still pretty solid. So that's fair enough. So as far as that's concerned, guys, we've covered the full gamut. We cleared the 6-hour Rubicon. We did it. Bobby was here to help me out, get us to the end. The chat has been phenomenal. And I'll be honest with you. It ventures around. At the peak today, I think we had 30 people watching. It's 3 a.m. on the East Coast. We have 17.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
That's
I
what
can't
this
see
says.
anything. I can't see anything here.
That's what this says on here. So I don't know. I know there's the folks in the chat, but like apparently there are a couple of folks watching. So I don't know. So I appreciate you hanging out wherever you've been. If you need to go, by all means, on your way out, please, just to hit the like button. You can do that on the way out. But that's, for the most part, that's it, guys. Unless there's some really pressing, life and death matter
that we can solve for you.
Yeah, that we can solve for you in the next couple of minutes. Then I think we'll call it a day and we'll call it a successful stream. And
I would say
I'm pretty pleased with it.
Yeah, it was a good one. I enjoyed it. Went a little bit everywhere, so it was good.
Yeah, I think so. I think we had some fun with it. So I know Aussie Card Dad, for him, it's 7 p.m. Monday in Australia.
Oh.
So Aussie Card Dad, if you come on here, I'll just go take a nap. You can take over for a couple of hours. We could get to like
24-hour.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm still Carlos 24 hours a day.
Yeah. Well, the key is as long as I leave my window open, it's like, oh, you guys take over.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? I'm going to go nap.
Alternating.
Yeah, exactly. Spend the entire time mocking. That's kind of what I do. I thought we established this brand. I thought we were clear on this issue.
Mm-hmm.
At least there's a consistency. That's important. You guys suggest I wake up at 7:00. Oh, you know what? This is the bad time period because I don't like 4.5 hours. I don't.
I think I
hate 4.5 hours. That's
when I was young and we drank late on Sundays. You had to go to work on Monday morning early, so we got through it. I'm still here.
Yeah. Well, there's always like this point at which I'm like, okay, is it worth going back to bed, or is it like you just kind of roll through it? And
no, you need.
I'll be honest with you, Charles. At your age, I would take whatever sleep I can get. How you wake up, I don't know. Get help. So I don't know, hockey guy. I don't know which message. I try to get the ones that I can hear. Not sure here. See, I like this one. What do you think about that for branding? It's not bad, but you see, it works, right? Like, does it not work? Like,
Yeah,
like it's got angles. You can work at angles. And
there's
now
quite a few.
I stumbled onto it and it worked out. So good luck, Charles. Best of luck. I would say take whatever sleep you can. Do your best. I like this one. Hit like or subscribe, or else Carlos will haunt your dreams. Correct. And I will argue with you in your dreams. And the worst part is it's a nightmare because no matter what you argue, I'll win. And then I'll make fun of you.
Yeah.
It'll be really annoying. And then you'll get up and you'll be really irritated. Really ornery. So unfortunate. There you go. That message. So there you go. All right. So now the message has been done, and now we all know. All right, guys. So last call. This is very similar to my old-fashioned last call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hit the button. That's right. So this is it. Like good old-fashioned last call. I'm giving you a chance. Going once, going twice. This is your opportunity right here to have your hobby thing solved.
3 times.
I don't know. We're about to hit it. There you go. We're doing what we can. Thanks, Hockey Guy. Thanks, Charles, for hanging out. Aussie Card Dad, appreciate you. Sharpshooter as well. Of course, Joe, Bobby, everybody that hung out at different times. Do appreciate you hanging out. So that's been good. I like that Charles says I'm going to sleep. It's like, did we say sleep like 20 minutes ago? It's the process of sleeping.
He can't. He
Like-
can't turn his head and stay away.
It's like, no, he can't. He just can't turn away. Go to sleep, man. Go to sleep. It's all good. All right, guys. Thank you very much for hanging out. Appreciate you. I will let you know. I'll put the placeholder in there. I'm probably going to have a live stream on Friday with another hobbyist. That's going to be a plan that I'm going to have.
That'll be good.
We'll hang out and we'll chat a little bit. And then the Sunday may or may not happen. We'll see. I do like the Sunday. I'll be honest with you. I do love the Sunday as kind of a roll into the weekday, I should say. But we'll see. I'll play it by ear. Maybe we'll get 2 streams next week, but we'll definitely get one on Friday and we'll go from there. Have yourselves a good night,
Perfect.
everybody. It is now Monday on the East Coast and Monday on the West Coast. So happy Monday and enjoy your week.